Chapter 751. Hell Scorpion. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Azure green sky, golden desert. A towering giant was walking at a steady pace. Each step it took was enough to raise a sand dune to the ground, knocking the sand into the air. The giant's head reached the sky while its feet stood on the sand. It was like a moving mountain. The savage hordes of scorpions and snakes residing in the desert immediately backed off when they saw the enormous trespasser. The wild snake scorpions were the scariest demon creature in the Taklamakan desert. Their average strength was around the warrior level, and deeper into the desert were lots of commander-level deadly plague snake scorpions. If one were to describe the most mysterious and dangerous place full of treasure in China, the Taklamakan desert was definitely one of them. Every year, a dozen or more foreign magicians would die here. The survival rate was exceedingly low. The place was infamous because of how dangerous it was, yet many people still came to try their luck. After all, the place was called the Golden Desert. The risks were high, but the potential rewards were high, too. However, the Taklamakan desert now had an uninvited guest. Its enormous figure, as huge as a mountain, made the snake-scorpion horde tremble in fear. None of the creatures dared to show any resistance when their precious territory was invaded. The packs of wild snake-scorpions immediately withdrew, yet a horde had powerful existences, too. As the mountain zombie ventured deeper into the territory of the wild snake-scorpions, over 10 deadly plague snake-scorpions appeared on a sandy hill, each over 50 meters tall and thoroughly pitch-black. Their tails and pincers were bright red, implying that they were stained with a deadly poison. A deadly plague snake-scorpion was enough to take up an entire sand dune. Its body almost caused the sand dune to collapse under its weight. The desert wolves running away nearby were like little worms. More than 10 of the same commander-level creatures had appeared. They were crowding around something in a strange arc. Suddenly, 4 other sand dunes at the center of the group shook vigorously as they rose up. The sand dunes rose slowly. It turned out that there was an enormous creature 3 times the size of a deadly plague snake scorpion under the sand dunes. The sand dunes slowly turned into a sandstorm as they reached a certain height, pouring down along the creature's shiny, pitch-black body. 8 sharp and long scorpion legs poked into the sand. The distance between its front limbs and rear limbs was greater than the length of a soccer field. Its arms wielded a pair of terrifying pincers. Even the slightest cut could snap a sandhill in half. The thing surrounded by the deadly plague snake scorpions was obviously the ruler of the desert. It had been many years since any creature dared to challenge its authority. Most of the white bones buried under the desert were its masterpiece. Hell Scorpion. It was the infamous Hell Scorpion. And now, the Hell Scorpion was being threatened. It had brought its commanders along to surround the invader. The invader's size was shocking. The Hell Scorpion was already huge, yet it was still a lot smaller than the mountain-like zombie. The Hell Scorpion let out a furious roar at the invader, telling the creature that it had trespassed into its territory. The mountain zombie came to a stop. It looked down at the ruler of the Taklamakan desert coldly. Instead of starting a fight, it seemed like it was awaiting orders from the man standing on its head. It did not dare to act rashly without receiving an order. The Hell Scorpion was extremely proud, too. It was about to start a fight with its tough opponent when its eyes widened after discovering another being standing on its opponent's head. It fixed its unblinking eyes on the tiny human figure. The man standing on the mountain-like creature glanced down. His pitch-black eyes emitted a terrifying, cold light onto the sand with his gaze. The Hell Scorpion subconsciously took a few steps back. Meanwhile, the commander-level deadly plague snake scorpions nearby were trembling in fear. Some that were weaker even burrowed into the sand and did not dare to show themselves again. Not only did they have a ruler-level creature protecting them, they were commander-level creatures too, yet their battle intent completely dispersed after feeling that murderous gaze. The mountain zombie resumed walking and stepped past the Hell Scorpion. The Hell Scorpion stood there, yet it did not dare to utter the same challenging cry, let alone attack the mountain zombie that was right in front of it. The desert continued to tremble under the heavy footsteps. The mountain zombie slowly disappeared into the distance, yet the hell scorpion still did not dare to make any move. The mountain zombie was heading for Twenchang Mountain. After it disappeared for some time, the hell scorpion finally turned around and stared into that direction. The fear it felt from the man was still lingering deep inside its soul. The same vastness as a desert, yet the Pacific Ocean was a spectacular blue, an entrancing color, with a hint of intimidating mysteriousness. Neither an island nor a cloud could be seen nearby, as if they had sunken into a giant blue canvas, making it impossible to tell the directions. Only the endless waves were pushing the ship forward. Mo Fan had come from the mountains. It was his first time going out to sea. In fact, he was quite excited at the start, yet he simply spent most of his time playing cards with the others. No humans, no sea monsters, no islands, all there was water. The days were unendurable. Mo Fan did not understand. Did they really have to go so far for the training? Wasn't it more efficient to take a plane to Japan? In the end, he could only play cards or cultivate on the ship. It was utterly boring. By the way, can't you water magicians make the ship go faster? Suggested Mo Fan, who had run out of patience. It's not difficult, but it's tiring, said Zhao Manyang. Just treat it as a way to cultivate. How long is it going to take to reach Japan at this rate? Mo Fan prodded them. We'll have a go. The others agreed that the ship was too slow. Those with the water element took turns to cast their spells, transforming the ship into a speedboat sprinting across the ocean like an arrow. It felt great standing on the deck, watching the waves splitting in half as the water splashed on their faces. Chapter 752. The Shadow Under the Water. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The ship was a lot faster after it was turned into a speedboat, yet the journey was still extremely long compared to taking a plane. Zhao Manyang, let's fly up there to see if there's any island nearby. I can't stand it anymore. Every day on the boat felt like a year to Mo Fan. Sure, you're coming with me, asked Zhao Manyang. Let's go. Zhao Manyang brought Mo Fan into the sky. It happened to be a clear day. They could easily see the whole area with a single glance. The sea was like an arc when glancing down from a great height. The two tried their best to fly higher, yet they still did not see any signs of land in the distance. Go higher, so that we can see even further, Mo Fan told Zhao Manyang. Zhao Manyang beat his golden wings fiercely and soared into the sky. The ship was now only a little white dot in their eyes. Mo Fan tried his best to peer into the distance, and finally saw a meandering black shoreline on the horizon. We're almost there. I can finally see land. It's a long shoreline. It's definitely not an island, said Mo Fan. Zhao Manyang could not see that far. He had no choice but to believe Mo Fan's words. He glanced down to check if the ship was heading in the right direction, and suddenly discovered something black suddenly appearing in the blue canvas of the ocean. He tried taking a closer look, yet it was still a blur, so he had no choice but to ask Mo Fan, look at the sea water, why do I feel like it's turning black? Mo Fan glanced down and discovered that there was a black shadow close to the white ship. It was not the water turning black. The shadow and the ship were stacked on top of one another. Mo Fan did not think too much about the shadow, yet on second thought, he immediately realized that something was not right. He was utterly terrified by the thought. Even though the ship that Lin Junzan gave them was not a huge cruise liner or anything, it was still more than 30 meters long, similar to 3 buses in a line. However, compared to the black shadow, the ship was like a little white dot on a piece of black paper. It clearly highlighted the size of the thing under the water. Mo Fan subconsciously looked above him to see if it was the shadow of a cloud, yet the sky was perfectly clear. Not even the slightest vapor could be seen, let alone clouds, which meant that there must be something in the water. It was an enormous shadow under the water. Zhao Manyang, we need to head down at once, yelled Mo Fan. Zhao Manyang did not react in time, yet when he saw Mo Fan's stern expression, he immediately withdrew the wings and dove from the sky with Mo Fan. Mo Fan's heart beat rapidly. He could not believe his eyes. What exactly was the thing in the water? It was very close to the surface of the ocean. Otherwise, he would not be able to see it through the water. Meanwhile, the people on the ship were totally unaware of the situation. The ship continued to drive forward. Chapter 753. Unknown Creature. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang landed heavily on the deck, almost breaking holes in the deck's floor. Nanyu immediately criticized the two, yet they ignored her and went over to the railing and stared into the water. The sea water was very clear, allowing them to see quite deep into it. The black shadow was still under the ship. They finally realized how enormous the thing was when they were back on the ship. It felt like the whole ship had entered a black area. A great terror filled their hearts when they saw the black shadow extending into the distance. "Holy shit, what the heck is that?" screamed Jiang Yu. His scream immediately attracted everyone's attention. They quickly gathered at the railings and discovered an enormous shadow in the water. It looked like a huge abyss that could suck the whole ship into it at any second. Cold sweat slid down their necks. Even though they did not sense any aura from the thing in the water, they still felt a great pressure, as if their lives were completely under its control. No one was talking. Their eyes widened as their bodies stiffened. None of them dared to take a closer look at the thing in the water, as they were worried that it would turn out to be a giant mouth devouring them or an enormous claw smashing their ship into pieces. It was not mere imagination, they strongly believed the creature in the water could do it. What the hell is that thing?" asked Zhao Manyang, his face stiff. Mo Fan took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. "It looks like it's diving deeper into the water." The shadow in the water gradually blurred. The fear looming in everyone's heart slowly dissipated. Sometime later, the water finally returned to normal. Glancing into the distance, it was the same dark blue everywhere. However, for some reason, whenever they looked at the sea water or tried to look deeper into it, the fear would return out of nowhere. They could not stop thinking about the giant shadow. On the ship, everyone was exhausted from tension. Jiang Yu even collapsed on the deck. The ship continued to move forward, yet the people aboard remained silent for a long time. Sometime later, Jiang Yu finally rose to his feet and glanced at the people around him. "For some reason, I suddenly felt like a frog at the bottom of a well," said Jiang Yu. There were too many things that were still unexplored in this world. Jiang Yu thought he had learned about most of the demon creatures, and he could easily identify their kind just by looking at their shadows. However, he had no clue what the shadow was. He could not even see its whole appearance. He did not know what the creature was, apart from the fact that it was not recorded, and it was right here in the Yellow Sea. "I'm afraid it's one of the reasons the advisor sent us here for training, but a creature of that size, it's at least ruler level, right?" asked Nanyu. "It's hard to say, we don't even know if it's a living creature." "Strange, a ruler level creature should have a strong presence, yet I didn't feel anything from it," said Mo Fan. Gong Yu sneered at Mo Fan's words and said disdainfully, "You're talking as if you've seen a ruler level creature before. Based on what I know, it's easy for a ruler level creature to conceal its presence." Gong Yu was simply asking to be humiliated. Not only had Mo Fan seen a ruler level creature, he had even fought more than one before. For example, the black totem snake in Hangzhou was just like his guardian beast. If Mo Fan poked his finger in Hangzhou's territory, the creature would immediately show up and tear at the thistle. Judging from the fight between the black totem snake and the silver sky ruler, the black totem snake was one of the strongest at the ruler level. Leaving the black totem snake aside, it's time to talk about the mountain zombie. The mountain zombie was the leader of the 8 ruler level creatures of the ancient capital, yet didn't Mo Fan still beat the crap out of it? Of course Mo Fan knew what ruler level creatures were. The shadow in the water was incredibly huge, thus it was reasonable to describe it as a ruler-level creature, yet Mo Fan was confused by its living presence. "Either way, it's gone now." "I almost shit my pants," said Zhao Manyang. Mo Fan nodded. Regardless of what it was, it had indeed disappeared. It did not show any hint of hostility to them, yet the terrifying encounter served as a great lesson to Mo Fan and the others. The vast world was full of unknown things, and they could not help but wonder how many enormous and powerful life forms and unknown places were yet to be discovered. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang had already seen the shoreline when they were flying. After the team had their frightening experience, the ship somehow sailed slightly off course, so it took longer to reach the harbor. Since the ship was already registered and even had its name written in Japanese, it successfully entered Japan's maritime space. They immediately saw some fishing boats after entering the safe zone. There were two types. One was modern fishing vessels that relied on machinery to catch thousands of fish and deliver them into a freezer. The other kind was the primitive boats that each had one or two fishermen and some simple tools. There were lots of similar fishing boats back at Feiniao City. Japan had primitive fishing boats too, yet the majority of them were the modern ones. The place was well known for its seafood, so the fishing industry was quite developed. The area inside the safe zone was full of fishing boats. The boats were mostly painted grey, so the white ship from China was fairly eye-catching when it entered the area. After the team arrived at the port and stepped onto land, Mo Fan immediately felt relieved. For some reason, he did not feel safe at sea. Their recent encounter with the unknown creature proved that the sea was extremely dangerous. He had almost wet his pants. Also, the land did not shake continuously, unlike the ocean, and it was easier to identify directions. As they were on the ship for too long, they were all walking as if they were drunk. "Does anyone know how to speak Japanese?" Mo Fan soon asked. "I do, I like to watch Japanese dramas," Jiang Xiaoshu smiled. "Oh, me too," said Mo Fan. Jiang Xiaoshu was not a naive girl either. She immediately rolled her eyes and snapped when she saw Mo Fan's evil grin. "Pervert!" Mo Fan rubbed his nose. What was wrong with liking Detective Conan? Chapter 754. Punishment of the Ocean. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Let's find a resting place. We shouldn't stay here for too long. It will be troublesome if they suspect us of being some illegal immigrants from China, said Ari Jiangtu. Speak of the devil, and he will come. As soon as Ari Jiangtu finished talking, a few Japanese that looked like inspectors approached them. They took a glance at the ship that was docked at the harbor and began to ask some questions. Jiang Xiaoshu realized that something did not seem right. She quickly urged the rest to keep quiet and took the initiative to chat with the inspectors. Jiang Xiaoshu was quite fluent in Japanese. And her tone, manner of speaking and temperament immediately turned her into an attractive, glamorous Japanese woman. Her eyes even flickered innocently, with alluring glitter. "We are from the Lin Group ship. We have the permit to come ashore," said Jiang Xiaoshu to an inspector with a mustache. The inspector looked at the others suspiciously. He walked up to them and started asking questions. He was asking Jiang Yu, who kept nodding and smiling without saying a word. They would immediately expose their identities if they said a single word. Even though they knew a few basic international phrases, they were disguised as Japanese. Speaking English would instantly tell the inspectors they were foreigners. Of course, Jiang Yu basically kept repeating to himself, "Asshole, stop asking me questions." The inspector felt even more suspicious. He proceeded to ask Nanyu questions, who remained silent, too. The other inspectors also noticed something was wrong with them. They quickly exchanged glances with one another, as if they were about to get physical. "Hey, why are you even asking them questions? Didn't I mention that I'm a teacher of an institute for the deaf and mute? They are a bunch of deaf and mute students from a wealthy background. They won't be able to understand you, you have to use sign language," Jiang Xiaoshu said to the inspectors, rolling her charming eyes. Jiang Xiaoshu immediately made some hand gestures at Nanyu. The hand gestures were commonly used among battle mages. Nanyu quickly reacted and responded with hand gestures, too. The inspectors could not understand sign language. Half of their doubts were cleared after hearing Jiang Xiaoshu's explanation. Not long after, the captain of the ship handed the inspectors the permit. The inspectors finally let them go. "Damn it, I really have the urge to beat them up," said Mo Fan unpleasantly. There were so many people entering and leaving the harbor, yet the inspectors happened to pick on them. They only did so because the girls in their group were gorgeous, a bunch of perverts. "All right, we've just arrived, and we don't have valid identities, so let's try not to stir up any trouble with the police or Japan's Magic Association. Otherwise, it will be nothing but trouble," said Nanyu. "Yeah, we should head to the place that the advisors mentioned. Not sure how far it is from Tokyo." Mo Fan did not share the same thoughts as them. He had finally made it overseas. If he did not stir some trouble, how could he possibly return to his country and face his people with glory? The team left the dock and passed the security. They were basically safe after reaching Shishiong City. The police in Japan was not so free that they would check everyone's identity. In other people's eyes, they were just a group of young adults. Hotels and inns were basically no-goes, needing some kind of identification. There was no illegal inn in this city that was located close to the sea. Left with no choice, the abject geniuses could only find a temple on the waist of a mountain. The temple agreed to let them stay for the night after receiving a sizable donation from them. The temple was called Yangming Temple, a typical Japanese temple. The symbolic stone frame was located at the foot of the hill, with stairs made of marble leading up to the temple. The temple was not particularly huge, and there were not many visitors around. Apart from a few monks, the illegal aliens were the only ones in the temple. The temple had 2 stone-carved turtles at the front, their size similar to guardian lion statues. The others proceeded to take a rest on the comfortable beds, yet Mo Fan chose to sit on the back of a stone turtle. From there, he could see all of Shishiong City, the jagged shoreline, and the Pacific Ocean extending into the east. In simple words, it was a temple with a scenic view of the sea on the waist of a mountain. In their country, temples usually had lots of visitors. The monks were usually well-fed as a result, yet somehow, this Yangming temple was cold and cheerless. Weren't urban residents more inclined to visit a quiet and secluded place like this? Or perhaps the monks had somehow ruined the reputation of the temple. "You, what do you think you're doing? Come down quick, you can't sit on the sacred ghost. I've never seen such a disrespectful visitor." A fairly good-looking monk came up and scolded Mo Fan. The monk was speaking in Japanese, hence Mo Fan could not understand him. However, judging from his wild reaction and how he was waving his hands around, Mo Fan believed that he must be complimenting his exceedingly handsome appearance. "Do you even talk?" The young monk was quite agitated. His tone was slightly furious. Mo Fan finally understood what he was mad about. He quickly jumped down from the stone turtle and spoke in English, the international language. "Your temple doesn't have many people, and I feel like the decorations are quite unique. The location is pretty nice too, facing the sea, a stable Wi-Fi connection." "You're not a local," the young monk replied in English too. He was rather fluent, implying that he had achieved a good result in English when he was still a student, before he became a monk. "I'm from China, I'm here to experience the Japanese culture," Mo Fan replied without hesitation. The monk was not the police. He would not care if Mo Fan was an illegal alien or a legal visitor. "Are you sure you're not here to disrespect our culture instead? You were sitting on the sacred turtle, it's utterly disrespectful. You'll receive the punishment of the ocean if you head out to the sea," said the righteous monk. Mo Fan squinted his eyes and glanced at the monk. The monk was around his age and fairly good-looking. His eyebrows were frowning sternly, yet he was clearly proud and arrogant. "It's just a statue for decoration purposes. You don't have to be so serious. You haven't answered my questions yet. Why is the temple so deserted? I even heard some rumors from the people around here before we came here for the night," said Mo Fan curiously. "Humph, those idiots are just like you. They ignored our warnings and offended the sacred turtle with disrespectful words and acts. They don't believe the punishment of the ocean, yet when something bad happened, they accused us of being responsible instead. They said that we've cursed us, and said that we're a bunch of evil monks." "How idiotic," snorted the monk. Chapter 755. A Monk and a Teenage Girl. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan realized that the monk was the kind that considered evils as deadly foes. He did not purposely hide his emotions, or pretended to be big-hearted and serene like the monks in Mo Fan's country, who chatted about helping people in distress. Mo Fan found it hard to communicate with him. "What exactly is the punishment of the ocean you mentioned?" asked Mo Fan curiously. "The sea to the horizon, including the areas you can't see, are all under the sacred turtle's control. All our living relies on the ocean. How can we disrespect the father of the ocean, asshole? Stop leaning against it," snapped the monk. "Oh, my bad." Mo Fan straightened up and signaled the monk to continue. "I'm done. Anyway, stop touching the sacred turtle and don't disrespect it. Otherwise, the next time you go out to the sea, you will find yourself in a great disaster, I guarantee it," said the young monk. "That's it? I was looking forward to a sad story." "By the way, monk, what is your name?" asked Mo Fan. "Nora Orisora," declared the monk, before leaving with a book in his hand. Mo Fan watched the monk in his long blue robe and white pants leave. However, the monk did not walk far before a teenage girl with a tall ponytail slowly walked up the stairs. The girl had an adorable face. Even without smiling, she still had two charming dimples. Her physique was petite, and relatively young compared to Jiang Xiaoshu and Mu Ningxue. However, her vulnerable and slender appearance made it hard not to have a good impression of her. The Japanese teenaged girl looked no different than the girls in China. If anything, the young girl's makeup was lighter, and she had applied an alluring pink lip gloss, unlike the girls from his country, who still had no idea how to apply foundation. It was rare to see girls around her age who could apply makeup so naturally. The girl walked up the stairs and immediately saw Nora Orisora. The smile on her face blossomed like flowers, fully displaying her youthful charm. "Orisora-kun, good afternoon. I've plucked some flowers, you can dry them and brew some tea. It's got great taste." The girl went up and handed the basket she was carrying to Nora Orisora. Nora Orisora glanced at her, but quickly shifted his gaze away. He quickened his pace and left without paying much attention to the girl. The teenager looked slightly disappointed after the monk walked away. She finally realized Mo Fan was present when the monk left their sight. Normally, Mo Fan would not simply reveal his perverted nature and temperament. His smile was rather friendly too. The girl had a good impression of him when he saw him smiling back at her. She immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice you here." Mo Fan communicated with her in English, yet the girl was not quite fluent in it. However, she did not have a problem with basic communication. "Do you like the monk?" Mo Fan was pretty straightforward. He arrived at the conclusion when he saw her disappointment. The young girl did not expect that the foreigner would directly read her mind and expose her secret. "Don't be shy, just admit it." That being said, are monks in Japan allowed to date someone? Mo Fan wondered aloud. He was an idiot when it came to geography, and just as clueless about the cultures of different countries, too. "Let's not talk about that. Since you're new here, allow me to bring you around the temple." "Oh, forgot to introduce myself, you can call me Miyota," the young girl volunteered to be Mo Fan's tour guide. Mo Fan was feeling bored too. Why would he reject a pretty Japanese teenage girl's offer to bring him around? "Hey, what are you doing?" Mo Fan was following the girl into another direction when the weird monk Nora Orisora suddenly yelled at them. Before Mo Fan could react, Nora Orisora ran over quickly and dragged Mo Fan toward him. His eyes were staring at the girl. His gaze was incredibly sharp with a hint of hostility. Mo Fan even sensed the energy of magic from the young monk. I didn't do anything, I'm just bringing him around so he can keep me company." Tears almost broke out of the girl's eyes when she replied with a wronged expression. "Enough with your act," the monk snapped aggressively. He sternly looked up and down at Mo Fan and said, "You can see her too." "Why can't I see F***K me?" Mo Fan quickly shifted his focus toward the girl's feet when he realized something. Footprints. The dirt nearby was loose. Both Mo Fan and the monk had left 2 lines of footprints behind, yet the girl's shoes tied with little blue ribbons did not leave any footprints. Mo Fan did not believe she was that light. Mo Fan shuddered in fear. Holy shit, did I really stumble onto a ghost while the day was still bright? Something isn't right about this girl. We have some guests staying in the temple, so don't you dare prey on them. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy to you, do you understand? Said Noro Orisora, pointing at the girl Miyota. Tears almost rolled down from Miyota's eyes. If Mo Fan did not realize that something was not right, he would most likely scold the monk for acting crazily. How could he treat a girl so rashly? Miyota did not dare to stay any longer. She turned around and ran down the stairs. Mo Fan quickly followed her, yet he discovered that the stairs leading to the temple were completely empty. There was no way the girl could disappear so quickly, no matter how fast she was. Besides, he was an advanced magician. Similarly, Nora Orisora was quite surprised too. The young monk was also a magician with fairly impressive cultivation. Hey, monk, what's going on? Was the girl a ghost? Mo Fan asked. Why didn't you tell me you can see her? The monk blamed Mo Fan in return. She obviously came here to see you. I think she likes you very much, so I didn't want to disturb you too. Besides, is it weird that I can see her, too? Asked Mo Fan. The monk looked at Mo Fan once again and said, You're not just a visitor, you're a magician, but, even if you're a magician, you shouldn't be able to see her. Can you tell me what she is first? Asked Mo Fan. The girl looked very alive. If she was a ghost, Mo Fan could have easily identified her through her presence. He was quite experienced with undead, there was no way he would get tricked by a little ghost, right? You don't need to know the details, snapped the monk. Was she trying to hurt me? Asked Mo Fan. I don't know, but even if you can see her, you should avoid any contact with her. She's not friendly, advised Noro Orisora. What exactly is she? Why is it weird that I can see her? Can't the others see her too? Hey monk, why are you so impolite? Answer my questions. Monk, bull donkey, Mo Fan was full of questions. Chapter 756. You can't see her. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. At night, the Yangming Temple was so quiet that not a single insect cry could be heard. The developed seaside city under the mountain seemed to have nothing to do with the temple. The light of a few oil lamps swayed in the dark. It was easy to forget about the existence of the temple. Mo Fan, why are you sitting here? You almost scared me, exclaimed a woman. I think something is weird about this temple. Mo Fan frowned, still in deep thought. Didn't the monk already say we must stay 5 meters away from the stone statues, especially you, said Jiang Xiaoshu. Do you know, during the afternoon, Mo Fan was just about to share his weird encounter with someone. Mo Fan still could not figure out what the girl was. If she was a ghost, he had never seen a ghost appearing in bright daylight. Besides, she was too youthful and energetic for an undead. However, if she was alive, where were her footprints? Why did she disappear without a trace after heading down the stairs? Mo Fan was not naive enough to believe that she had tripped and rolled all the way to the bottom. Jiang Xiaoshu interrupted before Mo Fan could finish, We'll talk when we take a stroll down the street. Taking a stroll down the street? What stroll? I never said I wanted to go anywhere. Mo Fan had been troubled by the little girl for a long time. As a professional hunter, he had a strong thirst for knowledge. He would not be able to sleep well if he did not find out the truth. All right, Mo Fan admitted that he was just looking for something to do as he was too bored, and the encounter with the monk and the girl was quite interesting, too. Well, I'm planning to buy some stuff from the market. Jiang Xiaoshu smiled, fully displaying her temperament as a vixen. You're asking me to go with you? Asked Mo Fan, raising his brows. You already told me something is weird. Do you really want me to walk alone at night? It's quite a distance from here to the city. I'm just a weak girl. What if some pervert saw how attractive I am and wanted to do lewd things to me, like that asshole Gong Yu? Won't you feel bad for me? Jiang Xiaoxiu flicked her hair, as if she was asking Mo Fan to Netflix and chill with her. Mo Fan was an honorable man. How could he possibly be seduced by the vixen? He jumped down from the stone turtle and said, "Let's go, immediately." Taking the stairs down, Jiang Xiaoxiu was far from a well-behaved woman. Whenever she was alone with a man, she would stick closely to him, trying to trigger some chemistry between them. Mo Fan was not an exception. Her arm would occasionally rub against Mo Fan's as she went down the stairs while swinging her hips. Mo Fan was an honorable man. Fine, forget it, there was no point acting further. Either way, the woman's skin was pretty smooth, he could easily feel it even when her clothes were between their hands. By the way, I feel like I've heard the name Mo Fan before, but for some reason, I can't remember where, said Jiang Xiaoxiu. My name is pretty common, similar to names like Jiongwo, Ronghua, Jiahao, or names like Hao Han, Zishuan, and Xianyang in the 21st century. I bet there are at least 100,000 people with the same name, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan was actually overjoyed inside while he pretended to be low-key. Either way, he was a famous man who had saved countless women in countless cities, thus it was reasonable that someone had heard his name before. Perhaps, I remember every man who I'm interested with. Since my impression of you is a little vague, it's most likely because you're not worthy enough, replied Jiang Xiaoxiu honestly. Mo Fan was lost for words at that instant, but a sudden fragrance swept past his nose. Mo Fan thought Jiang Xiaoxiu was flipping her hair again, yet on second thought, the fragrance was different from her rose perfume. It smelt refreshing, like some kind of herbs, and the fragrance of some innocent flowers on the side of the road. As Mo Fan was still feeling confused, a person suddenly appeared on the stairs in front of them. A neat ponytail tied up on her head, and side fringes dangling around her shoulders fully displayed the girl's delicate charm. She was dressed in plain, simple-colored clothes. The only eye-catching part was the swallowtail butterfly pin on her slightly uplifted chest. Her breasts were not huge, but it was obvious that she was going through puberty, and together with her skinny physique, they gave her an obvious curve. Miyota. Mo Fan remembered the girl's name. He looked at her in surprise. In the afternoon, the sunlight was still shining on her as she was carried her little basket. She looked innocent and charming, just like some girl next door, yet it was quite scary how she had appeared on the stairs out of nowhere. No matter how innocent her smile was, it still looked somewhat eerie. What Miyota? Jiang Xiaoxiu looked at Mo Fan in confusion. The girl ahead, said Mo Fan. Jiang Xiaoxiu glanced ahead with a confused look. However, she soon turned around and giggled, I thought you're more interesting than the other guys, but you're using such a boring trick still. Do you think I'm going to dive into your arms just because you said there's a girl in front of us? You have to be better if you want to take advantage of me. Mo Fan's forehead was covered in black lines when he heard Jiang Xiaoxiu's words. You can't see her? You seriously can't see her? Stop trying to trick me, there's nothing ahead. Jiang Xiaoxiu proceeded down the stairs. After going down the stairs, Jiang Xiaoxiu passed by Miyota without noticing there was a girl standing right beside her. Miyota looked at Jiang Xiaoxiu with a smile as she walked past. For some reason, Mo Fan felt a chill running down his spine when he saw it. I forgot to ask your name in the afternoon. I'm glad to meet you, friend from the East, said Miyota politely to Mo Fan. Mo Fan was not the kind that would easily wet his pants after seeing something supernatural. He remained calm and said in a deep voice, I'm Zhao Manyang. Is it true that my friend can't see you and hear you? Jiang Xiaoxiu took a few steps more before she realized that Mo Fan was still mumbling to himself. She turned around and smilingly said, Are you seriously still going on with the joke? Stop talking to yourself, let's head into town. I've got things to buy. The air by the sea is too moist, I don't feel too comfortable. I'm not sure either, but since you and your friend are busy, I won't disturb you anymore. Zhao Manyang, not a bad name, said Miyota softly. She slowly disappeared into the darkness after finishing the sentence. Mo Fan stared ahead with a blank face. There was nothing in front of him, apart from a lingering fragrance. Chapter 757. Soul Eater. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan quickened his pace to catch up to Jiang Xiaoshu, yet he was still preoccupied by his thoughts about Miyota. The girl was like a ghost, yet she was not actually a ghost. Mo Fan was confused about why he could see the girl when Jiang Xiaoshu could not. Such a boring man. Jiang Xiaoshu rolled her eyes at Mo Fan and led the way. Either way, she was disappointed in Mo Fan's petty trick. She did not think it was bad for a man to flirt and take advantage of a woman since she was such a gorgeous beauty, yet the trick Mo Fan used was too lowly. As a matter of fact, Jiang Xiaoshu was quite scared of supernatural stuff. Otherwise, she would not ask Mo Fan to keep her company. She found it hard to accept even though she knew Mo Fan was joking. All right, my bad, guess I'll be going back to the temple. My mind is full of question marks now. Mo Fan did not want to waste his time further when he realized that the girl was actually mad. Don't go, we'll come back as soon as I buy the stuff I want. Jiang Xiaoshu glared at him. Seriously, being so smug when asking for a favor? Do I look like someone that boring? I really meant it when I said there's someone there. The atmosphere turned lively as they arrived in the city. The truth was, Mo Fan had never gotten used to staying in quiet places. He felt like he was abandoned by the world, like an old man spending their last years living alone on a mountain. He preferred to stay in big cities, with concrete walls and huge glass panels, luxurious cars, trams, youthful girls, mature girls. Shishiong City was extremely clean, with lots of Japanese-style streets, paths, houses, parks and old trees scattered across the place, places where one could easily spend their entire afternoon enjoying the scenery. They came to a busy street. Jiang Xiaoshu was here to buy some skincare products and snacks. She did not buy anything special. They saw a small izakaya on their way back, located at the intersection of two fairly quiet streets. The place was decorated with some lanterns, and a menu written in Japanese. There was a little hill behind it. Come, let's have some drinks. Jiang Xiaoshu totally lost control of herself when she saw the izakaya. She immediately dragged Mo Fan over. The owner of the business smiled when he saw the gorgeous lady, revealing his yellow teeth as he said something in Japanese. Mo Fan looked at the owner as he spoke. Even though he could not understand a single word, Mo Fan never understood why the Japanese had to open their mouths so wide, just like the Koreans, when they were talking. Can't they close their mouths after finishing their sentences? Must they really keep their mouths open and expose their teeth? Jiang Xiaoshu chatted with the owner for a while, before the man gave her 2 bottles of sake. One warm, one chilled, to guarantee the taste of the sake. Mo Fan had never tried it before. He almost poured the sake into a glass of ice water. Jiang Xiaoshu smilingly tapped on his shoulder. So it's your first time in Japan, the owner spoke in a different language. It seemed like he was very aware of Mo Fan's presence. Yeah, Mo Fan nodded and pointed at the barbecue rack to order some aromatic squid. Where are you staying at now? Asked the owner. In that temple. Mo Fan pointed at the dimly lighted temple on the mountain. The owner's eyes widened and he stopped cooking the squid. You're staying there? The Yangming Temple. The owner's voice turned strange all of a sudden. Yeah, Mo Fan realized something from the owner's expression. He was also bothered by lots of questions, thus he quickly asked, is there something strange about the temple? Oh, nothing, but I suggest you not to stay in the temple. It's not a good place. It was once a good temple, but not anymore, said the owner. She blinked like a kitten and said with a soothing voice, tell us more about it, we just arrived here. Jiang Xiaoshu was now intrigued too. The owner was indeed an old pervert. Even though he looked reluctant to spill the beans, he could not control his mouth at all. He lowered his voice and said, someone lost their soul there. Lost their soul? Mo Fan opened his eyes wide. In the past, the Yangming Temple was known for blessing people's marriages. Even the young folk from other cities would come here just to pray in the temple. However, there was a young man who went to the temple and fainted for no reason. He never woke up since then. None of the healing spells worked. Some old folks said that he had lost his soul, his body had turned into an empty shell, said the owner. Mo Fan's jaw dropped. Jiang Xiaoshu completely treated it as a story. She always enjoyed listening to the gossip from the owners of izakayas in Japan. A piece of advice: just pretend you didn't see anything, even if you do. If you really want to stay in the temple. The owner lowered his voice further. What if we don't? Asked Mo Fan. Somehow, Mo Fan believed in the owner's words. That's going to bring you nothing but trouble. You'll lose your soul, said the owner. He, I know how to steal someone's soul too. Check this out, Muax. Jiang Xiaoshu gave a passerby a fly kiss and blinked her eyes. The passerby was a little drunk, and he staggered after getting teased by Jiang Xiaoshu. Jiang Xiaoshu giggled when she saw the man trying to recover clumsily, showing her vixenish temperament. There's nothing I can do if you don't trust me. The owner was too lazy to argue further. Mo Fan wanted to listen more, yet the owner was reluctant to say any further. Even the squid was tasteless in his mouth. After supper, the two went back to the stairs leading up to the temple. Mo Fan kept looking around him, worried that Miyota would show up again. Do you really believe the story? Stop being silly, you're an adult now. Jiang Xiaoshu started laughing at Mo Fan. You didn't want to believe me and the owner, just keep believing yourself then, said Mo Fan indifferently. Miyota did not appear. Mo Fan and Jiang Xiaoshu went back to their room. The light was still on. The people in the temple did not rely on electricity for lighting in order to save money. They normally used oil lamps. It was rather antique, yet when Mo Fan and Jiang Xiaoshu came back, the electric lamp was still lit up. They could see blurry shadows moving back and forth inside the room. Did you find him? Asked Ari Jiangtu. No, he really went missing, said Jiang Yu. Mo Fan and Jiang Xiaoshu went into the room as they were talking. The others immediately looked at them as if they had just seen a ghost. Who's missing? Asked Mo Fan immediately. You two, we spent a long time looking for you. We thought you two were missing. Where did you go? We were almost worried to death, said Jiang Yu. We went down the mountain to buy some stuff. By the way, is something wrong? Why is everyone so tense? Asked Jiang Xiaoshu when she realized that something was not right. The room fell silent, and no one answered her question. Mo Fan looked around him and realized that someone was missing from the team. Taking a second look, he immediately shivered in fear. Zhao Manyang was missing. Chapter 758. The Strange Incident in the Temple. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A golden-haired man was lying on the tatami. His face was covered by a thick blanket. For some reason, the temperature in the room was freezing, and the man under the blanket seemed to be the reason. Mo Fan walked up to the man and flipped the blanket open. He saw Zhao Manyan's face. His face was pale white. Although Zhao Manyang was the pretty boy kind, his skin tone was normally quite healthy instead of its current pallor. Mo Fan touched the blanket and realized that it was extremely icy too. The cold was coming from Zhao Manyan's body. Jushu found him first. He was meditating in the room when he felt cold all of a sudden. It took him quite some time to figure out that Zhao Manyan was the source of the chill, like he was poisoned. He didn't react at all, and has stayed the same even until now, said Nanyu. The incident was too bizarre. Apart from Jushu, Zhu Jiming was also in the room when it happened. They were busy minding their own business. Zhao Manyang ended up like this all of a sudden, giving them a great fright. Everyone immediately gathered in the room when it happened, yet they realized that Mo Fan and Jiang Xiaoshu were missing, sending them into a panic. Luckily, the two only went to the city to get some supper. Now, the only problem was Zhao Manyang. He's alive, but he's in a deep sleep. Nan Rongni strongly suggested that we not wake him up forcibly. Otherwise, it would inflict serious damage to his spirit. We have to find out what poison it is first. The strange thing is, we asked an old monk to take a look, yet he immediately ran away while murmuring under his breath. He did not give us any useful information, so it's unlikely that they will give us any help, said Jiang Yu. Is the healing element not working? Asked Mo Fan. Nan Rongni shook her head. Is his life in danger? Asked Mo Fan again. Not for now, but the cold from his body is quite strange. I'm afraid that it will severely affect the functions of his body, said Nan Rongni. Mo Fan nodded. He understood the situation. He turned around and saw Jiang Xiaoshu with a shocked expression. She finally spoke up when everyone ran out of ideas. Does this mean what the owner of the Japanese bar said is true? There's some kind of soul eater here? Zhao Manyang does look like he has lost his soul. What soul eater? Jiang Xiaoshu, enough with your nonsense. Stop scaring us when we're on a barren mountain, said Mu Tingjing unpleasantly. As they were magicians, it was not scary if they knew the demon creatures were responsible for it, yet if it involved something supernatural, it would be somewhat terrifying. Jiang Xiaoshu immediately told everyone what she heard from the owner of the izakaya. Everyone felt uneasy after hearing the words. Did Zhao Manyang really lose his soul? Stop being so superstitious, we're from the Magic Society. None you stopped everyone from thinking further. Mo Fan, you mentioned you saw a girl, was that real too? Asked Jiang Xiaoshu as she recalled something. Mo Fan did not respond, yet Jiang Xiaoshu had her answer from his expression. Mo Fan felt a great chill go down his spine as soon as Jiang Xiaoshu mentioned it. By the way, why did it have to be Zhao Manyang? There are so many of us here. If there's really a soul eater, why did it only target Zhao Manyang? Mu Tingjing asked, a question that was indeed worthy to be discussed. Mo Fan's lips twitched. It all made sense now. Should he spill the beans? Mo Fan was totally dumbfounded. First of all, why was he the only one that could see the girl? What exactly was the girl, to come and go without a trace? He was already an advanced magician. It did not make sense that he could not sense if she was alive. Second, did he really curse Zhao Manyang? Mo Fan did not forget that he had given Zhao Manyang's name to the girl, and Zhao Manyang turned out to be the victim. Did that mean the Soul Eater could only target someone after learning their name? Everyone was at a loss. Even after Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan told them what they knew, the others chose not to believe it. They were more willing to explain Zhao Manyang's condition was some kind of poison. Does anyone know where did Zhao Manyang went tonight? Asked Zhu Jiming. He didn't go anywhere, just the mountain behind the temple, the well, the corridor, the memorial temple. Didn't we already investigate those places? We should split up, but don't go anywhere alone. You few should ask the old monks about anything strange in this temple. As for everyone else, go check the places Zhao Manyang has been to, see if there's any plant nearby, since it's more likely that he's poisoned, ordered Ari Zhang to. The team immediately split into smaller groups. They had to find the reason for Zhao Manyang's being poisoned as quickly as possible. Nan Rongni also mentioned that since the healing element did not work, they had to focus on finding the truth behind it. Zhao Manyang had stayed in the temple's vicinity. It would not be difficult to find some clues. Mo Fan was allocated to a small group too. Their job was to find the young girl. Jiang Xiaoshu wanted to know the truth, too. She volunteered to join Mo Fan's group. The others in the group were Jiang Yu and Mu Ningxue. What you said just then, was it real? Mu Ningxue walked up to Mo Fan and asked sternly. Why would I joke about something like that? There's something wrong about this temple. If you don't believe me, I think you all should head down the mountain and ask the residents of the town about the temple, said Mo Fan. If only he could see the girl, it would be meaningless for the others to follow him. Perhaps the owner of the izakaya or the residents nearby would know some useful information. I'll stay with you, it's dangerous for you to be alone, said Mu Ningxue. It's better to stay in pairs. Jiang Yu, let's go head down the mountain, said Jiang Xiaoshu. She knew now was not the time to fool around. She immediately followed Jiang Yu down the mountain to ask around about the temple. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue walked toward the stairs. Mo Fan remembered there was a diverging path covered by weeds in the middle of the stairs. Mo Fan had no idea where the path would lead to, yet he remembered it was where the girl had disappeared. He might find some clues there. Besides, the path was purposely sealed off. Chapter 759. May I know her name? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue went to the middle of the stairs where he had stumbled on the girl previously. Mo Fan looked at the diverging flight of stairs and saw that the path was overgrown with weeds. Some vines were blocking the path. There was also a white line across the path, implying it was a prohibited area. The white line felt even stranger the more Mo Fan looked at it, as if it was some kind of seal locking something inside. Perhaps it was only him, but the path looked eerier under the dim moonlight. Is this where you saw the girl? Asked Mu Ningxue. But I saw her first in the afternoon. She went to the temple to look for a young monk, so she chatted with me because I was talking with the monk. I didn't notice anything odd about the girl at first, said Mo Fan. Most of the monks went down the mountain for some ritual just before night time. They told us they will be back in a few days, said Mu Ningxue. I know, or else I would be asking the bald donkey who can see the girl like me some questions. I bet he could easily tell us the truth, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan had just learned that the monks had left, leaving only an old monk behind to look after the temple. The old monk was acting strange since he knew about Zhao Manyan's situation. He kept murmuring about how something was impossible. Sigh, it's my fault too, Mo Fan let out a sigh. Why is that? The girl asked for my name, but I told her Zhao Manyan's name instead when I sensed something fishy about her, and now Zhao Manyang has lost his soul. I believe the girl needs to know her target's name beforehand, said Mo Fan. Mu Ningxue was surprised after hearing Mo Fan's explanation. It was her first time hearing about it. However, frankly speaking, Mo Fan was simply too unreliable. The girl had asked for his name, yet he immediately gave her Zhao Manyan's name with a straight face and ended up entrapping Zhao Manyang. It was indeed a misfortune to be his friend. Let's go deeper. Mu Ningxue did not want to waste her time on meaningless speculations. She walked around the white line and proceeded along the weed-covered path. Mo Fan quickly followed her. The two ventured further and ended up on the other side of the mountain. They could no longer see the city from here, not even a glimpse of light from the city. The only thing left was the dim moonlight from above, and the calm sea in the distance. The path was so quiet that they could only hear their own footsteps. Mo Fan was not the kind that could keep quiet, so he went up to Mu Ningxue and teased, "Say, what if we found a small grave at the end of the path with the girl's portrait on the gravestone?" Mu Ningxue turned around slightly. Her eyes flickered with annoyance as she said softly, "Do you seriously think I'm Mu Ningxue?" Mo Fan opened his eyes wide and looked at the girl in disbelief. Mu Ningxue was too lazy to waste her time on the idiot. She continued down the path. She did not feel anything even when Mo Fan tried to spook her. Mo Fan finally collected his thoughts and caught up with a smirk, "You got me there. I didn't know that you're quite humorous too, ha 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 ha." The path ends here. Mu Ningxue halted in her tracks. Her shoes softly tapped the edge of the last step. The place ahead was covered in weeds and yellow soil. There was no visible path nearby, nor did it look like someone had been here before. It seems like the path is only half constructed. Somehow, they never finished it. Mo Fan felt dumb when the scene from his imagination did not come true. That being said, where did the girl go? I believe there's nothing interesting here, said Mu Ningxue. Guess I'll have to do that. Do what? Miyota. Miyota. Can you hear me? Miyota, can you please come here? I have to ask you something. Mo Fan's voice was extraordinarily loud on the mountain. The echoes persisted among the woods. The stray dogs down the mountain immediately started barking after hearing his call. Their endless calls echoed on the mountain. Mu Ningxue looked at Mo Fan with her eyes saying, "Are you dumb?" The truth was, his calling was completely useless. Left with no choice, the two took the same path back. As they were approaching the stairs, a soft breeze came from the distance, sweeping at the flowers and grass on the mountain. Mo Fan sharply captured a familiar fragrance. "Wait a second," Mo Fan called Mu Ningxue. He glanced at the patch of wild chrysanthemums on the slope. "What now?" asked Mu Ningxue. "I remembered that the girl was holding a basket. She told the monk that she had plucked some herbs that could be mixed with tea. I remembered its smell. I think it's the same fragrance from these wild chrysanthemums." Mo Fan pointed at the stalks of wild chrysanthemums swaying on the slope. The wild chrysanthemums were a faint yellow. They seemed like the ordinary kind, yet their fragrance was different from the perfume of ordinary chrysanthemums. Mo Fan climbed up the slope and approached a small patch of wild chrysanthemums. He crouched down and sniffed at the flower. Mo Fan was about to turn around to talk to Mu Ningxue but stopped when he caught a glimpse of Mu Ningxue's dress and legs in the corner of his vision. This must be it. Mo Fan extended his hand to pluck the flower. He decided to keep a stalk to himself, even though he had no idea if it was useful. "Are you sure?" "There are so many flowers here," said Mu Ningxue. "I'm sure, my nose is—" Mo Fan suddenly paused in the middle of his reply. Mu Ningxue's voice came from down the slope even though she was standing beside him. This meant that she never came up the slope with him, thus the dress beside him. Mo Fan was not the timid kind. He quickly raised his head and moved his face close to the person standing beside him. As he expected, the beautiful face of an innocent girl was standing close to him. If the girl had not appeared less than a meter away all of a sudden, Mo Fan would be dazzled by her looks too. She did indeed have a unique charm. Mo Fan initially thought the girl's face would suddenly turn spooky or reveal her true appearance of a demon creature at close distance, yet she remained charming even after he stared at her for some time. Her delicate appearance reminded him of Liu Yu when she was still a weak girl, without the melancholy expression. Miyota. It took Mo Fan some time to utter the name. "We have met again. Is she your friend?" "She's so pretty, even I am a bit jealous." "May I know her name?" Miyota had a faint smile. Her squinted eyes looked extremely pure and innocent. Chapter 760. Testing the Poison with Names. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. She was asking him for names again. Mo Fan shivered when he heard the girl's question. Mo Fan's lips twitched slightly. He was lost for words when he tried to respond to the seemingly innocent, harmless girl. He finally forced a smile after a few seconds and said, "Her name is quite complicated, I'm afraid you won't remember it. By the way, I have a friend who suddenly fainted. His entire body turned extremely cold too. Since you have been around here for a long time, do you know the reason behind it?" Mo Fan did not accuse her straight away. The truth was, he was still unsure if she was responsible for what had happened to Zhao Manyang. Even if she was the culprit, Mo Fan believed there was no need for him to fall out with her straight away if she dared to show up again. Of course, most importantly, Mo Fan still did not quite understand the situation. He had no idea how he could subdue her and how was she going to resolve Zhao Manyang's situation. "Your friend?" "Which one?" said Miyota, while blinking her eyes, as if she knew nothing about it. "I don't think you've met him. Golden hair, he's quite handsome, but not as handsome as I am." Sigh. "Anyway, do you know what happened to him?" Mo Fan began to act dumb. Meanwhile, Mu Ningxue was looking at Mo Fan having a monologue with a weird expression. The truth was, Mo Fan totally looked like he was bewitched when he was talking and smiling like there was actually someone in front of him. However, Mu Ningxue did not say anything. Even though she had lots of question marks in her mind, she was used to figuring out things on her own. It was unnecessary to ask questions if she figured it out on her own, but even when she failed to comprehend it by herself, she still did not bother to ask questions. It was obvious that Mo Fan had stumbled into the invisible girl he mentioned before. He was currently conversing with the girl, and from Mo Fan's response, she was able to guess what the girl was saying. Why is he the only one that can see the girl? That was the biggest doubt that troubled Mu Ningxue the most. I have no idea, maybe your friend has caught a strange disease. I heard that someone else has caught the same disease before, and no one is able to find a cure for it, said Miyota softly. Mo Fan looked at her helplessly. It was difficult to link her innocent expression with his imagination of a harmful soul eater. I'll be honest with you, I lied to you the other day. My name isn't Zhao Manyang, it's the name of my friend who fainted. I have heard rumors about a soul eater around here, and my friend seems to have lost his soul, not long after I told you his name. Mo Fan probed further when he saw that the girl was still pretending to be innocent. Miyota immediately realized what Mo Fan was hinting. She frowned and looked at Mo Fan with a complicated expression. Are you implying that I have something to do with it? Mo Fan said while nodding, I do hope that it has nothing to do with you. I'm hoping that you can help my friend recover. Miyota glanced at Mu Ningxue down the slope and said with a self-mocking grin, is that why you're unwilling to tell me her name? Well, Mo Fan was lost for words. The upset look on the girl's face was convincing Mo Fan that she was not the culprit, yet his instincts were telling him that she was somehow related because she was like a ghost haunting the temple. You didn't trust me at the start, you're afraid that I will hurt you, so you gave me a fake name, is that right? Said Miyota, as if her feelings were hurt. Nope, responded Mo Fan. You're afraid that I will hurt her, so you're not willing to tell me her name, right? Said Miyota. That's not it. Mo Fan shook his head and said sternly, first of all, there's something strange about you. The reason I gave you my friend's name is because I assumed it would not make a difference. If I thought you were dangerous from the start, I would give you my name instead. I'm not the kind that would put my friend in danger. The hurt look in Miyota's eyes gradually disappeared after she heard Mo Fan's explanation. She had captured a hint of sincerity from Mo Fan's eyes. How about this, I'll help your friend to recover, but I won't do a favor for someone who doesn't trust me. To prove that you trust me, you must tell me her name. Miyota was very smart despite her innocent look. She realized that Mo Fan was afraid to give her names, because the last time he gave her someone's name, the person had fallen unconscious. Therefore, Mo Fan would have to give her another name to earn her trust. Mo Fan was immediately troubled by the condition. He looked at Mu Ningxue, who was looking back at him with a confused look. You can ask her for her opinion, said Miyota. Mo Fan was indeed troubled. Normally, the hot-tempered Mo Fan would simply beat the crap out of Miyota instead of wasting his time talking to her. She was most likely responsible for Zhao Manyan's situation. However, he did try while talking to the girl. There was something strange about her. He was unsure if he could use his magic on her. Since he was left with no choice, he could only proceed with caution. Mo Fan returned to Mu Ningxue and told her about Miyota's request. She wants to know my name, said Mu Ningxue. I think it's better for us to leave this place. There's something strange about the girl, we'll deal with her again when we've thought of a way. Mo Fan was tricked the first time. He would not put Mu Ningxue's life in danger. Do you think she's responsible? Asked Mu Ningxue in a serious voice. I believe so, she might be tricking me to tell her your name. For some reason, she might only be able to do the act after someone gives her the target's name, said Mo Fan. I think we can try, said Mu Ningxue. Don't do it, we still haven't figured out what happened to Zhao Manyang. If the same thing happened to you, said Mo Fan. I think the others won't be able to find any useful information to save Zhao Manyang. Use my name as bait, if nothing happens to me. Didn't she promise that she will help us save Zhao Manyang? If something did happen to me, at least you'll know who the culprit is. As for what the next step is, Nan Rongni already mentioned that the strange disease won't kill us in a short time, said Mu Ningxue. They were indeed puzzled by the situation. It was obviously more effective to seek the answers from the girl than using other ways. As such, she agreed to put herself at risk to find out the truth. If that's the case, I'll give her my name instead, said Mo Fan. No way, only you can see her and talk to her. In other words, if she's really the one, only you can deal with her, rebuked Mu Ningxue. Chapter 761. I'm sleeping with Mu Ningxue. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. I understand, but Zhao Manyang is different. I don't care about him, but I can't risk putting you in danger. Mo Fan immediately spilled the beans. If Zhao Manyang in his bed heard those words, his missing soul would come straight away to teach Mo Fan a lesson. Why would he befriend such scum? Let's not waste our time. Tell her, or else we're just a bunch of headless flies, said Mu Ningxue. Mo Fan tried to convince Mu Ningxue, yet she insisted on do it her way. I don't want anything to happen to you, he blurted out. If you really think that, then do your best to help Zhao Manyang and I recover if anything happens. Instead of saying that here, replied Mu Ningxue seriously. Her gaze was determined and fearless. She had been mentally prepared since she first embarked on this journey. She had no intention of running away. Do you really trust me so much? Mo Fan's gaze softened. Mu Ningxue did not reply. She had no idea how to answer Mo Fan's question. If she answered yes, Mo Fan would totally misunderstand her, yet the truth was, Mu Ningxue never doubted him. She believed if the same thing that happened to Zhao Manyang happened to her, he would give everything he had to help them recover. What else could Mo Fan do after Mu Ningxue made her decision? He returned to the slope where Miyota was still standing with her back toward them. She turned around with the same innocent look. The truth was, Mo Fan was hoping that she would be wearing the rotten, terrifying face of a demon creature when she turned around. That way, Mo Fan could simply fight her instead of telling her Mu Ningxue's name. Mo Fan never thought the situation would be this complicated. Not only was his friend in danger, he also had to place someone he cared a lot about in danger. Her name is Mu Ningxue, said Mo Fan. For some reason, Mo Fan regretted as soon as he said the name. He could sense Miyota smiling. It was an evil grin under her innocent look. It was most likely her true appearance. However, Mo Fan knew it was meaningless to threaten her by saying something like, if you dare harm her, I'll tear you into pieces. Just saying it would not help in any way. It was more important to keep his promise. All right, I'll look around at the back of the mountain. Perhaps I can find the cure to the strange disease, said Miyota with a faint smile. She even gave Mo Fan a slight bow. Wait, how am I going to find you? Blurted out Mo Fan. Miyota disappeared before Mo Fan could finish, leaving only the patches of wild chrysanthemums swaying slightly to the wind on the slope, releasing a fragrance similar to Miyota's into the air. Did she leave? Asked Mu Ningxue. I think she's the one, said Mo Fan worriedly. He had to stick to Mu Ningxue closely from now onward. Zhao Manyang had most likely lost his soul since he was unable to see Miyota. However, since Mo Fan could see her, he could catch her red-handed if she tried to harm Mu Ningxue. It's useless to discuss it here, let's head back, said Mu Ningxue. Aren't you scared? Asked Mo Fan. I'm fine. Is it because you believe that I definitely can save you? Asked Mo Fan. You're being annoying. Mu Ningxue and Mo Fan returned to the room where everyone was staying in to check out Zhao Manyang's condition. Zhao Manyang was still the same, with Nan Rongni looking after him. The girl was using the healing element to maintain his body temperature and prevent the cold from affecting his body. Mo Fan touched Zhao Manyang's head and immediately felt the chill. It was below the acceptable body temperature for human. His life would be at risk if he was not a magician. Nan Rongni, I'm sleeping with Mu Ningxue tonight, said Mo Fan. Nan Rongni's eyes widened slightly before she nodded shyly and said, all right, I'll sleep with Nunyu. Did you really have to say that? Snapped Mu Ningxue after hearing Mo Fan's words. I have to look after you. Mo Fan did not think he had said anything wrong. Everyone needed some rest. They had no choice but to leave everything until the next morning. Their best option was to look for the monks who had left for some kind of ritual. They would surely know something about Zhao Manyang's condition. Even if they could not find the monks, they could ask the nearby residents for more information. It was difficult to gather information when everyone was fast asleep. Nan Rongni, please don't take it wrongly, Mu Ningxue knew Mo Fan would not leave her. She quickly explained the situation to Nan Rongni. Nan Rongni agreed with Mu Ningxue's approach. If even she, a healer, had no clue how to deal with the strange disease, the only way left was to find its source. Why don't we all stay up for the night and look after Mu Ningxue, suggested Nan Romney. A while later, everyone had gathered back in the room. Jiang Xiaoshu and Jiang Yu had returned too. It was quite late when they went down the mountain, thus they could not find the owner of the izakaya. They simply grabbed people on the streets, yet none of them knew anything about the temple. As such, they had no choice but to wait until tomorrow. The other groups had already gone through the temple a few times, yet they had failed to find any clues. The only place left was the back of the mountain, but since the woods were currently pitch black, they still had to wait until morning to investigate. You asshole, how could you place Mu Ningxue in danger? You're the reason all of this is happening. Gong Yu went into a frenzy when he heard Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue's plan. In Gong Yu's eyes, he was Mu Ningxue's escort. How could she risk her life without his permission? Just piss off if you don't want to help. No one needs to listen to your barking anyway, shot back Mo Fan. Gong Yu was about to scold back when he was stopped by Re Zhangtu. Enough. Mu Ningxue has already agreed with the plan. Let's wait for now. Mo Fan, you look after her. The rest should get some sleep. Everyone must be tired, too. We must rest up if we want to overcome this problem, said Re Zhangtu. No way, I don't think Mo Fan alone can look after Mu Ningxue, said Gong Yu. Then you two will guard her tonight, said Re Zhangtu. Chapter 762. The Soul Eater is back. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Frankly speaking, if Miyota showed up again, Mo Fan would not hesitate to give her Guan Yu's name. Everything was already perfect if he could spend the night with Mu Ningxue in the same room, yet this guy had to come and disturb them. If it wasn't him, perhaps in 2 years, their kid would be old enough to buy some soy sauce from the grocery store. Mo Fan was nodding off, sitting close to the window. The trip on the sea had been extremely tiring, especially for someone who had not gotten used to being tossed back and forth by the waves. It would take a few days to recover. However, whenever Mo Fan closed his eyes, he would remember the evil grin under Miyota's innocent face. He had trouble clearing it from his mind. Mo Fan sat there and quietly watched Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue had her eyes closed. She seemed to be meditating. The girl was really something, still having the mood to cultivate despite knowing Zhao Manyan's condition. Looking at her smooth face, Mo Fan realized that her slightly curved eyelashes were quite attractive. He could not help but stare at them longer. However, his focus was soon attracted by her graceful breasts. It was surely a pair of bouncy, firmly beautiful mountains. Her thin clothing and undergarment were not enough to conceal the scenic view. Below the mountains were a long, slim waist which Mo Fan could wrap around with half his arm. He could not help but wonder what hugging her waist would feel like. As he further lowered his gaze, he immediately saw the girl's curves from her upright sitting posture. The curves were not just between her buttocks and her legs, but the elegant lines between her waist and pelvic bones. It was just perfect, without any sign of excess flesh. Her gentle curves and boniness were somehow alluring. Her silver hair dangling to the side was eye-catching even though it was slightly disheveled. Such a gorgeous beauty. If the asshole Guan Yu wasn't around, he would have the urge to pounce on her. It was necessary to act first and report later in many cases. The chance to go on a honeymoon with Mu Ningxue for more than a year was hard to come by. In Mo Fan's opinion, he strongly believed that he would be a disgrace to his identity as a pervert if he failed to make Mu Ningxue pregnant during this time. If a pervert did not have an ambition, how different was he from a gentleman? Nothing happened for the rest of the night apart from the rustling of leaves outside. Mo Fan and Guan Yu did not fall asleep for the whole night. Glancing out of the window, they could see a corner of the sea lit up by the rising sun. The waves were like pieces of colorful cloth, resulting in a beautiful scene. Mo Fan rose to his feet and stretched. He walked up to Mu Ningxue and nudged her, to let her know it was daybreak. It seems like we've made a mistake, I think. Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue. Mo Fan nudged the girl again. Mo Fan initially thought Mu Ningxue was still meditating, hence he tried to wake her up. To his surprise, Mu Ningxue did not open her eyes, even after the second nudge. Mo Fan felt his heart skip a beat. He quickly touched her forehead. Ice cold. Mu Ningxue's forehead was icy. Even though she normally had an icy aura too, Mo Fan knew it did not necessarily mean her face and body were ice cold. She was in the same condition as Zhao Manyang, her body temperature had fallen. Mo Fan opened her eyelids and saw her pupils covered by a layer of grayness. She did not react even when he blew into her eye. Go, tell the others, said Mo Fan sternly as he glanced at Guan Yu, who was feeling drowsy. Did she lose her soul too? Guan Yu was astounded. He quickly checked Mu Ningxue's condition. The situation escalated when Guan Yu learned Mu Ningxue's condition. He glared at Mo Fan, as if he was blaming it all on him. He quickly left to wake the others. Mo Fan was left alone in the room. Mu Ningxue remained in her sitting posture, yet somehow her life force had frozen. She did not wake up no matter how hard Mo Fan tried. Mo Fan clenched his fists when he saw Mu Ningxue's condition. His chest pulsed heavily with anger. That Miyota, he would never forgive her. Nan Roni came not long after. After checking Mu Ningxue's condition, she concluded that Mu Ningxue was in the same condition as Zhao Manyang. Their bodies were ice cold, and they had lost consciousness. According to the residents, they had lost their souls. Were both of you keeping an eye on her all the time? Asked Ari Zhangtu. I might have taken a little nap just before daybreak. I was too tired, said Guan Yu softly. I have been watching her the whole night. Nothing happened, the girl did not even show up in the room, said Mo Fan confidently. Two of you will stay and look after her. The rest should split up, said Ari Zhangtu. I didn't expect us to encounter something so strange just after we arrived in Japan, said Nanyu. There must be a reason behind every strange incident. Guan Yu, Li Kaifeng, look for the monks who had left the temple for the ritual. They must know the reason behind it if they have been living here for a long time. Mo Fan, Jiang Xiaoshu, Nanyu and I will look for the girl. I don't care what she is, there must be a way to cure them. Jiang Yu, Mu Tinjing, the rest of you will ask for information in the city. Find anything you can that's related to the temple, said Ari Zhangtu. 2 members of the team had fallen victim. No one had expected the situation to be so serious. The good news was, they found out that the girl Miyota that Mo Fan mentioned was responsible for it. They would soon find the answers after locking her down. We should look around the back of the mountain. I believe there's some secret there, said Mo Fan. The others had already checked the temple, yet they did not find any clue. The girl must be staying somewhere. The back of the mountain was suspicious for sure. The rest of the team immediately split up. Mo Fan, Jiang Xiaoshu, Ari Zhangtu, and Nanyu proceeded to the back of the mountain. They found an abandoned path. It seemed like someone had been here in the past. The woods at the back of the mountain were fairly thick. As they continued along the path, they even discovered stone lamps on both sides of the track. They could still see a marble path after clearing the weeds and soil covering the top of it. Mo Fan, I don't understand. If she can really kidnap their souls without us knowing, why didn't she target all of us at once? Why did she have to learn their names from you? Are the names that important? Asked Nanyu. I can't figure it out either. Damn it, if only the monk was still here. He can see the girl too, he definitely knows more about her, cursed Mo Fan. The young bull donkey was not at the temple either. It definitely gave Mo Fan a huge headache. Chapter 763. Vessel Demon Spirit. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The path on the back of the mountain was longer than expected. The stone lamps on both sides of the path were overgrown with weeds. The branches of the trees nearby even grew in the direction of the path, as if trying to block them. It was obvious that the plants were not too fond of having visitors. Mo Fan was currently in a fit of anger and had the urge to burn everything in his path. He completely forgot about the rule that prohibited them from starting a fire in a sacred mountain like this. The path started to lead them up a slope. As they arrived at the top, Mo Fan discovered an ancient structure nearby, hidden by thick trees and bushes. It was almost impossible to see it without following the path leading to it. "I'll do it, I wouldn't want you to burn the structure down." Jiangtu immediately stopped Mo Fan when he was about to vent his anger again. Jiangtu's gaze sharpened as a silver glow burst out from his eyes and slashed at the bushes ahead. Its sound was similar to a series of firecrackers. "Break!" Jiangtu's clothes flapped wildly in the wind. The energy of the space element immediately cleared the branches and shrubs around the structure, leaving a clear path. They were finally able to take a clearer look at the structure. It was a small, wide-open temple with 3 stairs, a balcony, and finally a central room. Mo Fan went up and saw something covered in dust in the temple. Mo Fan blew the dust away and realized the thing was a wooden clapper. The strange thing was, a wooden clapper usually had a smooth surface. It was commonly used to beat rhythm, yet the surface of this particular wooden clapper was full of markings. These markings were perfectly aligned, with strange fonts in the little squares between the markings. The fonts did not look Japanese, but more like some kind of ancient, magic runes. Mo Fan had a strange feeling when he saw the wooden clapper. Somehow, he felt like he had seen the strange, twisted fonts before. Why is there a wooden clapper here? Mo Fan tried to touch the wooden clapper, yet it suddenly unleashed a bright yellow arc of electricity. Mo Fan subconsciously withdrew his hand when he touched the lightning arc. A magic lock! Jiang Xiaoxiu stared at the junk-like wooden clapper with a confused look. Mo Fan could feel his finger turning numb. His gaze was fixed on the lightning arc covering the object. "It looks like a magic equipment." "Strange, why was it left here?" said Nunyu. She was quite an expert when it came to magic equipment. She drew closer to the wooden clapper and inspected it closely. Mo Fan was left speechless. He had never heard of a magic wooden clapper. What the hell could it be used for? Don't tell him that using it to beat rhythm would be able to convince the enemy to lay down their butcher's knife. Nanyu's hand hovered over the wooden clapper. She did not touch it directly. She closed her eyes and tried to communicate with the wooden clapper mentally. Surprisingly, the lightning arc slowly weakened. This must be a shield equipment, but its uses aren't as simple as shielding its bearer. "It seems to be hiding some other power," said Nunyu. "I only want to know if this thing is related to their condition," said Mo Fan. "I'm not sure either, give me some time, I might be able to decipher the text on it. This thing is very ancient." "I've only seen something similar in Hangzhou," said Nunyu sternly. The path had ended here. It was meaningless to venture any further. They had no choice but to wait patiently for Nunyu. However, a sudden thought crossed Mo Fan's mind when Nunyu mentioned Hangzhou. Mo Fan recalled that when Tang Yu brought him to the island on West Lake, there was an ancient building there. Its walls had many strange drawings and weird letters. The letters were distorted and incomprehensible, yet they were similar to the letters on the wooden clapper. "The magic lock is quite powerful, can she crack it?" Jiang Xiaoxiu asked Jiangtu. She was quite knowledgeable in that field, too. Jiangtu was more familiar with Nunyu than anyone else. He glanced at her stern expression and said, "She's quite an expert in things like formations, magic locks, and ancient curses. I believe she can crack most magic locks." A magic lock was a kind of magic applied to a certain thing to forbid people from touching or approaching it. Its concept was similar to a magic formation, supported by some other supplements. Usually, a vessel was the best carrier for a magic lock. Even though it looked like the wooden clapper was merely covered in some strange, scribbled runes, it was likely that the runes were actually a tiny magic formation. It would unleash a strong energy to protect it if anyone touched it. The lightning arc was quite powerful. Even Mo Fan, who possessed the lightning element, did not dare to touch it again. More importantly, equipment with a magic lock would remain unusable without unlocking the lock. They had no idea where Miyota was, so they could only hope that Nanyu could find some useful information from the strange wooden clapper. Sometime later, Nanyu sneezed softly. It was obvious that she was extremely focused. She would frown at times as if she was experiencing some difficulties. Jiang Shaoxu ran out of patience. She was just about to speak when Nanyu stopped inspecting the wooden clapper. "What did you learn?" asked Mo Fan. Mo Fan did not care about the wooden clapper. He was more eager to learn if the wooden clapper was related to Miyota in some way. "I think the girl you saw is most likely a vessel demon spirit," said Nanyu. "Vessel demon spirit? What the heck is that?" Mo Fan's eyes widened. It was his first time hearing about it. "It's a kind of ancient creature. A vessel demon spirit normally needs a very long time to form too. I bet you know that the magic equipment we use is also classified into different levels: normal, spirit grade, soul grade. Spirit grade implies that the equipment's intelligence is awakened. As for soul grade, it means the item has acquired its own soul," said Nanyu. Mo Fan knew about the classifications. It was the same as elemental seeds, normal seeds, spirit grade seeds, soul grade seeds. A soul grade vessel has its own consciousness, and even their own soul. If the vessel has existed for a long time, and with some exceptional conditions, the vessel can also cultivate and evolve into demon spirits. These demon spirits are similar to elemental spirits, except for the fact that they were born in powerful vessels. Chapter 764. The World Inside the Vessel. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A frosty land, where the immediate area was rich with the ice element, would not only nurture a powerful ice seed, there was a chance that it would give birth to an ice spirit, too. Mo Fan's little flame bell was the same. It was a unique creature born in the North Burning Valley, a life form nurtured by the flames of the fire calamity. Since places rich with elements had elemental spirits, and some vessels had souls, their souls would evolve into some unique life form. Mo Fan had never heard of demon spirits. He believed none of the classes he took had mentioned demon spirits either, so he was fairly astounded by Nanyu's explanation. "Are you telling me that a mere wooden clapper could give birth to a charming, dangerous teenage girl? It's rare to find a vessel demon spirit, and only those with a vessel can see a vessel demon spirit," added Nanyu. "That's strange. Mo Fan, why can you see it then? The wooden clapper's magic lock tried to shock you, it's clearly rejecting you, and if only its bearer can see the vessel demon spirit, why can you see the girl?" said Jiang Shaoxu. "How do I know? Since we figured out that little bitch is a vessel demon spirit, that makes the situation a lot easier. Let's smash the wooden clapper into pieces and kill her." Mo Fan's hot temper erupted again. He had no time to waste. He had to wake Mu Ningxue up, and Zhao Manyang too. "Don't," replied Nanyu immediately. "Nan Rongmi already said that the girl is the only way we can wake them up. If she's dead, Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyang might not wake up forever." "How are we going to deal with the demon spirit, then?" asked Ari Zhengtu. "The demon spirit is bound to the vessel. Destroying the vessel is indeed the only way to kill the demon spirit. Even the strongest magician can't do anything to an amorphous demon spirit," said Nanyu. "But you also said that they might not wake up if we destroy the vessel." "Just let me finish. There's another way too, but it's a bit risky. However, it's the most effective way to deal with a vessel demon spirit," said Nanyu. The others looked at her, waiting for her to tell them the method. "I don't know if you can understand what I'm about to say, but from my understanding, some powerful soul-grade vessels have a confined space in them. You can think of it as a standalone world inside the vessel." Nanyu paused on purpose, as she was afraid that they could not grasp it. Jiang Shaoxu and Ari Zhengtu were indeed puzzled by Nanyu's explanation, but Mo Fan surprisingly nodded. An inner world in a vessel was not a surprise to him. The Little Loach Pendant had a spacious world and the Nether River that stored countless soul remnants and soul essences. Using the Little Loach Pendant as an example, Mo Fan easily understood the concept of having an inner world in the wooden clapper. "You'll need to enter the world inside the vessel, and you'll be able to see and attack the demon spirit inside it," said Nanyu. Can living humans go inside the vessel? Jiang Xiaoshu never heard anything like this. She looked at Nunyu in disbelief. Yes, to be precise, you're not entering the vessel physically, it's only your will. How do I say it? It's like entering the vessel with your soul, like an out-of-body experience, said Nunyu. It was difficult to explain the details. Even Nunyu was unsure if a person's consciousness could enter the world inside a vessel. After all, she did not own a special vessel herself. Mo Fan was not too surprised. He would often enter the world inside the Little Loach Pendant to check out the progress of the Nether River. Mo Fan could not wait to fight the demon spirit now that Nunyu had told him he could enter the vessel. I'm afraid it's difficult to crack the magic lock, but I can help you enter the vessel, said Nunyu. I don't think I will be going in there, said Jiang Xiaoshu, shaking her head. She did not dare to try something she had never heard of, especially something like entering the vessel with her soul. What if her soul did not return? She would end up like Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyang. Mo Fan, I'll go with you. Ari Jiangtu was the fearless kind too. All right, based on what Nunyu said, it's possible that Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyan's souls were sealed inside the vessel, which is why we failed to wake them up, concluded Mo Fan. I'll stay here and keep an eye out. I have to say, it's my first time hearing about entering a vessel in the spirit form, said Jiang Xiaoshu. Nunyu slowly placed her hand onto the wooden clapper. The same lightning arcs burst out from it. Nunyu frowned slightly, as if she was enduring some pain. You have to find the demon spirit and eliminate it as quickly as possible once you're in there. I can't last for long, said Nunyu. What do we do now? Do we just pry into it with our will? Asked Mo Fan. Mo Fan knew how to enter the Little Loach Pendant, but he was unsure if it was the same for other vessels. The Little Loach Pendant was bound to his soul. Whenever he focused and cleared his thoughts, his consciousness would arrive close to the Nether River. Don't, the magic lock will react if you try to pry into it. It will inflict damage to your soul. I'll let Jiang Xiaoshu hypnotize you two first, before guiding your spirits into the vessel. The process will feel like a dream. By the way, if you're injured in the vessel, your soul will be injured too. If you die, your soul will die, reminded Nunyu. Seriously, we don't even know what's inside the vessel. Aren't we screwed if it's too dangerous in there, said Mo Fan. Nunyu shook her head and said, it won't be that serious. Both of you are advanced magicians, after all, so your souls are also at the advanced level. The world in the vessel is maintained by the vessel's energy. It's not strong enough to create an environment that's powerful enough to kill you. I don't understand, why would there be such an evil thing in the mountain behind a temple? Jiang Xiaoshu felt uneasy. Just pretend the vessel is able to create an illusion, and you two are entering the illusion inside the vessel, said Nunyu. Oh, does that mean it's related to the psychic element, said Jiang Xiaoshu. It's a mix of the psychic element, chaos element, and space element. If we break it down further, it might involve the sound element and curse element too. The vessel is quite high level, it contains magic formations constructed with a variety of elements. I'm surprised too, why would such a rare soul-grade vessel be left in this place, wondered Nunyu. Chapter 765. Searching for the Demon in the Illusion. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan and Ari Jiangtu were anxious about the condition of their teammates. They could not care less about the concept behind the wooden clapper. As Nunyu mentioned, they only needed to treat the world inside it as an illusion. The only way to deal with the amorphous demon spirit was by going into the illusion. Jiang Xiaoshu followed Nunyu's instructions and hypnotized Mo Fan and Ari Jiangtu, before Nunyu used some special method to guide their souls into the vessel. The truth was, the wooden clapper was imbued with the magic of the curse element. The curse was able to drag the soul of any living human nearby into the vessel and trap them like a cage. It was the main reason why the locals referred to it as a soul eater. It was not an exaggeration to call it a soul eater. Among the curse element spells, both the sinister spider trap and demon torture were able to inflict damage directly to their target soul. Demon torture could even torment the target by separating their soul from their body. Mo Fan felt his eyelids falling heavily after he was hypnotized. He sat beside the wooden clapper and closed his eyes. Strangely, when he opened his eyes again, he somehow felt restless. He glanced at Ari Zhangtu beside him and saw the man had just opened his eyes too. They both shared a similar experience. Damn! Mo Fan cursed all of a sudden. Ai Jiangtu quickly rose to his feet and scanned the surroundings, yet they did not see Jiang Xiaoshu or Nanyu. What happened? Where did they go? Ai Jiangtu was confused too. He looked around in the old and shabby temple, yet he did not see the two girls. The wooden clapper is gone too, in just a blink of an eye, said Mo Fan. Either way, we should go and look for them first, said Ari Jiangtu. Zhao Manyang and Mu Ningxue had already fallen victim, and now the two girls had gone missing right beside them. The situation was a lot more complicated. The two took the same path back and soon realized something strange. They remembered the path was previously covered by shrubs and vines, and the stone lamps on both sides were hidden by thick bushes too. But now, the path was clear and spacious. Not even dust could be seen on the marble path. It was clean enough to reflect the two's faces. What's going on? Said Mo Fan. Ari Jiangtu shook his head. He too found the series of events extremely odd. They continued along the path and went back to the main temple, and discovered that the temple was livelier than they thought. Around 8 monks were busy carrying baskets of fresh ingredients and vegetables around in the kitchen. Meanwhile, a slightly plump monk was giving orders and pointing his fingers around. Hey, you two, oh, pardon me, but you're not allowed to go to the back of the mountain. It's not open to visitors, the plump monk said in an unpleasant tone when he saw Mo Fan and Ari Jiangtu. Ai Jiangtu and Mo Fan exchanged glances with one another. They had no idea how to respond. The truth was, they could not understand what the monk was saying, as he was speaking in Japanese. They proceeded to the main hall and saw lots of people visiting the temple. They even saw an endless line at the entrance. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were dumbfounded. They immediately went to the room to find Nan Rongni, Mu Ningxue, and Zhao Manyang, but all the rooms were occupied by visitors from other places. There was no sign of their teammates. Did we somehow go back in time? Mo Fan stared at the lively temple in disbelief. Ai Jiangtu remained silent as he pondered. He glanced at the walls of the temple and said, Mo Fan, I believe we've entered the world in the vessel. Mo Fan was startled, but he soon understood what Ari Jiangtu was trying to say. Are you saying that the world inside the wooden clapper is actually this temple? Said Mo Fan in astonishment. Didn't Nanyu tell us that we're going into an illusion created by the vessel? I think we've fallen asleep, and our consciousness has entered someone else's dream, said Ari Jiangtu. Mo Fan calmed down and began to think. If Miyota was a vessel demon spirit, the world inside the vessel was most likely constructed based on her memories, including the monks, visitors, and residents. It feels too real, so real that we can't even tell we're experiencing an illusion, exclaimed Mo Fan. By combining the curse element and the psychic element, it's possible to convince a target to believe that a nightmare is real and torture the target to death using it, said Ari Jiangtu. Ari Jiangtu possessed the curse element, and so was rather calm after realizing the situation. If everything we see is part of an illusion or a dream, doesn't that mean we can do whatever we want? Asked Mo Fan. Ari Jiangtu shook his head and replied, it's unwise to think like that. The illusion is based on reality, so if we killed someone, the people of the Enforcement Union would appear and sentence us to death, too. Once our souls die in here, we will never wake up. It turns out that it isn't as real as I thought. I have lost my sense of smell and taste, said Mo Fan, helplessly munching on a carrot that he stole from the kitchen. We can still feel pain, emphasized Ari Jiangtu. Screw it, we won't be able to understand what's happening in this world, so let's find that goddamn demon spirit as soon as possible, said Mo Fan. After all, the illusion was still different from the real world. Once Mo Fan calmed his thoughts and observed his surroundings closely, he realized how different the world in the vessel was compared to the world outside. It felt similar to the moment he was about to wake up from a deep sleep. His vision was still in the dream, yet his smell, hearing, and touch were on the bed. It felt extremely strange. Mo Fan was munching a carrot, yet not only was it tasteless in his mouth, his nose had captured a totally different smell. The scent resembled the fragrance of a rose. Somehow, Mo Fan felt like Jiang Xiaoxiu was beside him and standing very close to him. As a matter of fact, Jiang Xiaoxiu was indeed standing right in front of Mo Fan. She was trying to see if Mo Fan was really asleep while his consciousness was roaming somewhere. Jiang Xiaoxiu never thought that her perfume would somehow remind Mo Fan that he and Ari Zhengtu were still in the temple at the back of the mountain where they found the wooden clapper. However, Ari Zhengtu and Mo Fan were troubled when they stood in front of the temple. They could see all of Shixiong City from here. How were they going to find the demon spirit in this world? The people in the illusion looked perfectly alive. They could not tell the difference between them and ordinary humans. Chapter 766. Using the fragrance as a clue. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan and Ari Zhengtu searched the temple, yet the place was too crowded with people from Shixiong City or other places. It was impossible to find the demon spirit among the crowd. They decided to visit the city after failing to find any clues in the temple. The city was lively and busy, but for some reason, there was something missing. Mo Fan and Ari Zhengtu walked from the temple to the city. They took the same stairs, the same path, walked on the same street. Even the owner of the izakaya was the same. Mo Fan clearly remembered his gently flickering, tiny eyes. However, Mo Fan could tell something was wrong with the city. He finally realized what it was when he almost reached the other side of Shixiong City. The world in the illusion was like a GIF image. Unlike the real world where everyone was carrying on with their lives, the people and events in the illusion were like a scripted program. They would all return to their initial position after the loop restarted. For example, they had seen an old woman dropping some fruits from her basket on the side of the road an hour ago. However, when they walked past the same place again, they saw the old woman dropping the fruits again in the same manner. Even the trails of the fruits when rolling on the ground were exactly the same. An old, yellow truck had just driven past, but it would drive past again some time later. They also heard the same honks from the harbor repeating after the same period of time. It seems like everything here is constructed based on the wooden clapper demon spirit's memories, which is why the events kept repeating in the time frame that she remembered. Didn't you notice the one particular area is somewhat blurry? It means she has never been to that part of the city, so she doesn't have any memory of it. Ai Jiangtu possessed the space element and soon discovered the bugs in this illusionary world. Mo Fan nodded, although he was fairly surprised on the inside. He did not think a small wooden clapper would be able to construct such an enormous world. He could not help but wonder at the wooden clapper's background. If this world is constructed based on her memories, it's most likely she's still using her own identity here, said Mo Fan. That's right, you've already seen the demon spirit, you know what she looks like. All we need to do is to find her, said Ari Zhengtu. I believe we've taken the situation too lightly. If we can wait until Jiang Yu and the others come back with some information, it will be easier for us to find Miyota, said Mo Fan. Ari Jiangtu nodded. He was about to say something when he smelled something. He subconsciously turned around, but there was nothing behind him. Did you smell something? Asked Ari Zhengtu. I did, it smells like Chinese mugwort, said Mo Fan. It was fairly easy to identify the smell of Chinese mugwort when it was set aflame. Mo Fan remembered his dad often burned it to provide some relief for his stomach. Is there Chinese mugwort nearby? I don't think so. Hang on, we have no sense of smell in this world. The scent has come from the outside. Strange, aren't Nanyu and Jiang Xiaoxiu keeping an eye for us? Why are they burning Chinese mugwort? I think it's right in front of, cough cough, holy crap, are they burning it right beside my nose? The smell, it's too strong. Mo Fan began coughing. What are they up to? Why are they burning Chinese mugwort close to us? Ari Jiangtu was confused. Back in the rundown temple, Jiang Yu was holding a stalk of burning Chinese mugwort and fanning it into Mo Fan and Ari Jiangtu's noses. The two almost teared up from the strong smell. Is it going to work? Chinese mugwort is pretty common in our country, but the environment here in Japan isn't suitable for their growth, said Mu Ningxue. Which is why, if they can find the place with Chinese mugwort, they will be able to find Miyota too. Didn't you hear them sleep talking? They are most likely in Shixiong City from a few years ago, said Jiang Yu. Mo Fan and Ari Jiangtu were unaware that every conversation they had in the illusion would be spoken to in the real world. To the others, it simply looked like they were talking in their sleep. Through their speech, Jiang Xiaoxiu and Nanyu were able to understand the world inside the vessel. By the way, didn't you say that Miyota is actually a person from Shixiong City, said Jiang Xiaoxiu to Jiang Yu. Yeah, Miyota's house has a herb garden planted with wild chrysanthemums and Chinese mugwort. When some monk that knows the art of healing came to the temple, he needed to find a supply of natural herbs. Miyota would visit the temple occasionally to deliver the dried herbs, so she's quite a regular of the temple, said Jiang Yu. Then how did she become a dangerous demon spirit? Asked Jiang Xiaoxiu. Inside the illusion of the wooden clapper. The quick-witted Mo Fan immediately realized that someone in the outside world was trying to give them hints when he smelled Chinese mugwort. Otherwise, it did not make sense for them to burn a stalk of Chinese mugwort and fan its scent at them. It doesn't make any sense. Why would they know what's happening in this world? Said Ari Jiangtu. I feel like they do. Should I try? How? Hey, if you assholes know what's happening in here, please move the herb away. I can't even breathe. Mo Fan raised his head and cursed, pointing at a cloud. Ari Jiangtu was left speechless. He had failed to understand Mo Fan's intelligence, coming up with such an unreliable approach. However, Ari Jiangtu was soon dumbfounded when he discovered the scent of the Chinese mugwort weakening. The heck? Did it actually work? Ari Jiangtu was lost for words. It actually worked, HH. Mo Fan grinned. To confirm it once again, he added, ask Jiang Xiaoxiu to come closer, so I can smell her perfume. A while later, after the scent of the Chinese mugwort weakened, Mo Fan immediately captured Jiang Xiaoxiu's alluring rose fragrance. Ari Jiangtu had smelled it too. His tanned face had an utterly impressed expression. Come closer, hey, Ari Jiangtu, do you know that Vixen Jiang Xiaoxiu has a natural body fragrance? She smells like roses even though she isn't using any perfume. It smells quite nice. The smell is stronger. Are her boobs right in front of us? Could this be the so-called boob fragrance? Mo Fan wondered aloud. As soon as Mo Fan finished the sentence, he immediately felt his face burning with pain. Ari Jiangtu was startled, too. He took a closer look and saw a palm print on Mo Fan's face. It seems like they can hear whatever we say, Ari Jiangtu coughed awkwardly. You should watch what you say. Chapter 767. The Non-Existent Island, Part 1. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was unaware that his actual self would be repeating the same words he said in the dream. Not only was he scolded as a pervert, he even took a slap to the face. Mo Fan did not dare to make a sound after receiving the slap, not because it was heavy, but he was feeling awkward after exposing his true nature. Are you trying to tell us to look for places with Chinese mugwort? If yes, ask Jiang Xiaoxiu to move her boobs. Let me smell Jiang Xiaoxiu's fragrance, said Mo Fan, looking at the sky. As he thought, the faint rose fragrance appeared again. It implied that the people on the outside could actually hear them talking, thus they had responded using smell. The situation was clearer with the clues provided. Since Shixiong City was located by the sea, they would only find Chinese mugwort in certain places. Not long afterwards, they found an herb garden less than 2 kilometers away from the temple. The herb garden looked quite ordinary, with a short fence surrounding it. There were a few white sheds nurturing a few plants that were not suitable for planting outside due to the moisture in the air. Everything is clearer and more specific here. I think we found the right place. Mo Fan and Ari Jiangtu immediately felt everything was more realistic when they arrived at the herb garden. It was a sign that the creator of the illusion was more familiar with this place than anywhere else. Even the island to the south looked clearer than other places. The two entered the herb garden and saw an old man looking after the place. The old man was surprised to see them, since it was rare for their garden to have customers. Mo Fan asked the old man if there was a girl called Miyota in English. The old man could only speak Japanese, yet he did understand the name Miyota. He replied in Japanese, telling Mo Fan and Ari Jiangtu that the girl had gone to the rock by the sea. The two walked south from the herb garden. They passed a barren area and reached a giant rock at the end. The rock was like a little cliff because of the height of the area, and they could see a part of Shixiong City and the sea in the distance. Mo Fan and Ari Jiangtu walked straight to the cliff and saw a teenage girl in ordinary clothing. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail with an orchid hairpin. Her face was pale white. She was wearing a dress that reached her knees and a pair of sandals. Her legs were like lotus roots, making her look very petite. "Is that her?" asked Ari Jiangtu. Mo Fan nodded. He directly approached Miyota. Mo Fan saw her crouching on the rock. She was holding a little carving knife with her back toward them. It looked like she was carving some words on the rock. She was extremely caught up in the process. Her lonely figure facing the ocean was somehow pitiful. Mo Fan walked up and stood beside Miyota. Miyota was totally unaware of his presence. She continued to carve the words on the rock. Mo Fan realized that her hand had already been cut by the carving knife. Fresh blood was dripping onto the rock, filling the gaps of the carved words, like they were written in blood. Mo Fan could not read Japanese, but some of the letters were the same as Chinese letters. He could clearly tell that Miyota was carving the young monk's name. She kept bleeding while carving the words, tears rolling down her cheeks. The sorrow displayed on her face felt extremely real. Why didn't they believe me? Why did none of them believe me? We didn't do anything. Miyota finished carving the last word in tears. Before Mo Fan could chat with Miyota, she suddenly rose to her feet and ran to the edge. She had her eyes closed. Her sandals fell off as she ran. Mo Fan subconsciously tried to stop Miyota, yet discovered that she was only an illusion. He could not stop her. She ran to the edge and fell off the cliff. Mo Fan stood on the edge, watching her dress drifting in the wind and her sad expression as she fell in the air, before landing in a pool of blood, splattering on the rocks under the cliff. Ari Jiangtu was stunned by the sequence too. The whole thing looked so real, like a girl overwhelmed with despair committing suicide. Even her corpse was extremely shocking. Does this mean she killed herself many years ago?" said Ari Jiangtu after calming down. "It does look that way." "So, she turned into a harmful demon spirit?" wondered Mo Fan. The two stood on the edge. Someone soon discovered Miyota's corpse. More people crowded around her corpse. The police quickly sealed the area off. "What do we do now?" Ari Jiangtu asked helplessly. "No idea, I don't think that's the demon spirit." "It's like a memory fragment," said Mo Fan. "It smells like sandalwood," said Ari Jiangtu, all of a sudden. Mo Fan took a deep breath and indeed smelled sandalwood. "Are they asking us to go to the temple?" speculated Mo Fan. "Most likely." They hurriedly made their way back to the temple. The temple was no longer crowded with people. It seemed like news about Miyota's death had reached the temple. The door was tightly shut. Xinyu, the old monk in charge of the temple who had allowed Mo Fan and the others to stay at the temple, was gathering the monks. He had asked them to attend a meeting in the rear hall. It was obvious that they all knew who Miyota was. They were exchanging glances with one another after they heard the news. Mo Fan could see the shock and helplessness in their eyes. She left a suicide note. "Even though she has died, we're responsible for her death for pressuring her." The police are already asking us questions. Should we cover it up? Asked the old monk, Xinyu. We can't let anyone know the truth. If the incident is reported, no one will ever come to our temple, responded the plump monk in charge of the kitchen. That's right, our temple is famous for blessing people's relationships and marriages. Her death is surely going to affect us. Sigh, she was nothing but trouble. How can you say that? Even though what happened between Noro Orisora and Miyota is unpleasant, Miyota has already used her death to prove that she didn't have an affair with him. We should be held responsible for her death. Orisora, we never thought Miyota would do something like this. My condolences, said Xinyu. Noro Orisora was sitting on a futon with his head lowered. It was impossible to tell if he was listening. However, from his dark expression and his occasional twitching face, he was clearly feeling a great rage in his heart. Everyone knows Chi Hai was the one who was spotted meeting a girl privately, but somehow Miyota and I were accused instead. How dumb are you all? Look what you've done, you forced Miyota to kill herself to prove that we were innocent. Noro Orisora rose to his feet and snapped furiously, pointing at another young monk. The monk called Chi Hai tried to hide from Noro Orisora's gaze, but he soon spoke with a firm tone, I didn't do it. You weren't at the temple, and when they asked where Miyota was, she said she had spent the whole night on a little island, but there's no island around here at all. She must have come up with the lie in a panic when we discovered your secret. How absurd, she even took us to the cliff to show us the island, but there was nothing there. She was clearly lying, she must have had a secret date with you. You've ruined the temple's reputation, and you even tried to frame me. Chapter 768. The Non-Existent Island, Part 2. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Rundown Temple. Jiang Xiaoshu leaned against a pillar slightly covered in dust and looked at Jiang Yu. So you're saying, the monk called Chi Hai is messing around with some girl, and he's jealous of Noro Orisora because he's popular among the visitors. When someone saw Chi Hai with a girl, he framed Noro Orisora instead and accused him and Miyota, who often came to the temple to deliver the herbs. Jiang Xiaoshu repeated Jiang Yu's words. Exactly, the witness didn't see it clearly either. He only saw the person's bald head, wearing the same clothes as the monks of Yangming Temple. I believe we all know how scary rumors are. Even when the witness didn't see the person clearly, soon everyone will assume it was Noro Orisora and Miyota. After all, Noro Orisora is indeed quite close with Miyota. So the people found Noro Orisora and Miyota and asked what they were during that night. Noro Orisora did visit Miyota that night. He said that he went to pick up some herbs, and went back to the temple right after. He happened to stumble into Chi Hai, who was going down the mountain on the same night, which is why Noro Orisora was confident that Chi Hai was the one who was spotted. However, when the people asked Miyota where she was, something went wrong, said Jiang Yu. Jiang Xiaoshu said confusingly, what exactly did Miyota say to make everyone believe they were both lying? Miyota said she was in a bad mood that night, so she went to the island opposite the cliff and spent the whole night there enjoying the sea breeze. She even saw the sunrise, said Jiang Yu. Is there anything wrong with that? Even if they didn't have any witnesses, they still can't deem them guilty just like that, said Jiang Xiaoshu. The problem is the island that Miyota mentioned never existed. We even went to confirm it, there isn't any island there. I don't understand why Miyota would say that when there's obviously no island around. It's obvious that Miyota is lying. She even brought the people to the cliff to show them the island, but it was completely empty. Since Miyota was lying, everyone immediately assumed there was something going on between Noro Orisora and Miyota. Only people panicking would try to cover things up with such a ridiculous lie, said Mu Tingjing. Jiang Xiaoshu was confused too. Why would she say that? How would I know? The rumor spread quickly, even people in the city knew about it. After that, Miyota learned that the temple was going to expel Noro Orisora for ruining the temple's reputation. To prove they were innocent, the girls soon committed suicide. After Miyota's death, the whole situation escalated. Soon, rumors about the Soul Eater in the temple began to spread around. Everyone said that it was Miyota's ghost roaming around the temple. She would be infuriated when she saw young couples at the temple and would kidnap their souls. Jiang Shaoxiu recalled everything that happened and soon understood the entire incident. Although Miyota did not turn into a ghost, she did turn into a vessel demon spirit and kidnap people's souls. "So you are here, we've been looking for you all." Li Kaifeng was walking toward them on the path. Jiang Shaoxiu blurted out when she saw them approaching, "Aren't you and Gong Yu supposed to look for the monks who left the temple for some ritual?" "Yeah, we found them. They told us they are clueless, too. By the way, what are they doing?" "They looked like they are asleep." Li Kaifeng walked up to Mo Fan and Ari Zhengtu and stared at them blankly. They went inside an illusion, the world that the demon spirit created with her memory. It's a vessel demon spirit. Some high-level vessels have a unique space inside them. The vessel demon spirits can create an illusion inside the space as they wished. The illusion is Shixiong City a few years ago. Mo Fan and Ari Zhengtu are in there looking for the demon spirit, which is the girl Miyota. Jiang Shaoxiu tried to explain the situation to Li Kaifeng in a single speech. Li Kaifeng had a blank face after hearing the explanation. Jiang Shaoxiu rolled her eyes. Jiang Yu chuckled too. It was difficult to understand the situation in a short amount of time. Inside the illusion. Even though Mo Fan and Ari Zhengtu did not understand Japanese, it was obvious that the entire city was discussing the incident. Everyone had already heard the details of the whole process. "He must be very sad," said Ari Zhengtu, glancing at Noro Orisora. Mo Fan and Ari Zhengtu had lost the trail. They could only follow the sad Noro Orisora secretly. Noro Orisora left the temple. He headed to a mountain to the north of Shixiong City. Up on the mountain, Noro Orisora was holding the carving knife left by Miyota. He was carving crazily on every rock, trying to vent his anger. His hand was bleeding, too. The blood dropped onto the rocks. Mo Fan and Ari Zhengtu were grieved by the sight. It was obvious that Miyota was in love with the monk, and the monk was in love with her too. However, they did not cross the line. Their pure relationship only consisted of delivering herbs and healing people. They did not mess around with one another like the others had described. Now that Miyota was dead, Noro Orisora could only hurt himself to vent his sorrow and anger, to mourn for the deceased girl on this deserted mountain. "Mo Fan, I think we're running out of time." Ari Zhengtu looked into the distance and saw Shixiong City turning blurry. The space within his vision was distorted. "But we haven't found the demon spirit." Mo Fan was unwilling to give up. He felt sorry for Miyota, yet it did not mean she could turn into a demon spirit and hurt other people. "We can come back again, but it's too much of a burden if we stay any longer. Let's head outside and discuss things with the others. Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyang will be fine for now," said Ari Zhengtu. "All right." Mo Fan knew it was useless to search aimlessly. The Miyota that died was only an illusion. It was not Miyota herself. Perhaps the actual demon spirit was still roaming in the outside world. Back in the rundown temple, Mo Fan and Ari Zhengtu opened their eyes. Even without smelling Jiang Shaoxiu's scent, they could easily tell they had returned to the real world. "How was it?" asked Jiang Shaoxiu. "It feels like we've just watched a sad movie," Mo Fan calmly replied. Ari Zhengtu nodded silently. Mo Fan saw Li Kaifeng and immediately asked excitedly, "By the way, did you find the young monk, Noro Orisora?" "Don't mention it, I was almost scolded by those monks," said Li Kaifeng. "What? Why would they scold you?" asked Mo Fan in confusion. "Noro Orisora died a few years ago," said Li Kaifeng. Mo Fan's eyes widened. "Bullshit, I even talked to him at the temple yesterday. He told me not to sit on the stone turtles, said that I'll be punished by the ocean." "That's what the monks told me, I have no reason to lie to you," said Li Kaifeng. Mo Fan was just about to respond when Nanyu interrupted quickly. "Mo Fan, the young monk you mentioned, did anyone else other than you see him?" Mo Fan immediately shivered when he heard Nanyu's question. It even gave him goosebumps. Chapter 769. The monks are in trouble. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The chill covering Mo Fan from his head to his toes stayed for quite a long time. He stood there blankly until he finally collected his thoughts. There are 2 demon spirits. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see the memory fragments after Miota's death. Those memories belong to Noro Orisora, blurted out Ari Jiangtu when he suddenly realized the same thing. Ari Jiangtu's words immediately reminded Mo Fan. He looked at Li Kaifeng and asked, "By the way, where did you find the old monks?" "Menying Mountain, I think that's how the locals call it. The monk in charge, Xin Yu, and the others are all there." "What were you 2 saying?" "I didn't understand a single word." "What demon spirits?" said Li Kaifeng. As soon as Li Kaifeng finished his sentence, Mo Fan and Ari Jiangtu exchanged glances with one another. They both saw the shock in one another's eyes, as if they were aware that something terrifying was about to happen. "This is bad, we must go to Menying Mountain at once." Mo Fan raised his tone. Ari Jiangtu was most likely the only one who understood what Mo Fan was trying to say. He immediately used blink without hesitation, blurring and vanishing in the next second. Mo Fan could sense the ripple of the space element a few hundred meters away. "What's going on?" Li Kaifeng was even more confused. Nanyu and Jiang Shaoxu knew something serious was about to happen judging from their stern expressions. "Stop asking questions, bring us to Menying Mountain at once," urged Mo Fan. All right." They did not have the time to notify the rest of the team. They immediately headed for Menying Mountain at the quickest speed possible. Menying Mountain was located on the other side of Shixiong City. It was just an isolated mountain, with nothing on it apart from some rocks. It was rare to see any visitors on the mountain, either. After passing Shixiong City, Mo Fan, sprinting with the blood tabi, barely caught up to Li Kaifeng. Ai Jiangtu was already on his way to the mountain, but it was hard to tell if he could make it in time. "What the heck is going on?" Jiang Shaoxu could not help but ask as they were running. Mo Fan glanced at Menying Mountain that was still around 2 kilometers away and said with a deep voice, "We saw Noro Orisora doing something strange in the illusion." "What thing?" asked Jiang Shaoxu. "After Miota killed herself, Noro Orisora was carving strange words on some rocks. Ari Jiangtu and I thought he was only venting his anger, so we didn't put too much attention on them, but we now realized that wasn't the case," said Mo Fan. "Was there anything wrong?" "I heard Miota was also carving words on a rock from your sleep talking." "Noro Orisora must have done the same thing because he loved her," said Jiang Shaoxu. "The problem is, the place that Noro Orisora was carving the words was Menying Mountain, the place where all the monks of Yangming Temple have gone to," said Mo Fan. Jiang Shaoxu, Nanyu, and Li Kaifeng immediately came to a realization. They stared at the barren Menying Mountain in astonishment. A bloody ray burst into the sky from Menying Mountain, still a block away, proving that Mo Fan's speculation was on point. The light was bright and eerie, like a reflection when sunlight was shining off a lake of blood, a sinister sight. "The monks are in trouble," screamed Jiang Shaoxu. Menying Mountain basically had no plant life. The city area at the foot of the mountain was an old block that was scheduled to be demolished. The work had resulted in dust filling the sky. The mountain was barren rocks, even weeds were rare. A few dozen bloody rocks were floating in the air, forming an eerie curse pattern looming over the mountain. The ground had some notches filled with fresh blood. The smell of it lingered in the air. The fresh blood continued to flow through the notches, constructing the same curse pattern formed by the floating rocks. It looked like a 3-dimensional skeleton's head when viewed from the sky. When the pattern on the ground was completed, the blood rocks gathered together and stacked up into a tombstone at the center of the mountain. The initial random carvings on the rocks combined into a eulogy. The dry blood suddenly turned fresh and bright, as if someone had just filled them. "What's going on? Why is this happening to us all of a sudden?" the plump monk in charge of the kitchen screamed like a terrified woman. "It's the revenge of the ghosts, it must be. I told you we should leave the temple when we had the chance. We're done for," a middle-aged monk who was in charge of discipline shrieked hoarsely. A few other monks who were still dressed in special outfits fell to the ground in fear. A cold breeze with the stench of blood swept in their direction. Under their feet was an eerie pattern, and at the center of stood a tombstone with blood-written words. They had never seen anything so horrifying. They could not even stand properly despite having yet to see any demon creature. It's finally happening. I have already had enough over the past few years. An old monk sat on the ground and closed his eyes. They were invited here to conduct a ritual, yet it turned out that the ritual was conducted for them instead. They were the ones who should repent and be transcended. Orisora, Orisora, I know we've made a mistake. We've been chanting the sutras and praying for you and Miyota, hoping that you can find peace in the afterworld. Shinyu dropped to his knees and buried his face on the ground. The others were absolutely terrified. They were only a bunch of ordinary monks. They had never seen a real curse or ghost before. They had been living in fear for the past few years, but it had still happened in the end. Nora Orisora had never planned to forgive them. Chihai pointed at the blood tombstone and yelled, "Stop trying to trick us, Nora Orisora, you shameless prick, trying to scare us with a little trick. We all assumed you who brought disgrace to the temple had died, and everything would remain in the past. However, not only did you fake your death, you even tried to scare us with such petty tricks. Nora Orisora, show yourself, I'm not scared of you." "Chihai, admit what you've done, he might spare us our lives," said the old monk who had his eyes shut. "What is there to admit? I didn't do anything wrong, it was Nora Orisora having a secret date with that little bitch." Before Chihai could finish, he was knocked flying by some force. His body slammed hard against the tombstone. Chapter 770. So you're that kind of a monk. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Chihai's limbs were spread apart as he was hung on the eerie tombstone. He finally realized that it was not some magic trick after the unknown force appeared. Chihai suddenly burst out screaming. His right eye was torn out, as if some ghost had just ripped it out. Blood jetted out from the hole, smearing down his face. The monks shivered in fear when they saw Chihai suddenly lost an eye. However, the monks soon cried out in agony too. Their ghastly cries reached the bottom of the mountain. The monks were holding their right eyes. Blood jetted out between the gaps of their fingers. Every monk's right eye was torn out, starting from Chihai, including the old monk who had accepted his fate. He was the only one who did not cry out. He remained sitting on the ground with a pale face while enduring the pain, but the other monks were already rolling on the ground, leaving blood all over the trail. "What is the point of keeping your right eye if you can't tell who's right or wrong?" an icy voice echoed in everyone's ears. The monks huddled in fear, and some even begged for their lives. They recognized Nora Orisora's voice. The man was already dead, yet they still heard his voice. Wasn't it obvious that he had turned into a ghost and come to get his revenge? He had come for them. It's meaningless to keep your right ear if you insist on believing in rumors instead of the truth. Nora Orisora's ghastly voice appeared once again. The monks immediately felt their right ears being contorted. The same sharp pain they felt from their right eye was coming from their right ears. It started with Chihai, who was hung on the tombstone. His right ear was torn off, blood splattering everywhere. The monks felt like they had all fallen into hell after hearing him scream. Every monk from Yangming Temple, including Xinyu, had their right ear tore off. An enormous pain came from their right ear even before they managed to recover from the previous pain coming from their right eye. They even preferred that Nora Orisora kill them straight away instead of torturing them. A hand that only knows to hit a person who is down instead of helping them up is useless too. Nora Orisora's voice was filled with suffering. The monks who had gone through the punishment twice were aware of their upcoming fate. Their fear and hopelessness had turned into incoherent cries and begging. They did not want to experience the same thing for the third time. They were utterly regretful. "Please, I'm begging you. Orisora, it's all our fault. Please stop torturing everyone." The old monk was soaked in sweat. His willpower was quite impressive, as he was the only one that could speak properly. The other monks were already rolling on the ground begging for mercy, especially Chi-Hai hanging there on the tombstone. He had already wet his pants from the mix of pain and fear. "Your resentment isn't going to bring a dead person back to life," said an icy voice. The old monk felt that the voice was just nearby. He slowly raised his head and saw a monk in a black robe standing in front of him with the blurred vision of his left eye. The old monk was stunned. The person he was looking at was Noro Orisora. Did losing his right eye allow him to see the ghost? Noro Orisora slowly walked toward the tombstone. He stood in front of Chi-Hai with an eerie grin. 2 red demons were standing close to the tombstone. They looked exactly the same as the demons described in scriptures and ancient scrolls that were responsible for punishing people for the sins they had committed. They had horns on their foreheads, intimidating faces, sharp fangs, hands like claws, and chains on their feet. The 2 demons were the ones punishing them. One of them was holding Chi-Hai in place, while the other was grabbing his right arm. It was planning to rip his arm off. "Stop it, Noro Orisora!" A firm voice appeared as the old monk was at his wit's end. The old monk did recognize the voice. It belonged to one of the young travelers staying at the temple. Noro Orisora slowly turned around. His eerie, dark grey eyes were staring at Ari Jiangtu. His lips slightly curled upward as he said in a cold tone, "Are you poking your nose into someone else's business? Oh, I forgot that you can't understand Japanese. What happened to you and Miyota was pitiful, but trying to get your revenge by kidnapping people's souls and turning them into demons is a wicked and abominable act," snapped Ari Jiangtu, glaring at the cursed pattern. "Try to stop me if you can, but unfortunately, you can't even see me," said Noro Orisora disdainfully. Ari Jiangtu's heart sank. Noro Orisora had nailed it. He was unable to see Noro Orisora. He could only estimate Noro Orisora's position judging from the monk's sufferings and the demon spirit's voice. "Stop it at AH!" Chi-Hai screamed out in agony before Ari Jiangtu could finish his sentence. Fresh blood splattered on the ground. Chi-Hai's right hand was torn off. His throat could no longer make any noise after all the screaming. His body was jerking wildly as blue veins surfaced all across it. "Asshole!" Ari Jiangtu was infuriated. A great aura burst out from his body, knocking everything nearby away. His will was lingering in his surroundings. Everything that his furious will came into contact with was shattered into pieces. Noro Orisora was crueler than he had imagined. "Noro Orisora, Noro Orisora!" Mo Fan's shout came from behind Ari Jiangtu. Ari Jiangtu turned around and saw Mo Fan sprinting on the mountain path in his blood tabi. He was charging like a wild boar, leaving a trail of dust behind. Mo Fan ran to the edge of the cursed pattern and saw Noro Orisora standing inside it. He was wearing a slightly different robe this time. "Noro Orisora, I never thought you were that kind of a monk. When I first met you, I thought you're a righteous bull donkey who will stick to your bottom line. Who knew you're nothing but a psycho, using the vessel to keep your memory fragments and convince yourself that the whole world owed you justice, and you turned yourself into a detestable demon spirit. Miyota is already dead, yet you still did not spare her. You used her ghost to prey on the visitors of the temple. You're a shameless, vicious, filthy, selfish, merciless, depraved monk. Go to hell and stay there forever." Mo Fan was already full of rage. He pointed at Noro Orisora and cursed him soundly. Chapter 771. Evil Spirit and Red Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The monks who were crying out in pain were relieved when they saw someone who seemed to be a magician had come to save them. Their eye was poked blind, and their right ears were already torn off. If they lost their hand too, they would die from loss of blood, even if they endured the pain. Enough! Noro Orisora's hair stood upright in rage, displaying his pale white, terrifying face. "Bald prick, I don't care about your revenge, but hurry up and release my friend's soul," snapped Mo Fan, pointing at Noro Orisora. Ari Jiangtu was startled. He nudged Mo Fan and said, "Aren't you going to save the monks?" "I'm not a member of the World Peace Association. Doesn't Japan has their own exorcists, Ultraman, or Astro Boy to save them? I only care about Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyang," said Mu Ningxue honestly. Were the monks seriously hoping that Mo Fan would save them when they were in the wrong in the first place? He had worn all kinds of red scarves when he was back in his country, and they still expected him to preserve peace here in Japan? What for? In simple words, if Noro Orisora was willing to let Zhao Manyang and Mu Ningxue go, he would let the past be forgotten. I've already refined their souls. Otherwise, where did you think the cursed pattern drawn with blood came from? Noro Orisora did not show Mo Fan any respect at all. He spilled the beans straight away. "Asshole, you've chosen to drink the forfeit when you could drink the toast instead. Do you really think your grandpa Mo Fan is just a foreign visitor? I've killed more than 10,000 demon creatures like you." Mo Fan was infuriated. How dare he use the energy of Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyang's souls to refine his harmful demon formation? It was likely that he had been using the energy from the kidnapped souls to do his evil deeds. This Japanese monk was definitely not an honorable monk. Dating someone, kidnapping souls, murdering people, Mo Fan felt he was obliged to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. "Ai Jiangtu, stay away, I'm going to kill him." Mo Fan waved his hand, implying that he was about to have a showdown with the demon spirit. Ai Jiangtu could not interfere even if he wanted to. He could not even see Noro Orisora. Transcending lightning. Mo Fan summoned a few lightning bolts as he pointed his finger into the sky. The lightning descended rapidly from the spacious sky with lightning arcs spreading in all directions. The thickest bolt was the quickest to fall with a blinding flash. The purple-black lightning space-trembling effect rumbled in the area. The rocks on the ground turned into dust and floated in the air. Noro Orisora was like a phantom. The truth was, he was floating around just like Miyota. His robe barely drifted in the wind, leaving several afterimages behind as he weaved through the gaps between the lightning strikes. When the lightning dissipated, not even the smallest spark had caught him. "You think you're so good at dodging? Try dodging this." Mo Fan pointed at the sky with two hands to summon the lightning disaster. "Try not to hurt the monks," reminded Ari Jiangtu. "I'll leave them in your care. I have to kill the demon spirit first. Otherwise, Zhao Manyang and Mu Ningxue will be in danger if their souls lose too much energy," snarled Mo Fan, slightly delaying the lightning. Ari Jiangtu nodded. He raised his hands and quickly moved the monks with illusionary claws formed by his will away from the area Mo Fan was directing his lightning at. Ari Jiangtu did not have time to worry about the monks. He simply grabbed them and tossed them away. The plump monk who was in charge of the kitchen was in midair when he saw the enraged Mo Fan summoning a bunch of lightning strikes. The lightning was falling directly to the ground, but it turned into a giant web with lightning arcs spreading in all directions. Noro Orisora had nowhere to escape to. He stood in the web of lightning, strong electricity conducted back and forth on him and leaving huge holes on his body. However, the holes did not bleed, nor was there any bone inside. The holes were empty and hollow. In addition to that, the wound soon recovered and mended slowly. He looked exactly the same as he was before. It felt like punching the surface of water. Even though it had created a huge ripple, the water would soon return to normal. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. He had fought against creatures with outstanding recovery ability, yet he had never seen a creature that could recover so quickly. Creatures like demon spirits were very strange indeed. Noro Orisora did not seem to be in a good mood. He coldly ordered the two red-faced demons who had just torn Chi Hai's arm off, "Kill him." The red-faced demons turned around. Their grey eyes stared right at Mo Fan. One of them even hurled Chi Hai's bloody arm in Mo Fan's direction. The red-faced demons were extremely powerful. Anything they tossed could easily smack a person half dead. Mo Fan quickly dodged aside. The arm smashed a hole in the rock beside Ari Jiangtu's feet. "Can't you see the two demons?" said Mo Fan to Ari Jiangtu. Jiangtu shook his head. He could not see anything, apart from the blood splattering across the place and the monks crawling on the ground. "And you call yourself a curse element magician," grumbled Mo Fan. The demon spirits were obviously not a kind of undead. It was more suitable to categorize them as curse element creatures. Their capabilities, illusions, and formations were related to the curse element. Jiangtu was supposed to be familiar with them. "Take those monks away, I don't care about their lives, but I wouldn't want to kill them by accident," said Mo Fan. The monks were lying all across the place, preventing Mo Fan from being able to utilize his full strength. Mo Fan immediately ran to the other side when the two red-faced demons approached him, giving Jiangtu a chance to save the monks. Nora Orisora was unable to stop Jiangtu's space element. Not long after, Jiangtu had moved all the monks out from the cursed pattern. As Mo Fan was kiting the red-faced demons, he realized that neither Nora Orisora nor the red-faced demons would leave the cursed pattern. He immediately recalled how Miyota had asked him for names. It seemed like creatures like demon spirits were unable to harm someone directly. They had to rely on curses or construct a cursed formation with a significant amount of time and effort. Although the cursed pattern had allowed the demon spirits to inflict damage to him, it also allowed Mo Fan to attack them too. Otherwise, Mo Fan's spells were totally useless against them. Nora Orisora had completely revealed his true appearance. His handsome face had turned ghastly like a monster. He had waited a long time to get his revenge today, but the two magicians had dragged all the monks out of the cursed pattern. His plan to get revenge was now in vain. He immediately directed the hatred that had accumulated over the past few years to Mo Fan. Chapter 772. You've crossed the line. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The red-faced demons were influenced by Nora Orisora's emotions. It was likely that the two ugly demons with horns and chains on their feet were showing the true appearance of demon spirits. The demons revealed their blue fangs as they began tearing at Chi Hai, whom Jiangtu could not save in time. The demons even tore the bones out of his flesh. It was hard to believe that Nora Orisora was a healing monk before, judging by his cruelty. Chi Hai's cry of agony echoed across Mening Mountain. His body parts were scattered across the place. It was worse than having his limbs torn off by 5 horses. "It's your turn next." Nora Orisora stood on the tombstone and snapped at Mo Fan while pointing at Chi Hai's body parts. "Let my friends go, and I'll let you die a quick death." Mo Fan was not someone to be messed with, either. Since Jiangtu had already saved the monks, Mo Fan no longer needed to conceal his strength. He let out a disdainful smirk when he saw the two red-faced demons trying to corner him and rip his arms off. The demon spirits were only abusing the fact that the others could not see them. Once they were spotted, they were far from being able to pose a threat to anyone. Not only were the two red-faced demons extremely slow, they were solely relying on their brute strength to attack. Mo Fan could easily dodge the attacks with fleeing shadow. After creating some distance, Mo Fan stomped his foot and drew a black shadow pattern. 6 giant shadow spikes appeared in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the giant shadow spikes flew right at the red-faced demons, 3 spikes for each of them. The spikes sealed their throat, nailed their waist, and suppressed their right leg. The shadow rope produced by the spikes wrapped tightly around the red-faced demons. Mo Fan had no time to waste with the two demons. He shifted his gaze as his left and right hands burst aflame. He threw his left fist forward, firing a giant fiery fist at the tombstone. The fan-shaped flames devoured half of the cursed pattern. Nora Orisora was still floating in the air. His black figure hovered above Mo Fan and pointed his finger. It emitted a bloody glow around, as if he was performing some demonic magic. There was no way Mo Fan would give Nora Orisora a chance to cast his demonic spell. The flames burning on his right hand were his true killing blow. Since Nora Orisora was right above him, he immediately threw his right fist forward. Fire in the form of dragons exploded forth. The fiery dragon pillars soaring into the sky were a great contrast to Nora Orisora's petty bloodlight. Nora Orisora did not expect Mo Fan to possess such a formidable cultivation despite being of similar age to him. He quickly stopped his channeling and dodged aside. As the fiery dragons rose into the sky, the spreading flames still caught Nora Orisora, setting him aflame as he was knocked high up into the sky by Mo Fan's punch. Telekinesis, illusionary claw. Mo Fan gathered his focus, pulsing with a deep silver glow. Nora Orisora was just knocked flying by Mo Fan's fiery fist when the illusionary claw dragged him back. Falling strike. The claw dragged Nora Orisora toward the ground with great strength. The impact was quite heavy. Nora Orisora was obviously not the kind of demon creature with outstanding physical capabilities. He was starting to lose consciousness when he slammed into the ground. Thunderbolt, wild strikes. Mo Fan was already an expert at casting intermediate spells. He immediately followed up with lightning strikes when Nora Orisora was thrown to the ground. Purple-black lightning dragon struck Nora Orisora and the ground and turned into lightning chains. Even the two red-faced demons who were sealed in their places were hurt by the lightning. I thought you were better than that. It's time to put an end to this. Skyflame Funeral. Mo Fan had no intention of wasting his time. He immediately used his ultimate. Blazing red flames burst to life on Mo Fan's palms. At his command, the densely packed stars in the fire galaxy were aligned quickly. A bright burning path formed between them as they reached certain positions. As more star patterns were constructed, they combined into a spectacular fire constellation, signaling that an enormous amount of energy was about to be poured out. Eat this, F***K me. Mo Fan was indulged in the destructive aura coming from his hands when a little accident took place. The 256th star was connected to a wrong star, which caused the spectacular star constellation to collapse within an instant. The star patterns gradually disappeared as the star orbits dimmed. The flames engulfing Mo Fan dissipated as soon as he made the mistake. The star constellation disappeared, leaving Mo Fan standing there blankly. The expression on his face was worse than the one he would wear after eating a fly. The breaking of the advanced spell was a huge contrast compared to the intermediate spells Mo Fan had cast so adept. Even Nora Orisora was stunned for a moment. In fact, Nora Orisora was quite scared of advanced spells. Damn it, how could I make a mistake at a time like this? Mo Fan was annoyed at himself and anxious. An advanced spell required 343 stars. It consisted of 7 star patterns, each constructed with 49 stars. Mo Fan had a high chance of completing it if he took his time, but if he quickened his pace, it would significantly increase the complexity. Mo Fan had yet to fully master the process. Nora Orisora was not stupid. He immediately floated away when he saw Mo Fan's mistake. He placed his hand by his lips and began to utter some chants. It looked like he was chanting some scriptures, yet the tone he was making sounded rather evil. Mo Fan could see 2 bloody rays coming out of his palms and shining upon the 2 red-faced demons. The 2 red-faced demons immediately cried out wildly as if they had gone into a frenzy. They were tearing their own flesh with their claws. The lumps of meat fell to the ground. They were simply tearing themselves apart. Mo Fan had no idea what the 2 red-faced demons were doing, yet when he saw the 2 familiar faces after the demons tore open their heads, great rage erupted in Mo Fan's heart. The 2 faces were none other than Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyang. I know you're using some kind of illusion. These demons are definitely not them, but your filthy act has indeed made me mad. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, my surname won't be Fan anymore. Mo Fan was still wearing the focus necklace. He would not be fooled easily by a petty trick trying to use his weakness to confuse his senses. Chapter 773. Eliminated by the Fiery Sword. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyrsid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had felt pity for Miota and Nora Orisora when he saw the memory fragments in the wooden clapper, but no longer felt the same way now. A righteous man would never abuse the curse element to harm innocent people, even if he had the ability to do so. The demon spirit was trying to use his relationship with Zhao Manyang and Mu Ningxue to mess with his mind, just so he would make a mistake again when casting spells. Mo Fan was utterly disgusted by it. A pitiful person would have detestable parts too. The saying was absolutely right. Little flame bell. Possess. Mo Fan was extremely furious. The rose flame that had perfectly merged with his body grew restless. Not long after the rose flame engulfed Mo Fan, a brown flame emerged. It was the Calamity Fire, the purest yet most imperious flame in the world. Since Little Flame Bell was already bound to Mo Fan's spirit, being possessed by her simply granted him an endless supply of fire. It felt like Mo Fan had just put on a burning robe. Even his hair was standing upright. Fierce flames sprouted under his feet, launching him like a burning arrow towards Non-Existent. Mo Fan was utterly reckless. The two red-faced demons that had disguised themselves as Mu Ningxue and Zhao Manyang tried to stop him, yet they were knocked flying by the flames engulfing Mo Fan. Non-Existent quickly backed off after losing the protection of the red-faced demons, withdrawing temporarily. Non-Existent was in a panic. He initially thought Mo Fan was only an ordinary magician from China who had come to Japan to train himself. To Non-Existent's surprise, not only was Mo Fan an advanced magician, his strength was also different than most magicians. His entire body was full of explosive power. Trying to run away? Did you ask my fists for permission? Mo Fan came to a stop, leaving trails of scorching waves on the ground. He did not purposely aim the fiery fist at Non-Existent, as he knew the demon spirit was still within its coverage. Flames burst forward and took the form of a ferocious wolf in the middle of the flight, an enormous, enraged lupine ramming forward. The small cursed pattern stood no chance against it. Little Flame Bell's training lately had been a great success. She could now transform into a giant wolf. Her appearance was basically the same as the Swift Star wolf, yet she was around 8 times bigger than it was. When Mo Fan combined the two types of flames, he never thought the result would be a ferocious wolf charging forward. The flames were even stronger than the fiery fist, 9 dragons. The fiery wolf left Non-Existent with no escape. The ground it sprinted across was scorched black. The enormous beast quickly devoured the tiny Non-Existent. Non-Existent's silhouette clearly turned slightly fainter after the collision and the burn. Mo Fan had noticed it too. He saw the demon spirit turning fainter when it was recovering after being hit before. The demon spirit must be something like a phantom. Its body would dissipate after receiving a certain amount of damage. You have come to stop me when you don't even understand anything. Do you really think you can kill me? I'm invincible. The smile on Non-Existent contorted after receiving the serious blow. His face turned red with bones growing out on his forehead. His fangs were exposed in the now too. The demon spirit was basically a monster. No matter how respectable and pitiful he was, or the fact that he used to be a kind monk in the past, he had turned into a demon with a strong lust to kill. I really don't understand why you're still keeping your appearance as a monk. You've used Miota's spirit to lure people into your trap. You are using revenge as an excuse to acquire more power. Look at you, your appearance is only so twisted because you've taken so many innocent lives. I suggest you get rid of the curse and return the souls you've kidnapped to the people before my sword is ignited. Invincible? Did he think Mo Fan was too stupid to observe the truth? I don't need you to teach me what to do. Everyone who tries to stop me shall die, roared Non-Existent. A malevolent blood curse appeared on Non-Existent's body, with red strings like hair spreading in all directions while writhing wildly. The dense, blood-colored hair converged on Mo Fan, yet he remained standing in the same spot. The little trick did not pose any threat to Mo Fan. His burning aura of the rose flame and the calamity fire could easily burn the cursed hair to ashes. Mo Fan had raised his hand high up in the air when he was talking. Fierce flames followed his hand and flowed up into the form of a long sword. The burning runes inside the fiery sword were shining. The outer layer's teeth were swaying. The sword was an impossible 10 meters long. Mo Fan was holding the hilt. He glared coldly at Noro-Orisora, who was struggling to escape the range of the attack. Demon spirits did not have blood or flesh. Their curses were hard to defend against, yet they were just mere phantoms formed by hatred. Flame Sword! The giant 10-meter fiery sword slashed forward in a huge arc. Noro-Orisora's cursed hair was split in half without any resistance. The sword cut the demon spirit perfectly in half, starting from its head. Its residue dissipated to the two sides with the fierce flames. The fiery sword was incredibly powerful. Noro-Orisora's bisected body tried to join together again, yet it was so faint that it was almost invisible. The flames lunged at the demon spirit mercilessly and burned what was left of it into ashes. Noro-Orisora's hate-filled eyes lingered in the flames, just to remember Mo Fan's face. If he was still alive, he could remember Mo Fan's face and try to get his revenge as a ghost, yet he was already a ghost now. The unique vessel had only granted him a slightly different skin and power compared to other spirits of the deceased. The fiery blow was enough to completely erase his existence from the world. Some remaining flames were still burning on the ground. A long smoldering scar was left on Mening Mountain. Even the tombstone was thoroughly destroyed. Mo Fan looked at Noro-Orisora's soul dispersing in the burning air. He did not let the little loach pendant collect the disappearing soul. Once the demon spirit was slain, the curse would disappear on its own, too. It was what Mo Fan had hoped for. At the very least, he did not let Mu Ningxue down. Chapter 774. A Stronger Vessel. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The monks were admitted to the hospital. Japan had its own city hunters too, but since the problem had been resolved, the monks did not want any more trouble. Back at Yangming Temple, Mo Fan hurried his way to where Mu Ningxue was resting and saw her awake. Nan Rongni was feeding her some aromatic mushroom soup. Mo Fan smiled when he learned that she was fine. Strange, I thought I was sleeping for a long time. Why is the sun just setting when I woke up? Asked Zhao Manyang in a confused voice. It turned out that the guy was still clueless about what happened. Mo Fan was too lazy to explain it to him. When we came back, the people whose souls were kidnapped before woke up too. However, their souls were separated from their bodies for too long. Their souls had lost too much energy. Even if they managed to wake up, their bodies would be extremely weak, and their lifespan would be reduced too. It is difficult to revert the damage done to a human soul, said Jiang Yu. They always say Japan has lots of ghosts. We already stumbled into one, even though we're staying at a temple. Such luck! The Magic Association of Shishiong City must be investigating it now. They will soon discover that we're here illegally. We should leave as soon as possible. We're still quite far away from Tokyo, said Nunyu. Shishiong City was the westernmost place in Japan, while Tokyo was located in the east. They basically had to travel across all of Japan to reach there. It was quite a long journey without taking a plane. The team was prepared to leave Shishiong City early the next morning. Nan Rongni was walking around holding a bowl of medicine in her hand. Did anyone see Zhao Manyang? He hasn't drunk his medicine yet, asked Nan Rongni. Nope, did he seriously go missing again early in the morning? Damn, don't tell me something happened to him again. Mo Fan's heart tightened. Isn't he right there? Jiang Yu pointed at the path leading to the back of the mountain. Zhao Manyang hurriedly returned from the back of the mountain and regrouped with the others. Gong Yu, who was still holding a grudge against him, snapped coldly as the team had wasted some time waiting for his return. Can you not run off for no reason? Do you seriously think we're on vacation? Zhao Manyang was too lazy to talk to Gong Yu. He sidled over to Mo Fan and nudged him. Hey, I have something to tell you. I had a very long dream last night. It's related to the temple in the back of the mountain. The dream was too complicated, so I can't really explain it all to you, but I feel like everything has happened for a reason. Didn't anyone tell you what happened? Said Mo Fan. What happened? Sigh, don't worry about it now. I've gone straight to the back of the mountain after I woke up. Guess what I found there? Said Zhao Manyang in a mysterious tone. His eyes were flickering with joy. "I bet you found a wooden clapper with carvings of some ancient words on it," replied Mo Fan. Zhao Manyang was dumbfounded. He raised his thumb at Mo Fan and said, "You're a F*** king genius, how did you guess it?" "It's a wooden clapper indeed. The place was exactly the same as what I saw in my dream, so I took the wooden clapper with me. I'm sure that it's a piece of treasure." Saying this, Zhao Manyang slowly opened up a piece of cloth he kept in his pocket. Inside it was the strange wooden clapper vessel in the rundown temple. Mo Fan was shocked. He immediately took a few steps back. Zhao Manyang was even more confused. Why was he scared of a wooden clapper? "Holy crap, how did you take it?" Mo Fan stared at the eerie wooden clapper vessel in disbelief. "How did I take it?" "With my hand, of course. Sai, I know it's wrong to steal it, but the place is quite run down. It's better for me to take it than leaving it there to rust away. Besides, I feel like it's calling me when I was asleep. On top of that, it's somehow related to the dream I had. I think I'm predestined to find it," said Zhao Manyang in a serious voice. Mo Fan was having difficulty interpreting the situation. The truth was, they had gone back to the rundown temple after dealing with Noro Orisora to decide what they were going to do with the vessel. To their surprise, the wooden clapper's magic lock was as strong as it was before. They could not do anything to it at all. They could not even touch the wooden clapper vessel, let alone take it away. To his surprise, Zhao Manyang had a dream about it and even took it with him. Was the magic lock not stopping him? "Nanyu, can you check this out?" Mo Fan felt something was not right. He quickly called Nanyu over. Nanyu did some checks and realized that the wooden clapper vessel was bound to Zhao Manyang's soul. However, she could not tell if it was because it had taken Zhao Manyang's soul away before, or because the vessel had lost its previous owner. Mo Fan tried to touch the wooden clapper. As he thought, the yellow forbidding force emerged again and rejected him strongly. Zhao Manyang was so shocked that he even threw the wooden clapper away. When Zhao Manyang went to pick it up again, it had returned to normal without posing any threat. Nanyu frowned as she fell into deep thought. She looked at Mo Fan and asked him to follow her to a corner. "What's going on? Is there something wrong with the wooden clapper? I feel like it's quite evil, maybe it's better to leave it here," said Mo Fan. "First of all, I think the wooden clapper has chosen its new owner as Zhao Manyang, whose soul was kidnapped first. I believe it had something to do with the dream he had, but I think he wasn't dreaming. It was his soul going deep into the wooden clapper, and somehow he has acquired its approval," said Nanyu. The magic lock was not only effective against Mo Fan, it activated when everyone else tried to touch it, including Mu Ningxue. Is that even possible? Mo Fan was left speechless. Did Zhao Manyang seriously obtain a strange piece of treasure just by sleeping? Normally, it's more likely that you'd become the wooden clapper's new owner since you've killed the demon spirit inside it. However, from what I can tell, the wooden clapper is actually repelling more. Maybe I shouldn't say repel, I think it's afraid of you. From what I know, the wooden clapper most likely gave birth to the demon spirit since it has been ownerless for a very long time. The person who defeated the demon spirit would usually become its new owner. Instead, it's rejecting you more strongly than before. The only explanation is, you already own a lifetime vessel, and its level is higher than the wooden clapper. Nanyu stared at Mo Fan. Mo Fan was startled. He was going to look at the little loach pendant on his neck subconsciously, but decided against it when he saw Nanyu's sharp gaze. Am I right, Mo Fan? Nanyu's lips curled upward slightly. The expression in her eyes felt like she had completely read his mind. Chapter 775. Lifetime Vessels. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. As a matter of fact, Nanyu was no longer interested in the wooden clapper. She was more interested in Mo Fan's vessel now. Otherwise, she would not have dragged him to the side. The wooden clapper was a high-level vessel. No one in the team had managed to crack its magic lock. It had also given birth to a terrifying demon spirit in just a few years, clearly implying how extraordinary it was. And yet, such a vessel seemed to be scared of Mo Fan. The only explanation was that Mo Fan owned a stronger vessel. I've mentioned it before, a real vessel has its own soul. They even have their own temper, character, and can relate to their master's feelings. These vessels are grouped into different levels, too, with auras and presence similar to creatures with outstanding lineages. The wooden clapper vessel strongly rejects you. It doesn't let you touch it, even after you've killed the demon spirit. That means that it's scared of something you have. I guess your vessel has the ability to devour other things, so the wooden clapper is only rejecting you to protect itself. Nanyu's eyes glittered as she was talking about vessels. She was extremely passionate about magic equipment. She was initially very excited when she had the chance to inspect the wooden clapper, but she ended up discovering a greater secret that Mo Fan was trying to hide. Mo Fan's vessel must be extremely powerful. Hee, are you being serious now? I'm nothing but a Puvo. Unlike you guys with wealthy and formidable backgrounds, the only thing that the Mo family left for me is my handsome face, which so many girls have fallen in love with. There's no way I would have a spirit-grade vessel or soul-grade vessel. Mo Fan laughed hollowly, trying to keep his secret. Damn it, is this Nanyu a freak? How was she able to deduce the existence of the little loach pendant? Mo Fan admitted that the little loach pendant was indeed interested in eating the wooden clapper, but the wooden clapper was not something he could easily mess with, either. The strong magic lock was not giving him any chance to devour it. Fine, I know there's no way you will tell me such a great secret easily. I still haven't understood everything about the wooden clapper. I bet I won't able to learn anything even if you showed me your precious toy now. However, I believe you'll need my help one day, when you want to know its secrets. Nanyu was well behaved. She did not ask him any more. Mo Fan uttered a relieved sigh. He had never told anyone about the little loach pendant. Miss Tangyu had seen the pendant before, and was still unaware of its unbelievable ability to refine soul essences. By the way, aren't you curious why you're the only one that can see the wooden clapper's demon spirit? Said Nanyu with a faint smile. Mo Fan raised his eyebrows. Somehow, he felt like Nanyu had turned into a cunning fox. He had to be careful not to expose his secret. I think your precious treasure is somehow related to the wooden clapper. You can visit the island in Hangzhou's West Lake if you have the time. Check the drawings on the wall, you might figure out something, said Nanyu. I've been there, replied Mo Fan. How about Tuanshan Mountain, said Nanyu. Not yet, what can I find there? Mo Fan was intrigued. The same ancient words. Such a pity, I haven't found the translation of the ancient words. Otherwise, we would be able to decipher it easily, said Nanyu. Oh, all right, I'll visit it when I have the chance, Mo Fan nodded. Nanyu giggled when she saw Mo Fan's reaction. This prick, he was reluctant to admit that he had a vessel just a moment ago, but his reaction when she provided him with some clues had already revealed the truth. Oh right, what do you mean by lifetime vessel just then? Asked Mo Fan. Lifetime vessels, they are a unique kind of vessel that can fully merge with human souls. Others won't be able to take it away, unless they crush their master's soul to pieces. Someone can only have one lifetime vessel in their whole lives. The wooden clapper is a lifetime vessel, too. You already have one, so Zhao Manyang was lucky enough to claim it. But then again, maybe the vessel is more suitable for Zhao Manyang. These intelligent vessels can pick their own master, yet it didn't choose Mu Ningxue, who's stronger, Nanyu told him. Mo Fan nodded, although he had only understood half of the explanation. When it came to magic equipment or weapons, his level of understanding was similar to primary school students. He had no clue what Nanyu was saying when she was explaining the deeper stuff. Speaking of which, even though he was the reason that Zhao Manyang had gotten into trouble, the man had gotten a lifetime vessel in return. Zhao Manyang should be grateful to him instead. Everyone in the team was busy packing their luggage. The monks were generous enough. They had bought everyone on the team a train ticket to Tokyo. The train happened to be traveling along the shoreline. Mo Fan poked his head out of the window and enjoyed the scenery as they left Shishong City. By the way, if the cliff close to the sea is in that direction, doesn't that mean this part of the sea is where the island that Miyota mentioned was supposed to be? Jiang Yu asked Mo Fan, who was sitting beside him. The window was not big, and Mo Fan had basically extended his body out of it. He simply blocked the vision of the people sitting in the same row. Mo Fan subconsciously looked toward the sea when he heard Jiang Yu's words. The area pretty much led offshore to the Pacific Ocean. However, the mountain where Yangming Temple was located extended past the shoreline and blocked off the view. Only those on the cliff or passengers on the trains that were traveling on the same line could barely see this side of the ocean. The railway was about to take a turn soon. Mo Fan could only take a glimpse of the ocean. The truth was, when Mo Fan and Ari Zhangtu were in the illusion, they had already checked the area, but they did not see any island nearby. The mist early in the morning had yet to disperse fully. The sea looked somewhat blurry in the distance. The train sounded its horn, signaling the passengers on board that it was making a turn. The wind blew on Mo Fan's face. He indifferently took a glimpse of the sea while he was inhaling the fresh air through the window. His eyes widened as soon as he took a glimpse. There was indeed an island in the mist on the ocean. Mo Fan was wondering if he had imagined it. He quickly focused and peered into the distance. However, before he could take a closer look, the train had driven into the mountain. Everything darkened when the train entered the tunnel. The tunnel was quite long. When he finally was able to see outside again, he could no longer see the same view of the ocean. Did I imagine it? Mo Fan returned to his seat with a blank expression. What's wrong? Asked Jiang Yu. I think I just saw the non-existent island that Miyota mentioned, Mo Fan replied in disbelief. Chapter 776. The Four Great Maritime Battlefields. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The train gradually moved inland from the shoreline. Green mountains rose on both sides of the railway. The mountains in Japan were quite clean, and the air quality was better than expected. Mo Fan had gotten used to breathing the haze in Shanghai and had a hard time adapting to the fresh air. Mo Fan preferred big cities, with modern buildings and magnificent skyscrapers. Mountains like these usually had lots of demon creatures, despite their elegant appearance. If anyone in the team suggested staying at a Japanese temple again, he would simply beat the crap out of the person. It was not like they were too poor to afford the luxurious hotels. Didn't they know how scary Japanese temples were? Taking a train was a lot better than traveling on a ship, at least he could fall asleep easily when he was tired. Mo Fan was tired, and he decided to take a nap. When he woke up, he heard Jiang Yu chuckling. I think he imagined it, we already confirmed it, there's no island there, said Mu Tingjing. Mo Fan woke up reluctantly. He was not in the mood to argue with them. If he really wanted to find out if the island really existed, he could easily hop off the train and go look for it. He did not care if the island was real or not. We are going to Osaka, said Ari Zhangtu. Aren't we going straight to Tokyo? Asked Zhao Manyang. The advisor specifically told us to have some friendly duels with the famous institutes here in Japan. There's a national embassy in Osaka. We have to overcome the challenge before making our way to Tokyo, said Ari Zhangtu. We're going to challenge them? That sounds fun. Mo Fan was excited. Humph, you're only a substitute. I don't think you have a spot in the duels, rebuked Zhu Jiming. How far are we from Osaka? We're almost there. Japan has lots of sea monsters. I heard the shoreline at Osaka is an infamous maritime battlefield. We should go take a look if we have the time. I heard the battles are quite spectacular, said Jiang Yu. Osaka was not peaceful, its situation was similar to China's ancient capital. Large-scale battles were quite common here. The sea monsters were one of the greatest races among the demon creatures. Japan was even more disaster-prone than China. Every structure was built with great strength. Even if some sea monsters invaded the city, they could not necessarily destroy the buildings. Osaka was relatively fine. The battles in Tokyo were the most intense. Although Tokyo was a modern city and Japan's capital, it was also the biggest maritime battlefield. Different tribes of sea monsters would try to invade the city during the day and night, yet they never made it past Tokyo or Osaka's defensive perimeter. As a result, the huge number of corpses of the demon creatures had given Tokyo and Osaka lots of resources. It was safe to say that these sea monsters had handily increased the GDP of the two cities. TL note, GDP equals gross domestic product. We'll definitely visit the maritime battlefield in Tokyo. We won't be going to the one in Osaka. We're only there to challenge the institute, stated Ri Jung-tu firmly. Yeah, the battlefield in Tokyo is known as one of the 4 great maritime battlefields of the world. The one in Osaka isn't as fascinating. Let's hurry up and challenge the National Embassy so that we can go and witness some spectacular battles, said Jiang Yu. Are they really that spectacular? Asked Mo Fan. Not only are they spectacular, do you have any idea how long the shoreline at Tokyo is? You can pretty much see sea monsters along the entire shoreline. Servant class, warrior level, even commander level creatures. The number of demon creatures in the sea is overwhelming, especially the Pacific Ocean, which has countless packs of sea monsters. It's quite common to find tribes of them, but the sea monster kingdoms are the real scary deal. Listen to me, they don't send the sea monsters ashore to invade human territories or anything like that. They have no interest in occupying lands at all. It's because their population, their numbers are just too many. The sea monsters are sent here to die. If they manage to steal some resources, it would allow the tribes to live luxuriously for a few days, but it doesn't matter even if the sea monsters have failed to secure anything. Sea monsters from the overpopulated tribes fight until their death. It's a twisted way to control their population, like birth control. Jiang Yu was excited when the topic was about demon creatures. That doesn't sound right. The news and media always say we have won battles under someone's lead, eliminating the threats posed by the sea monsters and maintaining the peace of the ocean, said Mu Ningxue. Bullshit, do you really believe anything the media is saying? Trust me, the number of sea creatures is 10 times, or 100 times the human population. If they really liked our lands, they would have colonized us ages ago. The kingdoms of demon creatures on land is nothing compared to the kingdoms of demon creatures in the sea, said Jiang Yu. You're saying it like us humans are weak and petty, we would have gone extinct if what you said is true. I don't know why, but I'm getting excited all of a sudden, said Mo Fan. There's definitely something wrong with you. Do you think I learned magic so I can sit down and have a peaceful talk with the demon creatures while enjoying some tea? All I want to do is to beat the crap out of them. Gong Yu immediately poured a cold bucket of water on Mo Fan. Aren't you the boastful one? Just don't wet your pants when you see it when the time comes. Pretty sure you're willing to be their slave or call them papa, worse than having a peaceful talk with them. Mo Fan chuckled when he heard Gong Yu's remark. Did Gong Yu just say that Mo Fan had never seen a spectacular battle before? Mo Fan was afraid that he would spare the shit out of Gong Yu if he told him the truth. The calamity of the ancient capital, which had yet to fully calm down, was no doubt scarier than the battlefield in Tokyo. The swarming zombies, the phantoms flying in the sky, and skeletons stacking up like mountains. If Mo Fan was not scared of them, why would he be scared of the monsters in the ocean? He was looking forward to setting up a huge teppanyaki once he arrived at the battlefield, to cook the sea monsters on the spot. Weren't the sea monsters just a slightly stronger bunch of seafood? We have almost reached Osaka. Jiang Xiaoshu was not too interested in fighting the sea monsters. The only thing she looked forward to was the food and shops. She was a frequent visitor to Japan. Otherwise, why would she be so fluent in Japanese? Her seductive look when she was speaking Japanese always gave Mo Fan the urge to ask for seeds. Come, I'll bring you all to enjoy some delicacies. Jiang Xiaoshu was restless. She dragged the girls along with her and proceeded to her food paradise. Osaka was indeed a food paradise. It would take more than a few days to try every dessert, quick bite, and snack here. The girls in the team were all foodies. They completely forgot they had come to Osaka solely to challenge the institute, and quickly disappeared into the train station. They did not want any of the boys following them, saying that it would disrupt the romantic atmosphere. Are they serious? Are we going to challenge the National Embassy with just the few of us? Mo Fan lacked the motivation when he saw the girls leave like birds flying away. The national team mostly consists of university students. Are you seriously worrying that there are no girls there? Said Zhao Manyang. You're right, I almost forgot our mission is to spread our seeds across the world. Chapter 777. I will tear your tower down. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The location of the National Embassy in Osaka was quite interesting. It was on top of a place called Huang Mountain around 8 kilometers away from the shoreline. TL note, Huang Mountain is a fictional place. Huang in Chinese means staring at one another. Huang Mountain was actually made of two mountains that had remarkably similar steep and jagged slopes. The roads up the mountain consisted of rapid turns, lots of them were 180 degrees turns. The National Embassy was located at the top of the mountain. It was called the Twin Guardian Towers. From afar, they looked like two ash-grey castles at the top of the mountain, with a pathway hanging loosely between the twin towers. The roads only led to one of the towers, thus the pathway was the only way to the second tower. The Twin Guardian Towers were quite well known both locally and internationally. Mo Fan and his team never thought the National Embassy was located here. It gave them the chance to witness Japan's remarkable architecture. The Twin Guardian Towers are like observatories. Looking to the south, you'll see the entire maritime battlefield here in Osaka. It's the reason why many generals live here too. What a surprise! Japan's National Embassy is quite impressive, exclaimed Jiang Yu. The team soon arrived at the West Guardian Tower. The building's architecture was indeed spectacular, but in Mo Fan's eyes, the castle with pointy eaves and roof tiles was basically a combination of the Eastern and Western styles. He did not find it special. They approached the walls made of stone. Two Japanese magicians clothed like samurai were guarding the entrance. Their gaze sharpened when they saw the group of young adults, acting as if they had entered a prohibited area. Hey, you guys are from China, right? Asked a young woman dressed in a kimono, an umbrella in her hand. She sounded like she was interrogating them. She was speaking in English, thus everyone could understand her. The woman in kimono trotted up to them. Normally, a kimono would easily highlight the friendliness and gentleness of a Japanese woman, but the one standing in front of them was far from friendly. She closed the umbrella and stuck it in the ground while pointing her other hand at them. How did you know we are from China? Mo Fan was slightly confused, as Chinese and Japanese pretty much looked alike. The woman did not hear them converse in Chinese either. Why was she confident that they were Chinese? Couldn't they be Koreans? Visitors from China never obey the rules. Didn't you see the warning at the bottom of the mountain saying no visitors were allowed? Can't you read? The woman in kimono turned sideways and straightened her figure. Her tall wooden clogs made her look relatively tall. The gaze directed at Mo Fan and his team was filled with pride and disdain. Miss, we aren't visitors, said Mo Fan. This place doesn't welcome Chinese who want to work here to get their visas either. Leave now. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind tossing you down myself, the woman declared arrogantly. Mo Fan was annoyed when he heard the biased remark from the woman. The faces of Ari Zhengtu, Gong Yu, Ju Shu, Zhao Manyang, Zhu Jiming, and the others darkened, too. Everyone in the team was a talented candidate specifically chosen from their respective institutes in China. If there was anything, each of them would have their own pride among people of the same age group. Not only did this Japanese woman who appeared out of nowhere look down on them, she had grudge against Chinese people, too. She was acting like Japan was a sacred place, and people of their country like to stick up to their ass. Calm down, everyone calm down, let me talk to her nicely, advised Mo Fan when he saw the others about to lose their temper. The woman in kimono was furious when she saw they not leaving. She pointed at them and snapped, the Twin Guardian Towers is a sacred place in Osaka. Please don't bring your filthy air here, leave at once. You dumb bitch, who the hell did you just call filthy? I swear I'll F***King tear your dumbass towers down now. Show some F***King respect. Mo Fan pointed at the woman and cursed. The others looked at Mo Fan with blank faces. Didn't he ask them to calm down just a second ago? He was scolding so fiercely now. Wasn't the scene changing a bit too quick? What did you just say? I dare you to repeat it. The woman's chest heaved with anger. You dumb bitch, he cursed Mo Fan. The woman in kimono threw her umbrella aside and said coldly, not that one. Show some respect, said Mo Fan. Not that one either. The woman slowly reached her hand over to the back of her neck to tie her hair up. When her hair was still down, it was hard to see her face. However, as she tied her hair up, she revealed her attractive face. She was definitely a gorgeous beauty. Her silver earrings perfectly set off her smooth skin. I'll tear your dumbass towers down. Mo Fan was never scared of anything. Since the arrogant woman wanted to hear it again, he would not mind repeating it. Who asked her to act all tough and disrespectful, acting like the Japanese dynasty was looking down at some Chinese thug? They were asked to come here to challenge the national embassy, yet the woman had taken the initiative to humiliate them before they had the chance to kick down the door of their national embassy. Humph! The woman in kimono had finished tying her hair up. She added with an unfriendly tone, "You're going to regret it." The temperature of the air dropped all of a sudden. The shiny marble path under the woman's feet began to crawl with strange vines. More vines began to appear and intertwine into buds over a meter wide. The buds blossomed like Chinese bellflowers and scattered under the woman, lifting her off the ground. The number of buds formed with the vines increased rapidly. With a groan, the plants grew even faster and covered the whole soccer field-sized area in front of the West Guardian Tower. Chihaya, stop it, a hoarse voice came from the West Guardian Tower. The woman in kimono was so furious that she had turned icy. From her personality, it was obvious that she was the kind that would not care about the consequences. However, when the voice repeated itself, demanding that she stop, her Empress of the Forest aura quickly dissipated. The plants covering the ground wilted away quickly. They soon turned into grey dust scattered across the place. The intense atmosphere returned to calm. The woman was panting heavily. Her large breasts were heaving with her heavy breathing. Her alluring collarbones were rising up and down in the gap of her kimono, too. Chapter 778. No Entry, East Guardian Tower. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Chihaya, your temper is still the same after all these years. Why are you chasing them away without asking properly? An old man with a mustache came out of the building. He looked as energetic as a young man, but was white-haired and mustached. What is there to ask? This kid, this disrespectful kid, he says he's going to tear our Twin Guardian Towers down. He dares say such disrespectful words right in front of the eldest daughter of the Mochizuki clan. How can I stand it, swore Mochizuki Chihaya, the woman in kimono. You were in the wrong first. All right, that's enough, they must be the honorable guests we are waiting for. The old man glared at the woman when he stepped up beside her. Honorable guests. Mochizuki Chihaya smirked in disbelief. Old man, your daughter needs to learn manners. She's lucky that you've shown up in time. Otherwise, I was going to beat her pretty face into a sumo wrestler, said Mo Fan. The old man was startled. He did not expect Mo Fan to say such a thing. Mochizuki Chihaya almost broke her wooden clog stomping the ground. If her elder Mochizuki Ken had not interfered, she would have beaten the crap out of the disrespectful kid. Despite that, the kid continued to challenge her limits. He was simply asking for death. I believe you are the representatives of China's national team currently in the middle of your training. The time is just right. Mochizuki Ken cut straight to the topic without making the situation even more complicated. Hearing this, Jiangtu immediately walked up and handed his badge to the old man. The old man did not bother checking the badge. Jiangtu asked as he was quite confused, "Aren't you going to check it? Aren't you afraid that we're imposters? You'd need some guts to pretend that you were the representatives of the national team. I don't think anyone is stupid enough to pretend they are representatives from China just to challenge the experts of our twin guardian towers," the old man smiled. "You're quite confident with your people," said Jiangtu. As soon as Jiangtu finished his sentence, a man whose hair was dyed gold walked out of the building. It was obvious that he had heard the conversation. He replied to Jiangtu with a confident smile, "Not many people in the whole Japan would dare to challenge the twin guardian towers. Where do you think we got the confidence from? We can easily tell if you're fake or real judging from how long you can last in the duels against us." "How long we can last?" Gong Yu's lips twisted. He replied in an unpleasant tone, "Friend, why does it sound like you think the national team from China can't even beat you people, who are only defending the national embassy?" "If that's what you think," said the Japanese man with golden hair, "all right, you better remember what you said when I put you and your teammates on the ground later." "By the way, I really don't like your hairstyle," said Gong Yu proudly. Zhao Manyang felt unpleasant as soon as Gong Yu finished speaking. He was in a bad mood when he saw the Japanese had the same hairstyle as his own, but Gong Yu just had to mention it. "Speaking of which, you two do look somewhat alike. Zhao Manyang, it seems like your dad has already come to Japan in advance to have some fun before we even start commencing our plan." Impressive, Mo Fan compared Zhao Manyang with the Japanese and immediately had to comment. "Bring our guests in so they can have some rest. I'll make arrangements for the duels, but before that, we must treat our guests with respect. Bring them on a tour around the twin guardian towers." Mochizuki-ken invited them in without checking their badges. "By the way, we still have a few girls coming. They might be late, so please wait here and bring them in when they arrive," Mo Fan said to Mochizuki Chihaya. Mochizuki Chihaya's forehead was covered in black lines. She replied furiously, "Are you treating me like a maid looking after the entrance?" "If that's what you think," Mo Fan repeated the same phrase which the golden-haired Japanese said a moment ago. The man turned around and gave Mo Fan an unfriendly look. When they entered the West Guardian Tower, they found the main compound was located on the higher floors. The space between the walls and the foundation of the building was taken up by brooks and ponds of irregular shapes. Apart from the side facing the cliff, the other three sides were the same. The waters were quite clear. They could see the fallen leaves floating on the water, the rocks at the bottom, and even the shadow of the leaves on the rocks. The water had to be quite deep. It only looked shallow because it was so clear. There were wooden walkways on the surface of the water, with lots of paths and little pavilions. It was quite a long walk to the lower level of the West Guardian Tower. The tower was split into 3 levels. The lower level mainly consisted of halls. The layout was as complicated as a maze. Every hall looked perfectly symmetrical and alike. It was difficult to tell the directions. The stairs between the halls led to the middle floor. The middle floor had everything: museum, library, training ground, meditation rooms, lecture halls, function rooms, accommodations, tools room, smithing room, pharmacist. Every room was luxurious. The upper floor consisted of meeting rooms for the military, observation towers, resting places for the guards, magic towers to maintain formations, etc. It was off-limit for everyone apart from authorities with clearance and the guards. The middle floor was still the most shocking part of the place. It had all the facilities that a magician could hope for. It was the perfect place for magicians to train at. The golden-haired man and Mochizuki Chihaya led them around. They soon approached the cliff. To Mo Fan's surprise, the pathway hanging in the air was only accessible from a huge observation tower in the upper level. If the upper level was off-limit, it also meant that the tower opposite their mountain was a prohibited area, too. Most importantly, the path between the two towers was not a walkway, it was a drawbridge. In other words, both the West Guardian Tower and East Guardian Tower had to lower the drawbridge for anyone to cross it. Is the tower on the other side not open to the public? Asked Mo Fan, who was always a curious man. It's a restricted area, said the golden-haired Japanese. Such a nice castle, isn't it a waste to leave it like that, said Mo Fan. I never said it's not being used. Anyway, you're not allowed to go there, replied their Japanese guide. Okay, Mo Fan nodded. Mochizuki Chihaya immediately read Mo Fan's mind with her sharp eyes. She said coldly, I suggest you not to try anything stupid. The drawbridge is the only way to the East Guardian Tower. The cliffs, the sky, and the mountain on the other side are protected by powerful formations. Just to remind you, anyone who tries to go close to the East Guardian Tower will be turned into ashes, no matter how strong they are. Chapter 779. Stamp your face with my feet. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Jiang Yu picked up a rock when he heard the warning. He tossed it at the drawbridge. The rock was as big as a fist, and flew at the drawbridge in a perfectly straight line. Nothing happened when the rock was traveling inside the boundary of the West Guardian Tower. However, when it was about to reach the other side of the drawbridge, a few arcs of lightning appeared in the sky. Thick lightning bolts a few times wider than the ones that Mo Fan usually summoned descended from the sky. Each one of them was extremely impressive on its own, but currently, more than 10 of them had appeared on the cliff opposite of them, forming a wall of lightning as they danced wildly. The rock was blown to dust. The dancing wall of lightning lasted for a few more seconds, extending as far as their vision could reach and completely covering the West Guardian Tower. It was not just visually impressive, it was awesome, too. They felt minuscule when they witnessed the spectacular sight, as if death was just around the corner. Holy F***K. Everyone's face turned pale when they saw the lightning. Who would have thought a tiny rock would trigger such a terrifying scene? Can any of you listen to the rules for once? Your actions are going to bring us a lot of troubles, yelled the golden-haired man furiously. We didn't expect that to happen either. The West Guardian Tower looks perfectly normal, but not only did you make it a restricted area, you even set up such a powerful formation to protect it. Isn't this place still inside the city too? Said Jiang Yu in astonishment. It's none of your business. We're pretty much done with the tour. I'll come and get you guys before dinner tonight. Please excuse me. The golden-haired man walked away furiously. Mochizuki Chihaya was not in a good mood either. She had no reason to keep them company, and she obviously still had a grudge against Mo Fan. She glared at him before taking her leave. Mo Fan chuckled, watching her thick bottom wrapped tightly by the kimono as she left. Even though her face and body were quite attractive, Mo Fan seriously could not stand her pride. She totally lacked the gentleness, caring, kindness, and elegance that a classic Japanese woman had. I'm telling you all, I'm definitely going to pick that arrogant bitch to be my opponent during the duels. She seriously needs to learn a lesson. The reason I've learned magic is to teach an ignorant foreign woman like her how to sing conquer, said Mo Fan. TL note, conquer is a famous Chinese song. There's a sentence in it that means I've been conquered by you like that. It has now become an internet slang for when someone is determined to defeat their opponent until they beg for mercy. Didn't you say on the train you've learned magic because you want to slaughter the demon creatures, said Jiang Yu. They don't contradict one another at all. As long as I'm taking on the golden-haired C***T, I have long waited to find a suitable punching bag. Too bad the advisors have warned us not to have any infighting, said Gong Yu. Gong Yu, I swear I'll beat you up right now, snapped Zhao Manyang. I won't fight you, I wouldn't want to waste my precious spot for a mere substitute like you. I'm still looking forward to showing off my talents at Venice, so I have nothing but patience for you until Venice, said Gong Yu. Patience my ass, cursed Zhao Manyang. The dinner was held on the lower floor, a feast in a well-decorated hall. Many VIPs of the West Guardian Tower had attended the feast to welcome the representatives of China's national team. That being said, among the people were a bunch of young, proud students who were selected as the gatekeepers for the National Training Hall. These students were the top Japanese magicians chosen from various institutes. They had gone through months of special training in order to serve as a challenge for the training of the representatives from other countries. Every national team had to go through the same challenges. Only those who collected enough approvals from the training centers of different countries were allowed to participate in the final battle in Venice. The West Guardian Tower in Osaka was the first challenge for China's national team. Their advisors were being carefree so far, but they still had to treat the challenge seriously. The gatekeepers at every country's national training centers were not necessarily weaker than the national teams. As a matter of fact, some gatekeepers were even stronger than the national team, with perfect synergy and teamwork. There were more than 100 countries in the world, yet there were only a few that could make it to Venice. Challenging the national training centers was a part of the journey. If the gatekeepers were too weak, wouldn't it mean every national team could easily overcome the challenge? The girls had arrived around dinner time. They made it just in time, and were still carrying the stuff that they had bought in Osaka. Jiang Xiaoxiu in particular had a pile of luxuries, clothing, shoes, bags, and jewelry stacked up beside her table. It seems like you're enjoying yourself. I remember Korea's national team spent most of their time training diligently when they came here, but they still suffered a great loss. Meanwhile, the first thing you girls did in Osaka was shopping. You're no different than secular girls, the advisor of Japan's training hall finally sniffed. The advisor was around 50, her hair tied up high in a bun, her eyes sharp. She was obviously a strict woman who had entered menopause. She had a grudge against extravagant young women, or those who wasted their time doing something other than cultivating. I'm a magician, but I'm also a woman. Besides, your gatekeepers don't look tough at all. My laziness isn't from vanity. Jiang Xiaoxiu was far from a friendly person. She already learned how the others were treated by the Japanese in the West Guardian Tower, so she had no intention to respect them either. Jiang Xiaoxiu's words immediately offended the Japanese present at the feast. The advisors, military personnel, young magicians, and gatekeepers all frowned. The atmosphere changed instantly. Quite a sharp tongue you have, but can you live up to it? Shot back a flirtatious female gatekeeper in a strong mocking tone. She did not conceal her disdain and grudge against Jiang Xiaoxiu. I believe this feast is pretty extra. We already enjoyed lots of delicacies in Osaka in the afternoon. Strange though, considering how good the food is, the people here make me feel uncomfortable. Why don't we get on with the duels tonight, so we can stamp your face with our feet? We still have places to go next. Jiang Xiaoxiu slowly rose to her feet. Her words had a strong smell of gunpowder. The Japanese in the West Guardian Tower totally lost their temper after hearing her words. She had described the approval stamp as stomping their faces with her feet. Such humiliation. The hall instantly fell silent, but unlike the usual kind, it was like the calm before a great storm. Jiang Xiaoxiu, don't say that. Mo Fan dragged Jiang Xiaoxiu back to her seat. Mochizuki Chihaya had already risen from her seat. She barely controlled her temper when she saw Mo Fan trying to stop Jiang Xiaoxiu's disrespectful acts. You girls are already full after eating in Osaka, but the rest of us are starving. At least let us finish dinner before starting the duels, Mo Fan continued. The faces of the Japanese in the West Guardian Tower twisted. It felt like they were screaming Bakayaro for at least 10,000 times in their hearts. The rage that Mochizuki Chihaya tried very hard to withhold was almost spat out in a mouthful of blood. The sound of the silver spoon in her hand being snapped in half was clearly audible. Chapter 780. 3 is enough. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Japanese did not eat much during the feast. They were already full after being provoked. Japan had always had lots of talents. In terms of strength, they were ranked close to the top in the world. Every country that came to challenge their West Guardian Tower was utterly respectful and polite. They would even keep their voices down when they were talking. In comparison, not only were the representatives from China utterly reckless, they were being so full of themselves when in other people's territory. Since you're so eager to be taught a lesson, we shall make preparations right away. Go, prepare the dueling grounds. The duels will take place right after dessert, declared the female advisor. Yes, Advisor Tegami. A few of her disciples immediately left the feast and ordered the workers in the West Guardian Tower around furiously, preparing the place. Mochizuki Ken was about to say something, but ended up letting out a sigh when he realized that there was nothing he could do. Such a bunch of hot-tempered young adults. Couldn't they seriously wait a while longer for something so important? Tegami seemed to be the gatekeeper's advisor. The eyes of the gatekeepers glittered with excitement when they learned that the duels were happening tonight. The golden-haired man, Okamoto, was grinning too. He was the impatient kind. He already had the urge to teach these impolite Chinese a lesson when he met them in the afternoon. Since they were asking to be taught a lesson so desperately, they could not blame their hosts for being too harsh on them. They had made a great mistake if they thought the people of the West Guardian Tower were only ordinary gatekeepers. They were the same batch of students as Japan's national team. They would not necessarily lose to the actual representatives in terms of strength. The gatekeepers and the representatives could be switched at any time. If any of the gatekeepers performed well, there was a high chance that they could replace someone on the national team. Every student wanted to shine on the battlefield in Venice. Therefore, every time the national embassy was challenged, they would give their best to increase their chances of joining the national team. Let's discuss things while eating. Are we going to fight as a team, or one-on-one fights instead? I personally prefer one-on-one, since I believe someone is unworthy to even be a gatekeeper among them. Gong Yu stared at the golden-haired Okamoto and cut straight to the topic. We'll do one-on-one fights then. The two teams will each send 5 representatives for the fights, agreed Advisor Tegami. Advisor, let me have a go. Even a huge place like China has people that behave like a frog at the bottom of a well. I believe I'm the perfect candidate to teach such a person a lesson. Okamoto was the first to volunteer. Tegami shook her head and said, they are our guests. We'll let them pick their opponents. Gong Yu immediately fixed his gaze on Okamoto and said, I'll choose him then. Advisor, the dueling grounds are ready. The safety formation is working normally, a disciple came up and reported to Tegami respectfully. Tegami nodded and said to the crowd, let's not waste our time then, to the dueling grounds. The dueling grounds of the West Guardian Tower faced the ocean to the south. It was a huge platform extending out from the cliff. When the place was not in use, it could be used as a heliport instead. The crowd saw a black helicopter flying in the direction of the Maritime battlefield when they arrived. The platform was a lot bigger than they had imagined. It was almost big enough to be used as a runway for a jet. The platform was shaped like a polygon. 3 of its vertexes were exposed in the air around 800 meters from the bottom. Apart from the invisible barrier, there was no barricade surrounding the platform. The platform was not very thick either, supported by pillars extending up and out from the mountain below. If the foundation of the platform was not solid enough, such a spacious and thin platform would be easily destroyed by the energy of the spells during a duel. The platform is made of ash crystal. Don't worry if you think the platform isn't strong enough to endure your spells. Your level is too weak to unleash energy strong enough to destroy it, the female student who challenged Jiang Xiaoshu before sneered at them. The student was called Koike Shoko. The alluring temperament originating from her bones had already clashed with Jiang Xiaoshu's aura during the feast. It was obvious that Jiang Xiaoshu was determined to beat the crap out of her. Similarly, Koike Shoko was quite bothered by Jiang Xiaoshu's remarks. She had never seen such a shameless Chinese woman before. We don't hit rocks, we're only interested in slapping faces, Jiang Xiaoshu subconsciously replied, knowing Koike Shoko was trash-talking them. Koike Shoko just giggled before she shifted her gaze in the other direction. The smile on her face quickly vanished. You have some time to discuss things among your team, said Tegami. Ai Jiangtu led the team to the seats on one side of the platform. He was initially going to discuss matters with the team, but looked helpless when he noticed some of them were already unleashing their wrath on the people at the other side. The candidates were already decided. We're done, those 3 will represent us in the duels, said Ai Jiangtu. The three candidates were none other than Jiang Xiaoshu, Gong Yu, and Mo Fan, who had already chosen their opponents. Didn't we already make it clear during the feast? You will send out 5 candidates to take part in 5 one-on-one fights. Are you regretting it now? Said Okamoto. There are 5 duels, so that means it's best of 3, right? Asked Ari Jiangtu in return. So you've only picked 3 people? A Japanese commander raised his thick brows. His eyes were flickering with anger. As a matter of fact, if he was 30 years younger, he would volunteer to teach these arrogant Chinese representatives a lesson himself. These guys were showing no respect for their national training hall at all. Captain is the real cocky one. Jiang Yu secretly raised his thumbs to Ari Jiangtu. Let's be real, I'm giving him 10 out of 10 for that, Zhao Manyang smiled. But that also means Jiang Xiaoshu, Gong Yu, and Mo Fan can't lose their fights, wondered Nunyu. I'm not sure about the others, but there's no way I'm losing mine. Gong Yu stepped forward. It was obvious that he was eager to take the first fight. Gong Yu slowly walked up to the students representing Japan. There were 10 gatekeepers for the national embassy, including Okamoto and Mochizuki Chihaya. 9 of them were kneeling in a row with a white band tied on their forehead. In Japan, it symbolized their unyielding spirit, but in China, such things were worn by people mourning for their parents or relatives. Chapter 781. Fight, fight, fight! Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mochizuki Chihaya was sitting in the row behind the 9 students. It looked like she was the captain of the team. Behind her were Mochizuki Ken, the Japanese commander, Fujikata Tegami, and the others. They were basically the advisors or leaders of the West Guardian Tower. The crowd sitting with them were people wearing similar outfits. They were students, soldiers, captains, and guests of the West Guardian Tower. There were around 30 of them. The duels of the West Guardian Tower were not open to the public. As such, they only needed a few people to testify to the outcome. No cameras or recorders were allowed, either. Gong Yu went up on the stage. He did remember to keep to the basic etiquette. He glanced at the 9 students sitting in the front row before looking at Mochizuki Chihaya sitting behind them. Mochizuki Chihaya was obviously their captain, and was probably the strongest among them. Gong Yu was quite proud of himself. He was wondering if he should challenge the strongest opponent instead. However, he gave up on the thought. He had a strong urge to teach the golden-haired Okamoto a lesson. Mochizuki Chihaya had already shown her outstanding control of the plant element at the entrance of the West Guardian Tower. It was fairly difficult for him to fight a plant magician with his fighting style. What are you waiting for? Come up here and prepare yourself to be beaten up, Gong Yu pointed at Okamoto with a disdainful smirk. Don't you feel too good about yourself? Okamoto rose to his feet. He bowed at the leaders, advisors, and his fellow students before walking up to the stage. The two were all set for a showdown. As soon as Fujikata Tegami announced the duel to begin, they immediately left blurry afterimages behind as they moved rapidly around the stage. Lots of afterimages were moving randomly, as if they were many people sprinting simultaneously on the dueling ground. The magicians with weaker cultivations were unable to see the fight properly. They had no idea when the 2 magicians were exchanging their spells. 2 speed-type magicians, interesting. Tegami smiled. There's something strange about the Chinese representative's gauntlet. The Japanese commander quickly noticed Gong Yu's trump card with his sharp eyes. Drawing near to the target like an assassin and relying on their speed to tear their enemy into pieces, yet dodging the critical attacks with the wind element. It seems like the fight is either going to last for a long time, or end in an instant, observed Mochizuki Ken. Chihaya, who do you think is going to win? Tasked Tegami. I'm afraid our opponent's speed is faster. They are starting to use their equipment. Like a battle between 2 swordsmen, if they thrust their swords at one another at the same time, the one who was quicker would secure the victory. There were not many uncertainties in a showdown of speed like this. Okamoto decisively activated his magic boots when he realized that his opponent's speed was faster, just so he could keep up. Similar to Okamoto, Gong Yu had a pair of magic boots too. Interestingly, Gong Yu's magic boots were slightly weaker than Okamoto's. As a result, their speeds were on par with one another after they began to use their equipment. It was reasonable, since Gong Yu had spent most of his money on his unique claw gauntlet. As such, the rest of his equipment was not as impressive. The wind tracks left by the two magicians were scattered across the entire stage. They were like countless blue ribbons crossing paths out there. Both magicians were experts with the wind element. Not only were they able to glide around with their wind tracks, they could also take advantage of their opponent's wind tracks. The fight started on the ground before switching to the air. Gong Yu was still looking for the timing and angle to secure victory with his gauntlet. Meanwhile, Okamoto kept dodging the attacks with his agile movement and sharp senses. The duel had been going on for some time, yet it was hard to tell who was going to win it. It was exactly as Mochizuki Ken had mentioned. The duel was either going to last a long time or end in an instant. As time gradually passed, the two magicians continued to look for their opportunity. They kept probing their opponents without committing to a full engagement. The duel was like a sword-fighting match. They had been probing their opponents throughout the duel, since it was easier to defend themselves. If they tried to engage harder, they would expose their weaknesses to their opponent instead. Gong Yu was taking the initiative to attack, yet he did not dare to go any further. He was aware that his opponent was waiting patiently for a chance to counterattack when he could not see any sign of the man panicking. Such a boring fight, I feel like yawning. I could easily blast Zhao Manyan's brother into pieces with a few spells. Mo Fan felt a bit sleepy after dinner. It was tiring to watch the duel when the two magicians kept moving around quickly. He had lost interest in watching it further. However, while Mo Fan was yawning, a piercing, metallic clash caught his attention. He took a closer look and saw Gong Yu's claw gauntlet stabbing into Okamoto's armor. Fresh blood was flowing out from the gap between the plates. However, Gong Yu was swept away by a sudden gust of wind. He was knocked flying and landed heavily on the firm ground. Okamoto was going to cast a spell to finish Gong Yu when the pain from his chest interrupted the channeling. He had failed to take hold of the precious opportunity. Gong Yu felt dizzy when he landed on the ground. He crawled to his feet with great pain coming from his bones. He stared at Okamoto with a hint of astonishment and anger. Gong Yu thought he had already won the fight, yet he did not expect Okamoto to set up a trap with the wind disc. Luckily, he had injured Okamoto before the trap was set off, preventing the man from following up with a spell. Otherwise, he would have been totally defenseless when he was swept away by the gust of wind. Cunning prick, Gong Yu harumphed coldly. That's enough, the winner is the representative from China, Gong Yu, announced Fujikata Tegami. Fujikata Tegami did not like the Chinese team, but the duel had to be treated fairly. Okamoto had indeed lost the duel. He had underestimated Gong Yu's explosive speed, and had set off the wind trap a bit too late. Someone from the Japanese team stepped forward to treat Okamoto's injuries. Jiang Yu helped Gong Yu back and let Nan Rongni check his condition. A few bones are broken. Lie still, Nan Rongni swept her hand across Gong Yu's body and immediately assessed his condition. That bad, exclaimed Jiang Yu in surprise. Humph, I almost gave him a critical blow. That guy must be worse than I am, insisted Gong Yu. The end of the duel was exhilarating. I thought you were going to lose the fight. You're pretty bold, trying to break through the wind disc trap forcibly with your speed, said Zhu Jiming. I'll go next. How embarrassing, he looks like he has gone through hell when he was only dueling against a Japanese student, mocked Mo Fan, who did not have any pity for Gong Yu. Fine, I'll go last, but you better not lose. Otherwise, my turn is going to be meaningless, said Jiang Xiaoshu. Don't worry, I'll beat that Japanese woman until she moans in pleasure, said Mo Fan, patting his chest. Pervert, cursed Jiang Xiaoshu. Chapter 782. Give you advantage by using one less element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan straightened himself and slowly walked over to the Japanese team. He could hear Zhu Jiming's grumbling behind, obviously complaining how Mo Fan, a mere substitute, was stealing the show. Since Ari Jiangtu had decided who their representatives were, the others basically could not say anything. Ari Jiangtu was more like an advisor on their team. He had already displayed his strength when he fought the Scarlet Soaring Demon. He was able to take on the commander-level creature by himself, and even inflicted serious damage to the creature. As such, the team basically had no objection regarding the things he had decided. If he had decided to let Mo Fan fight the duel, Mo Fan would be the one fighting the duel. Most importantly, everyone was aware of Mo Fan's fighting capacity, too. If Gong Yu managed to win his duel, it was highly unlikely that Mo Fan was going to lose his. What are you looking at? Thinking you're so special to sit in a different row behind the others? Mochizuki Chihaya, you will be my opponent. The old man with a mustache stopped me from teaching you a lesson last time, but we're going to settle it now in the duel. You can't run away this time, said Mo Fan, pointing at Mochizuki Chihaya. Mochizuki Chihaya frowned. She already had a grudge against this kid who dared to talk disrespectfully to her. Mochizuki Ken, the Japanese commander, and Fujikata Tegami seemed slightly surprised. In the end, Mochizuki Ken smiled and said, Mo Fan, I suggest you choose someone else. Why is that? Do you think it will be embarrassing if I, a substitute, manage to defeat your team captain? Mo Fan felt unpleasant. We didn't mean that. I hated her the most among the students on your team. You interfered with the fight in the morning. Are you seriously going to interfere in the duel again? She is the one. Don't tell me only our captain is allowed to challenge your captain. If that's the case, I'm the captain of our team. That tanned face is only a decoration. I've already defeated him, said Mo Fan. How dare they look down on him just because he's a substitute? What was wrong with being a substitute? He would still beat the crap out of all their students. Mo Fan was even angrier when he saw the Japanese students laughing at him. What right do you have to challenge Miss Chihaya? Don't you think that's displaying your insignificant skill in front of an expert? Mocked a Japanese student with spiky hair. Is he seriously picking Sister Chihaya out of everyone else? He's going to regret it, said Koike Shoko with a giggle. The other students were laughing too. Their disdainful laughter was directed at Mo Fan. You can choose whoever you want among the 9 of them. Mochizuki Chihaya isn't among them, said Mochizuki Ken. I have no interest in the others. She's the one, said Mo Fan, pointing at Mochizuki Chihaya. Mochizuki Ken was about to say something when Fujikata Tegami smirked and said to Mo Fan, Are you sure you want to choose her as your opponent? I'm telling you. Enough with the nonsense, she is the one. I don't care who she is, but she has been an eyesore for too long. Tell her to come fight me now. Mo Fan demanded impatiently. These Japanese were fawning upon her just because her strength was slightly stronger than theirs. Judging from the way the students were treating her respectfully, she must be quite reputable on the team. Otherwise, she would not be chosen as the captain. It was more exciting to challenge their captain. Advisor, if he insists on picking me, I don't mind having a go. However, if you really want to fight me, you better choose an extra candidate first. Mochizuki Chihaya slowly rose to her feet. That's unnecessary. There's no way the 3 of us will lose, said Mo Fan. You have to choose another candidate if you insist on fighting Mochizuki Chihaya. Otherwise, the others will say that we're bullying the Chinese team if word spread out, insisted Fujikata Tegami. Mochizuki Ken was about to say something, but Fujikata Tegami stopped him. You guys are really confident in this woman who only has an attractive facade. Ai Jiangtu, choose one more person. Mo Fan was too lazy to argue with them. I'll be the 4th candidate, said Ai Jiangtu casually. All right, we've picked one more. Hurry up and come here, so I can beat the crap out of you quicker, taunted Mo Fan. Mochizuki Chihaya left her seat and walked up to the stage. She seemed expressionless, yet she was already cracking with laughter inside. This impolite, reckless kid actually had the guts to fight her. His action was the perfect example of how to get himself killed. Anyway, it was time for her to teach him a lesson and vent her grudge. These Chinese were too cocky. The witnesses to the duels were chatting among themselves in Japanese. Mo Fan could not understand a word, yet it was obvious that they were all mocking him. Is this guy an idiot? He really chose Miss Chihaya as his opponent. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see him begging Miss Chihaya for mercy later. No one in our team even has the slightest chance against Miss Chihaya. Are we going too far? Who cares, he did choose his own opponent. Who else can he blame apart from himself? He's the one that insisted on having Miss Chihaya as his opponent. Just enjoy the show. The students were discussing among themselves in Japanese. They were clearly extremely confident in Mochizuki Chihaya, and were amused by Mo Fan's selection. I bet he won't last for more than 5 minutes, the man with spiky hair burst out laughing. Captain, you're overestimating the kid. 3 minutes, at most 3 minutes, oh, Miss Chihaya was going easy on us during training. If she really wants to teach him a lesson, maybe she will defeat him with a single move, said a student with runes on his forehead. Let's enjoy the show. Yeah. Mo Fan observed the weird reactions from the Japanese, and heard their mumblings, which were obviously talking about how there was no way he would win the duel. Retards! Mo Fan cursed, before fixing his gaze on Mochizuki Chihaya. From everyone's reactions, he could easily tell that this Mochizuki Chihaya was a worthy opponent. Besides, if she wasn't strong, how could she unleash such a formidable aura at the entrance of the West Guardian Tower during the day? Mo Fan knew the woman was powerful, but would it even make any difference? Since when was he afraid of anyone? He would not believe he was unable to defeat the woman with the electrifying sensation from the lightning on his left hand, and the burning touch from the blazing flames on his right. You're the dumbest and most ridiculous person I've ever met. Mochizuki Chihaya gave Mo Fan a hostile look with a superior grin, as if she was looking at a clown. Go ask around in China and see if there's anyone who hasn't heard of my name, Mo Fan. Against someone like you, I can even give you an advantage by using one less element. Mo Fan acted like a pretentious prick like his usual self. One less element. Mochizuki Chihaya burst out laughing. She could not even stand straight. Her laughter showed off her attractive body, giving every man a strong desire to pounce on her and tear the kimono that could not hide her charms apart. However, the thorns on this proud Japanese rose were extremely poisonous. Chapter 783. Control of the Plant Element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyrsid. Edited by Aelrianth. Let's begin, said Fujikata Tegami. The distance between Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya was 50 meters. Normally, in a duel between magicians, anyone would secure the advantage by initiating the attack. After all, an intermediate magician only had a limited number of spells available, thus the duel would always come down to taking turns to blast one another with spells, like a turn-based video game. However, Mochizuki Chihaya did not move. She did not draw the star orbits, as if she was purposely letting Mo Fan attack first. She simply stood there and watched Mo Fan closely with a proud expression on her face. Her gaze was sharp and disdainful, yet it did not lack focus. Mo Fan knew the Japanese woman was no ordinary opponent, so he was not planning to go easy on her. He immediately summoned a few lightning strikes. Mo Fan clenched his fists. The lightning strikes immediately grew thicker. Mo Fan continued to cast the same spell. The lightning strikes eventually combined into a long, thick lightning whip, which Mo Fan grabbed on one end. Your control of the lightning element isn't bad, transforming the lightning strikes freely, Mochizuki Chihaya remarked simply. She did not show any signs of panic. Mo Fan was not in the mood to talk. He flung his arm and lashed the lightning whip in Mochizuki Chihaya's direction. The lightning whip crackled loudly as it traveled in the air. Threads of lightning crackled in the air, paralyzing anything that they came into contact with. Mochizuki Chihaya still had no intention of dodging the approaching attack. She finally stomped her right foot on the ground when the lightning whip was right within inches. A grey-blue Chinese bellflower, 5 giant petals appeared under her foot out of nowhere with. Every petal was like a shield taller than a man. The 5 petals surrounded Mochizuki Chihaya like walls. The lightning whip struck the walls of petals hard. Lightning arcs immediately crawled across the petals wildly. Unfortunately, the lightning element was not so effective against the plant. Even the paralyzing effect barely made any difference. It was Mo Fan's first time seeing someone able to summon defensive walls with the plant element, and he showed his surprise. Control over different elements was extremely important to every magician. The spells that each element provided at each level were fixed, yet when the magicians were adept at casting them, they could further alter their forms. For example, if Mo Fan summoned a few lightning strikes in a row, he could combine the lightning strikes into a lightning whip. If Mo Fan was still in the basic level or intermediate level, he would not be able to do so, yet his control over the lightning element had grown a lot stronger at the advanced level, allowing him to use his spells in various ways. On the other hand, Mochizuki Chihaya obviously had great control over the plant element. Otherwise, there was no way the spells of the plant element could build a wall. If lightning isn't working, have a taste of my fire. Mo Fan did not lower his guard as he already knew he was going against a tough opponent. Mo Fan's hand trembled as the lightning slowly dispersed. As the lightning arcs were still spreading in the air, blazing red flames blossomed in front of him. The flames floated in front of Mo Fan. He swiftly grabbed them and ignited his fists. "Do you think I'll give you the chance?" said Mochizuki Chihaya. The shields made of petals vanished instantly. Mochizuki Chihaya flicked her finger Mo Fan's direction and fired a seed with a grey-blue sheen on its surface onto the ground close to Mo Fan. The ground began to crack open, with young saplings bursting out of the gaps. Mo Fan lowered his gaze and shockingly discovered something. He immediately stomped his foot on the ground and launched himself into the air without hesitation. After reaching the advanced level, even without the blood tabi, Mo Fan could still jump around 20 meters into the air at full force. As Mo Fan was rising in the air, the saplings on the ground grew at an insane pace, as if a few tons of fertilizers had been onto them. In just the time between Mo Fan's jump and reaching the highest point, the barren ground was already crawling with thick, grey-blue shrubs. The plants continued to grow. They were able to detect Mo Fan's presence as if they were alive. They immediately lunged at Mo Fan as he was still in the air. Mo Fan lowered his head and saw more than 10 vines, branches, and twigs chasing after him, and they had almost reached his ankles. The rate of growth of the plants was too crazy, as was the way they chased after their prey. Mo Fan felt they were not plants, but the tentacles of some enormous octopus. "Trying to trap me? In your dreams." Mo Fan was fearless too. He immediately stepped on one of the vines that was slightly slower in reaction as he was falling. Mo Fan leapt higher into the air using the rebound from the vine, trying to escape from the forest of Kun. Mo Fan would be done for if he was trapped within the forest of Kun. The whole place was under the woman's control. He would find himself surrounded by her army of plants. The plants grew like monsters on the spacious dueling ground. Mo Fan's minuscule figure was like a flying bug trying to escape from some man-eating plants. Luckily, he was quite agile. He kept leaping higher into the air despite the risks involved, as he knew he would be devoured by the forest of Kun if he fell to the ground. Mo Fan was still in the air, trying to land on a relatively safe spot. To his surprise, the coverage of the forest of Kun was bigger than he had imagined. The detestable plants had already spread out like the mouths of alligators, waiting for their prey to land in the pond. Fiery Fist! Mo Fan knew he had no chance to escape from the plants. He decisively hurled the flames on his burning fists at Mochizuki Chihaya not far away. The fiery fists glided through the air and flew at Mochizuki Chihaya at an angle. Mochizuki Chihaya did not expect Mo Fan to be so stubborn. He insisted on attacking her even when he was about to fall onto the ground crawling with her plants. Mochizuki Chihaya stopped focusing on the growth of the plants. She crossed her hands in front of her and controlled the plants to form a wall, defending herself from Mo Fan's dominating fire. The fiery fists collided with the plants and triggered a great explosion. The walls of vines were blown to pieces, snapping the vines as flames spread across the place. Mo Fan landed safely when Mochizuki Chihaya switched into a defensive stance. He quickly escaped from the area covered with seeds. The forest of Kun was also known as the Seed of Kun. Even though Mochizuki Chihaya had only thrown a single seed on the ground, the seed was able to grow into roots covering the area within a few hundred meters. She could easily command it to grow into a whole forest of Kun, or just the roots in a certain area, as she wished. Chapter 784. Seed implanted inside the body. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan often had friendly duels with Mu Ningxue. She was also an expert with the plant element. He knew he would definitely find himself in a pinch if he dared to fight a plant magician within the coverage of the Seed of Kun. Mo Fan immediately sprinted and ran a few hundred meters away. He would occasionally stomp his feet on the ground while staring at Mochizuki Chihaya alertly, checking if the area was under the Seed of Kun's control. Mo Fan only felt safe enough to connect the star orbits after he confirmed the area was safe. However, Mochizuki Chihaya was a lot tougher than Mo Fan had imagined. The woman was able to cast intermediate spells at quite an impressive speed. Mo Fan had just accumulated the energy into an explosive fiery fist when a wretched seed landed less than 5 meters away from him. Mo Fan started running again. The saplings immediately transformed into savage beasts in just a second. They rolled across the area like a tide and turned it into a colony. Ha ha ha, the monkey show has officially started, the Japanese student with spiky hair burst out laughing. Mochizuki Ken and Fujikata Tegami smiled, as if they had already predicted how the battle would turn out. The Chinese student is quite impressive. If his reaction speed was any slower, he would be trussed up by now, said Mochizuki Ken. Many students who fought against Mochizuki Chihaya could not even survive the first round of attacks. This student from China with lightning and fire elements was fairly quick-witted, not showing any hesitation to move. However, just running was not enough to defeat a plant magician. His opponent only needed to toss a seed on the ground to gain control of an area. The space of the dueling ground was limited, after all. If the whole dueling ground was placed under the plant magician's control, she would easily dominate the duel. Time to teach him a lesson, Mochizuki Chihaya's gaze sharpened with a cold smirk. She watched Mo Fan closely and predicted the direction he was running to. Using the plants as cover, Mochizuki Chihaya flicked her finger and tossed a dark glowing seed. The seed weaved through the dense lipac plants. Despite the long distance, it landed accurately on Mo Fan and stuck to his body. He's screwed. Oh, it's that move, I can't bear to watch it any further. Serves him right, that's what you get for being so cocky. I believe he will soon regret picking Miss Chihaya as his opponent, said Koike Shoko. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan admitted that he had underestimated Mochizuki Chihaya. Her control of the plant element had reached a level he had never seen before. The growth rate of her plants was absolutely stunning. Not only was she tossing the seeds of Kun around like they cost nothing, she was able to implant a seed on her target too. Mo Fan realized he had messed up when the seed stuck to him. Even as he thought, a few seconds later, a few saplings started growing atop him. The saplings grew incredibly fast, turning into thick vines in an instant and wrapping around their host. The plants covered him before he could think of a plan. F***K me. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. He felt like he was trapped inside a cage. That was still not the worst. The plants continued to grow over him in layers. It was so tightly sealed that not even the slightest trace of sunlight could penetrate inside. It was impossible to tell how many layers were stacked on top of him, so thick that even a knife was unable to cut through them. Mo Fan could no longer move his limbs. Mo Fan was entirely wrapped into a huge ball of plants, and it seemed like the outer layer was still growing. The watchers were startled upon seeing this. The members of the Chinese team exchanged glances with one another, not knowing what to say. Isn't that woman a bit too strong to be real? Such an outstanding control of the plant element, said Zhao Manyang. She's ridiculously strong, I'll give you that. Mo Fan is really snookered. How can he even break free from that? I believe he's going to lose the duel. Gong Yu immediately added insult to the injury when he saw that Mo Fan was completely pinned down. Luckily we still have another attempt. Otherwise, we would have lost the challenge. The advisors are surely going to scold the crap out of us. Mochizuki Chihaya's strength completely impressed those watching. The truth was, Gong Yu clearly knew he would also stand no chance against Mochizuki Chihaya if he was fighting the duel now. She was the ace of the West Guardian Tower. It seems like we've indeed underestimated the Japanese team. If someone like Mochizuki Chihaya isn't even representing Japan, how strong are their actual representatives, wondered Nunyu. They were able to tell the difference in strength between the two fighting the duels quite easily. Mo Fan was suppressed throughout the entire duel, and had only managed to cast 2 spells. The team found it hard to believe it. Chihaya, that's enough. Mochizuki Ken looked at the cocoon of plants and interrupted her. This duel won't count. After all, Mochizuki Chihaya is representing us, said Fujikata Tegami. A loss is a loss, there's no need to. Ari Jiangtu did not accept the favor. Lose my ass, there's no way I will lose the duel. Mo Fan's scream came out from the cocoon of plants that was almost the size of a small house. Aren't you the stubborn kind? Mochizuki Chihaya smirked. She slowly turned around, her back facing Mo Fan in the cocoon, and said, "Apologize to me before I walk off the stage, and I'll consider letting you go. I bet it doesn't feel pleasant inside there." Mochizuki Chihaya had no intention of continuing the duel. She was heading off the stage. She knew she had gone too far today, yet who asked the kid to disrespect her? Apologize my ass, I wonder who's the one that scolded us first? We were already being kind since we didn't ask a bitch like you to apologize to us first, Mo Fan yelled back. Mochizuki Chihaya came to a stop with a cold face. It was her second time being cursed by the kid. She had yet to settle the score with him, and now he was scolding her again? Listen up. Since this is an unfair battle, I didn't let the plants grow inside your body, but if you dare scold me again, I won't mind letting the plants drill into your body just so you can experience the pain that I usually inflict on criminals given a death sentence. Mochizuki Chihaya turned around and glared at Mo Fan with her cold eyes. Mochizuki Ken could no longer remain seated when he heard Mochizuki Chihaya's words. He immediately rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Chihaya, that's enough. He's only a proud student. The kid is too disrespectful. It's fine to let Chihaya teach him a lesson." "Don't worry, Chihaya knows how to control herself," interrupted Tegami. Mochizuki Chihaya slowly walked toward the cocoon. She wanted to hear if there was any noise coming out of it that would make her feel unpleasant. "Bitch!" Mo Fan cursed once again. Mochizuki Chihaya almost exploded in rage. Her chest was heaving. "Humph, serves you right." Mochizuki Chihaya giggled with a fierce expression. She knew they were in the middle of a duel, thus she would not kill Mo Fan, yet she would not mind letting him experience a pain that he would not forget for the rest of his life. Chapter 785. Clash between strong magicians. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Damn, Miss Chihaya is really angry. The plants are going to enter his body through every gap, his eyes, his nose, his throat, and that particular body part. I can't help but be covered in goosebumps whenever I imagine the plants crawling into my body like that, shuddered the Japanese man with spiky hair. Captain, you're familiar with the details. Does that mean Miss Chihaya tortured you before the same way, said the Japanese student with runes on his face. Of course not, someone from the East Guardian Tower told me. That guy is so screwed. Yeah, serves him right, no one asked him to mess with Miss Chihaya. Mochizuki Ken could no longer stand it. He was clearly trying to stop the duel. On the other hand, Fujikata Tegami did not want the duel to end, since the Chinese student had clearly crossed the line by scolding them so harshly. It was necessary to teach him a lesson. "It's fine if we let the others teach him a lesson, but it won't do us any good if Chihaya is doing it," said Mochizuki Ken. "Say, didn't you feel a strong energy of the fire element rising while you two are arguing?" The Japanese commander sitting in between them spoke up. The two finally reacted and focused their senses. As the Japanese commander had mentioned, they did sense an irregular energy of the fire element coming from the stage. "Did she seriously think these useless vines are enough to trap me in here?" Mo Fan's voice came from the cocoon. More heat. Mo Fan's body had completely transformed into flames, burning the plants that were trying to grow into his body into ashes. "Little flame bell, burn them all." Mo Fan knew he had no chance of breaking free from the plants with his own strength. He immediately summoned the Little Flame Bell to his aid. Little Flame Bell immediately unleashed the overwhelming Calamity Fire without hesitation. The Rose Flame and Calamity Fire combusted simultaneously and released heat waves in all directions. Even the thick cocoon was unable to endure the heat. The layers of plants were set aflame. Soon, tongues of flame sprouted out from the enormous plant cocoon. The fire grew swiftly and devoured the plants. Mo Fan unleashed the flames fully, sweeping them across the place fiercely and burning the plants nearby into ashes. Standing in the middle of the flames that continued to grow stronger as more plants were set aflame, Mo Fan was like a demon who was just reborn, imperious and about to explode at any second. "I can't wait to see how many forests of Kuan you have. Let's see if I can burn them all." Sky Flame Funeral. Mo Fan was not in a rush to break free, as he was channeling the advanced spell. His channeling speed when casting advanced spells was too slow. If he channeled it in front of his opponent, he would most likely be interrupted. The cocoon happened to provide him with a perfect layer of protection. Mochizuki Chihaya had no idea what he was up to inside it. Advanced spell. The 9 students from Japan opened their eyes wide, staring at the Chinese student engulfed in flames. Mochizuki Ken and Fujikata Tegami were startled to realize that the student who had been acting like a thug turned out to be an advanced fire magician. He even took advantage of the time when Mochizuki Constellation lowered her guard to complete a complicated fire constellation. The star constellation was extremely bright. The stars surrounding Mo Fan granted him an endless supply of energy. Fiery clouds took shape and fireballs poured down like rain. The sky was dyed blazing red as the flames landed and quickly dominated the dueling ground. The rain of fireballs fell densely and quickly covered area, turning the place into a sea of flames. The forests of Kuan that Mochizuki Chihaya previously set up were burned into ashes. The seeds within the coverage of the sea of flames were completely devoured. The flames swept across the stage. Mochizuki Chihaya was standing in the middle of the flames, wearing a blue armor. The layers of fire surged in Mochizuki Chihaya's direction. She quickly backed off to the edge of the stage. The resistance of her blue armor was quite outstanding. The fierce flames had failed to penetrate it. Mochizuki Chihaya looked surprised, yet she did not show any signs of panic. The power of the advanced fire spell was extraordinary. The flames summoned by the Sky Flame Funeral looming over the area burned across the entire dueling ground, fully displaying the power of the advanced spell. The barrier set up around the stage was shuddering with the impact. However, Mochizuki Chihaya did not lose the duel yet. She expressionlessly stayed away from the flames and nimbly dodged the rain of fire pouring down from the sky. Water Curtain. Mochizuki Chihaya finally used her full strength. When another wave of fireballs started falling from the sky, she quickly constructed a water constellation, forming a water barrier to defend herself from the rain of fire. Damn, that woman is also an advanced magician. Zhao Manyan's eyes widened. I should have guessed it. Only advanced magicians have such a great control of the plant element, observed Nanyu. Strange, something isn't right, Ari Jiangtu frowned. Yeah, something isn't right, that woman is just too strong. Mo Fan has already used his ultimate, yet he still can't beat her, agreed Jiang Yu. Normally, the Skyflame Funeral would destroy any creature beyond recognition. Anyone else would have lost once Mo Fan cast the advanced spell. However, the Japanese woman had only cast the water curtain when the final wave of fireballs came down from the sky. Although she was not handling the situation with ease, she did not seem to be in a pinch, either. The whole stage was set aflame. Not a single spot was left untouched. Mochizuki Chihaya was forced into a corner. She had no choice but to cast the water curtain. Otherwise, she would have been blasted out of the stage by the Skyflame Funeral. "I've underestimated you," Mo Fan walked through the sea of flames with a serious expression. Likewise, Mochizuki Chihaya took a deep breath. The eyes of the Japanese students almost fell out of their sockets. They were unable to recover from their astonishment. They found it hard to believe that Mochizuki Chihaya was forced into the corner on the stage. If her water curtain had been a second late, she would have lost the duel. Mochizuki Chihaya had never lost a duel in the West Guardian Tower. "Captain, have you ever forced Miss Chihaya into a pinch like this?" asked the Japanese student with runes on his face. "Only once when she was careless, but I was soon defeated," replied the Japanese man with spiked hair sternly. Chapter 786. Counterattack with Lightning. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The blazing red flames continued to burn fiercely, the ocean of flames not disappearing so easily. Mo Fan's opponent was an expert with the plant element. If he did not fight to control the stage, he would soon have no space to stand on. The Skyflame Funeral did not inflict serious damage to Mochizuki Chihaya, but it did secure him the upper hand in the duel. At the very least it stopped the plants from attacking him as long as the flames were still around. Blood Tabi. Mo Fan knew he was up against a strong opponent. He did not conceal his strength further, and immediately summoned the Blood Tabi. The strength of the blood beast wrapped around his legs. Mo Fan's speed was already impressive after reaching the advanced level. After receiving the buff from the Blood Tabi, each of his steps was full of power, and left deep footprints on the ground. He dashed toward Mochizuki Chihaya's corner and leapt into the air when he was 30 meters away from her. Trample of the Blood Beast. Mo Fan immediately activated the main effect of the Blood Tabi and increased the force of his feet to thousands of kilograms. The stomp as he landed on the ground was comparable to the impact of a 10-meter-tall creature. Mochizuki Chihaya reacted swiftly too. As her back was to the barrier, she immediately dodged to the side when she saw Mo Fan coming down from the sky. Her movement was not as impressive as Mo Fan's imperious stomp with the Blood Tabi. As Mo Fan landed heavily on the ground, the shockwave immediately knocked Mochizuki Chihaya flying. Mochizuki Chihaya lost her balance in the air, yet she still managed to cast a spell as she was knocked flying and used 2 vines to catch her in the air. Mo Fan was aware of his opponent's intention when he saw 2 vines bursting out from the ground. He quickly pointed his finger in her direction. Thunderbolt! Unlike the usual lightning strikes, Mo Fan purposely altered the path of the thunderbolt. It was going from the ground into the sky. A lightning bolt appeared right under Mochizuki Chihaya and struck her back accurately, like a purple-black dragon. The lightning bolt was quite strong. Mochizuki Chihaya was struck by it before she could reach the ground. It blasted her higher into the air, and even made her spin in circles. The blue magic armor that Mochizuki Chihaya was wearing protected her from the lightning. The blast knocked her over 50 meters into the air as lightning arcs spread across her body. It was difficult for anyone to suddenly change their direction in mid-air, which was why many people tried to knock their opponents flying. Fire burst! Mochizuki Chihaya was like target practice once she was knocked into the air. With Mo Fan's accuracy, he could basically ignore her falling speed. Mo Fan was very adept at casting basic spells. Knowing that a single fire burst was nowhere enough to penetrate his opponent's defenses, he immediately summoned as many fire bursts as he could. One star orbit after another appeared. Fireballs revolved around Mo Fan while floating in the air. More than 10 balls of flame were floating beside Mo Fan in just a short period of time. Go! The fire bursts were fired simultaneously along a clear trajectory in the air and landed close to Mochizuki Chihaya. The fire bursts exploded close to her. Although the explosion of each fireball only had a radius of 2 meters, when all the fireballs exploded simultaneously, the area was quickly devoured by the flames coming from all directions. Mochizuki Chihaya was left with no escape, the flames lunging at her blue magic armor. Mo Fan had to admit, his opponent's blue magic armor was some high-quality stuff. It still did not disappear even after enduring so many attacks. Fiery Fist, Ground Break. Mochizuki Chihaya finally fell back to the ground, yet Mo Fan had no intention of stopping there. He slammed his fist onto the ground to give Mochizuki Chihaya a taste of an exploding ground break right after she was struck by more than 10 consecutive fire bursts. Burning lava washed across the place. Mochizuki Chihaya frowned. Water ribbon circled her? Mo Fan had no idea how the woman had cast the defensive water spell while she was blasted so rapidly by his spells. Perhaps she too was able to cast basic spells with a single thought. The water ribbon stacked on her in layers. Mo Fan noticed there were at least 6 layers of water barriers on her. Even Zhao Manyang could only stack 4 layers of water barriers at most. Her control of the water element was clearly significantly better than his friend's. How violent, I would have lost by now if I was in her spot. Jiang Yu gasped after seeing Mo Fan's chain of attacks. Previously, Mo Fan basically had no chance to fight back against Mochizuki Chihaya's plant element, but now his spells had similarly given Mochizuki Chihaya no chance to find her footing. The two would not stop once they were given an opportunity to counterattack. She looks weak, yet her defense is harder than a turtle shell. Can she seriously still stand? Mo Fan panted heavily. It was a great burden mentally to cast spells continuously. Mo Fan had no choice but to rest up. Otherwise, it was likely that he would fail to channel the spells properly. Mochizuki Chihaya was in a tough spot, too. She quickly withdrew to a safe spot and cast water spells on herself. The burning effect of the flames and the scorching of the lightning were a nuisance, especially how she was knocked flying a few times in the air and was devoured by the lava bursting out from the ground. Luckily, she kept applying layers of water barriers to herself, or her armor would have passed its limit by now. The combination of fire and lightning elements was indeed overwhelming. Most magic armor could only survive a few rounds against them. Rise! Mochizuki Chihaya was able to recover faster than Mo Fan. She took off her defensive equipment, which had basically lost its effect, and began to control the plants again. Half of the flames of the Skyflame funeral had disappeared. Mochizuki Chihaya started casting a spell. She waved her hand in Mo Fan's direction. Mo Fan caught a glimpse of a faint grey-blue flicker of motion. Mochizuki Chihaya's action and the flicker felt familiar to Mo Fan, yet before he could recall what they were, a huge gap was torn apart on the ground before him. The crack was 5 meters long, and a terrifying vine burst out from it. It was as thick as the trunk of a 1,000-year-old tree. Most terrifyingly, the vine was incredibly flexible. It could twist as it wished while attacking with the strength of a beast. Mo Fan immediately retreated when he sensed something did not feel right. To his surprise, the vine was quicker than he was. It struck him hard, and knocked him flying into the air. Chapter 787. He doesn't have a brain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was the Demon Tree Hand. Mo Fan clenched his teeth. He already had a taste of the Demon Tree Hand before. That Glaucian who came from India used the same spell when Mo Fan fought him not long ago. It was the advanced spell of the plant element. However, the form of the Demon Tree Hand was dependent on the Magician Soul Seed. Mo Fan remembered President Hanji's Demon Tree Hand was not a tree, but a man-eating demon flower. A whole bunch of warrior-level undead were completely eaten by his plant. Hanji was able to cast the advanced spell in an instant, too. Mochizuki Chihaya was also casting the advanced plant spell. The terrifying Demon Tree Hand would easily knock him flying for a few dozen meters if its attack landed on him. Mo Fan was aware of how terrifying the spell was. He immediately put on the black snake armor. As soon as the black snake armor covered him, the demon tree hand appeared out of nowhere, digging out of the ground behind him. Its thick branch slammed down on Mo Fan and pressed him onto the ground. Mo Fan crawled to his feet and checked his surroundings alertly, trying to predict where the demon tree hand would come from next. To his surprise, he heard the ground underneath him cracking. F***K me. Mo Fan lowered his gaze and his face turned pale. It turned out that all the ground within a few hundred meters of him was already covered in cracks. The stage under his feet was already infiltrated by the demon tree hand. Only the surface was made of rocks. The area below the surface was crawling with the roots of the demon tree. Mo Fan could not react at all. The surface cracked open in an instant, revealing a huge pit full of vines wriggling like enormous pythons. The demon tree had dug a shocking trap under the ground. It was planning to drag Mo Fan right into its mouth. The mouth of the demon tree was incredibly huge. The dueling ground was made up of layers of rock, yet the demon tree managed to infiltrate them and gain control of the area. A hole with a radius of 100 meters appeared at the center of the stage, inside it vines and branches that would shred a victim to pieces. Below the hole was a bottomless pit. The representatives of the Chinese team were completely stunned. They found it hard to believe how strong Mochizuki Chihaya was. She seemed quite adept at casting the advanced spells. The abyss of the demon tree hand was not something they had a chance to escape from. Mo Fan felt absolutely minuscule as he fell into the hole made by the demon tree hand. If Mochizuki Chihaya was trying to kill him, the others would not be able to find his remains. Strange, something isn't right. Ari Jiangtu had already noticed something. He slowly walked toward the Japanese team. Mo Fan was already very strong. He had already cast an advanced spell and followed up with the powerful combination of the fire and lightning elements. If his opponent was only a student, she would have already lost the duel. Even if Ai Jiangtu was fighting Mo Fan, he would be injured too. On the other hand, Mochizuki Chihaya was only in a troublesome situation, but she was perfectly unharmed until now. It did not make any sense. Who would have thought Miss Chihaya had to cast this spell just to defeat him, sighed the Japanese man with spiky hair. He rose from his seat when he saw Ari Jiangtu approaching. Him. Who is she? Ari Jiangtu fixed his eyes on Mochizuki Ken and Fujikata Tegami. Why did you ask? Asked Fujikata Tegami calmly. Her strength. We never said she was a student, said Fujikata Tegami. Ari Jiangtu frowned. He was about to say something when Mochizuki Ken spoke. We made it clear that Mochizuki Chihaya wasn't an option. He could only choose the 9 students in the front row. Ha ha, I bet he has already learned his lesson. There's no point hiding the truth now. Miss Chihaya is our battle instructor. She's not a student of the National Training Hall, exclaimed the Japanese student with spiky hair. She's not a student. Although she used to be my disciple, she's no longer a student. She's currently the instructor of the gatekeepers, said Fujikata Tegami. Damn, I was wondering why the woman is ridiculously strong. She's a battle instructor, a teacher. Zhao Manyan's jaw almost fell to the ground. Are you serious, asking a teacher to fight a duel with us? This doesn't count. Jiang Yu immediately jumped up from his seat. How shameless were these Japanese, to let an instructor fight against a student. No wonder Mo Fan was having trouble winning the duel despite his outstanding talents. It was never a fair duel to begin with. Humph, didn't we try to stop him? He insisted on choosing Miss Chihaya as his opponent, and he even provoked us, shot back the Japanese man with spiky hair. As a matter of fact, he was the actual captain of the students. Mochizuki Chihaya never sat in the same row as them, but in the row behind them. Even Guan Yu had assumed Mochizuki Chihaya was their captain, thus she was sitting behind the others on her own. To their surprise, that was not the case. It doesn't matter if the duel counts or not, we've already asked you to choose another candidate before the duel. It's not like we're purposely hiding the truth, but someone is just too stubborn, who insisted on fighting Mochizuki Chihaya, said Fujikata Tegami. I Jiangtu, Jiangyu, Nanyu, Zhao Manyang, and the others immediately recalled how Mo Fan did not even give them a chance to explain. He simply yelled out and demanded to fight Mochizuki Chihaya like a maniac. The person he was picking on was an instructor. How could she possibly stand it when Mo Fan was pointing at her and provoking her? To be honest, I would rather say I don't know who that idiot is. Zhao Manyang slapped his forehead. After learning Mochizuki Chihaya's true identity, he immediately had a headache when he recalled how scornful Mo Fan was before. Mu Ningxue stared at the enormous pit and heard Mo Fan's screams of agony coming out from it. She began to wonder whether Mo Fan actually had a brain. If Mo Fan had not barked like a mad dog at the start and asked carefully, he would not be tortured so badly now. Inside the pit, Mo Fan was continuously being struck by the vines and had no clue what was happening on the surface. The black snake armor had significantly increased his defense, yet it was still extremely painful when the vines continued to bat him around like table tennis. Goddammit, she's so strong. It looks like I can no longer give her an advantage by using one less element. Little Flame Bell, possess! Mo Fan roared. He had finally to take the duel seriously. Mo Fan had only summoned Little Flame Bell before to break free from the cocoon. He did not rely on her power in the duel, but judging from the situation, he would lose horribly if he hesitated to use his trump card. Chapter 788. Fire Domain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was blazing red from the fire engulfing him. The black snake armor granted him an outstanding defense, and there was a layer of scorching flames around it now. Even the thick branches of the demon tree were unable to harm him. After obtaining Little Flame Bell's blessing, Mo Fan immediately summoned a long saber made of flames. He raised the flaming weapon when he saw the branches coming in his direction and slashed at them fiercely. The fiery saber burned one of the branches into ashes, but there were simply too many branches attacking him. His priority was to escape from the pit at once. 1,000 piercing fire feathers. A pair of wings made of burning feathers appeared on his back. As they beat, burning feathers were fired in all directions. Each of the feathers exploded when they came into contact with the demon tree. The pitch-black hole was entirely lit up by the explosions, which blasted the demon tree into pieces and set the whole place aflame. The burning feathers flew in all directions continuously. Mo Fan took hold of the chance to fly out of the hole. Mochizuki Chihaya abruptly realized that Mo Fan was still struggling to break free and immediately controlled the demon tree to surround him. The branches grew rapidly and loomed over Mo Fan's head like claws, trying to seal Mo Fan inside the hole. Chihaya, what are you doing? Don't overdo it, exclaimed Mochizuki Ken when he realized that something did not seem right. The massive hole was covered up by the branches of the demon tree. Once it was entirely covered up, it would be extremely difficult for Mo Fan to escape. Mochizuki Ken did not want to put the life of a Chinese student at risk because of a duel. He quickly rebuked Chihaya when he realized what she was up to. The kid is fine, replied Mochizuki Chihaya. As soon as she said that, a great burst of light appeared in the hole. Fire sprang out of the hole like exploding rays. The rate of growth of the demon tree was impressive, yet the rate that the flames were burning the plant was even more shocking. The plants were soon burned into ashes. In the middle of the flying ashes, a figure engulfed in flames dashed out and sprang into the air. The flames burning on him did not weaken. He turned into a giant fireball sweeping across the air like a meteorite and fell right on Mochizuki Chihaya. Mochizuki Chihaya had no idea what kind of power Mo Fan was using. She did not expect him to escape the pit and immediately execute such a powerful attack. She quickly backed off, trying to dodge the imperious fireball. The fireball did not look huge in the air, but when it started falling, Mochizuki Chihaya immediately fell to great pressure. The water barriers around her were evaporated by the overwhelming heat. Water curtain! Mochizuki Chihaya realized that she was in a pinch. She hastily cast the water advance spell. The water curtain formed a barrier like a waterfall in front of Mochizuki Chihaya. If she had realized what Mo Fan was up to a bit earlier, the water curtain would have absorbed all of the impact. Unfortunately, Mochizuki Chihaya was still a bit too late. The flames of the blast lunged at her, a portion landing on her as the water curtain took shape. Mochizuki Chihaya was forced to back away from the heat. Her armor had already lost power. She even forgot she was already standing at the edge of the stage. She glided back and set foot outside of the boundary. The water curtain finally blocked the rest of the energy as the fireball collided with it, and could no longer reach her. Mo Fan skidded on the ground, leaving a burning ravine, shallow at the start and gradually growing deeper at the end. Half kneeling on the ground, Mo Fan slowly raised his head. The flames engulfing him slowly dissipated under the effect of the water curtain. He was incredibly surprised when he realized that Mochizuki Chihaya was perfectly unharmed. How is she unhurt? Isn't this woman too strong to be real? Mo Fan rose to his feet on the scorched ground, staring at Mochizuki Chihaya with a hard expression. On the other hand, Mochizuki Chihaya had a blank face too. She looked at her right foot in disbelief. It was currently outside of the boundary. Although the rule stated that she would only lose the battle if both her feet were outside of the boundary, she had pretty much lost the duel since she was an instructor. Your flames, Mochizuki Chihaya glanced at Mo Fan. Her eye sharpened, as if she was trying to see through Mo Fan's secrets. Enough talk, let's continue the duel since we've yet to decide who's the winner. Mo Fan was too lazy to ask questions. His desire to win was as strong as the flames erupting from his body. He clenched his fists. 2 tongues of fire appeared and spun around Mo Fan in a 10-meter circle. When the flames collided into one another, the circle was set on fire. As soon as the ground started burning, he could sense the energies of the fire element coming toward him from all directions. The space around him was quickly filled with fiery energy. Mo Fan felt like he had an abundant supply of power, as if he could do anything with the fire element as he wished. He could easily summon fire bursts and finish channeling fiery fists in an instant. Even the complicated star constellation of the Skyflame funeral did not seem as difficult. What's happening? Mo Fan was mesmerized. The others only saw some strange flames appearing around Mo Fan. There was nothing special about it, apart from making him look imperious. However, Mochizuki Chihaya could sense a great pressure. Her water element was completely dominated by the domain of the fire element. Mochizuki Chihaya suddenly did something strange. She pulled her other foot and stepped outside of the boundary. You win. I haven't had enough yet. Stop talking, close your eyes and feel the energy around you. You've grasped the ability to produce a domain, snapped Mochizuki Chihaya. Mo Fan was startled, before being overwhelmed with joy. Domain, an overwhelming capability that he kept hearing about from rumors. It was his fire domain. At that instant, Mo Fan quickly tossed aside his insignificant grudge toward Mochizuki Chihaya to the back of his head. He immediately closed his eyes to grasp the fire domain around him. Mo Fan knew that the domain did not belong to him. It was the effect after he merged with the little flame bell. However, if he could grasp the power of the domain, it would significantly improve his strength when he was possessed by the little flame bell. It was a rare opportunity. Chapter 789. Element Compatibility. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mochizuki Chihaya conceded. Fujikata Tegami rose to her feet and glanced at Mochizuki Chihaya in disbelief. Similarly, Mochizuki Ken, the Japanese commander, and the members of the Japanese team were staring at Mochizuki Chihaya with blank faces. It was unbelievable that an instructor would lose a duel against a student. Even though the Chinese student was quite impressive, the people of the West Guardian Tower clearly knew how strong Mochizuki Chihaya actually was. She hasn't even used her domain yet, why did she concede, said the Japanese commander. It's overkilling it if she uses her domain in a duel against a student, but I believe Mochizuki Chihaya has her reasons if she did not want to continue the duel, said Mochizuki Ken. The leaders were dumbfounded, let alone the students of the West Guardian Tower, who almost dropped their jaws to the ground. They never thought Mochizuki Chihaya would actually lose the duel. Can anyone tell me what's going on? There's no way Miss Chihaya would lose the duel. She must be unwilling to continue, said the captain with spiky hair. Even so, that Chinese student called Mo Fan is very strong. I don't think anyone on our team is able to fight Miss Chihaya like that. Yeah, I wonder if the captain could face him. The captain with spiky hair immediately straightened his figure and insisted, how am I not worthy to be his opponent? Didn't I beat many representatives of other countries who tried to win approval from us? But you never forced Miss Chihaya to use the advanced spells of 2 different elements. That's because the situation is different. Mo Fan is such a maniac, able to fight an instructor like that. Jiang Yu gave Mo Fan a thumbs up. Humph, didn't you see that his opponent conceded on purpose, huffed Zhu Jiming. I'm more curious as to why he is standing there doing nothing, same with the Mochizuki Chihaya. She seems to be explaining something to him. I bet he's still feeling the joy of winning the duel. The others could not sense the presence of the domain. Only the magician could sense their domain when it was first awakened. Mochizuki Chihaya only discovered Mo Fan's domain when she felt her element being suppressed. Mochizuki Chihaya was an instructor. She subconsciously gave Mo Fan a piece of advice after learning that he had just probed his domain. It was her responsibility as a teacher. Besides, things like domains were extremely rare and precious for magicians. She would not allow Mo Fan to miss such a great opportunity just because she had a grudge against him. The area held all kinds of elements that were invisible to the naked eye. Only magicians could use their senses to probe for their presence and discover them. A place with an abundant supply of the fire element would be dry and scorching. A place with a stronger presence of the water element would be wet and damp. A domain referred to a magician's ability to accumulate the element particles within a certain range and gather them within a specific radius, with themselves at the center. If the mind of the magician was strong enough and the element particles accumulated by them reached a certain level, the area was called the magician's domain. The domain would improve the strength, form, recovery, control, and channeling of the magician's element, granting them a higher level of mastery of the specific element. In addition to that, the domain could also suppress the strength of an opponent. After all, if a certain area had a strong presence of a certain element, it meant the presence of other elements would be weakened. Therefore, domains always played an important part in a duel between high-level magicians. Being able to construct a domain would result in huge differences in power. Mo Fan realized that he had truly embarked on the path of magic after reaching the advanced level. His spells were no longer confined by their form. With enough control, he could even alter the form of his spells. Fights between magicians were no longer as predictable and stiff. Upon reaching the advanced level, a magician's physical attributes would also improve tremendously. Spells from 3 different elements and their own mastery of them would make them completely different from intermediate and basic magicians. On second thought, the commander-level creatures usually had dominating abilities. If magicians were only able to stand still and toss their spells at the demon creatures, how would they stand a chance against the cunning, savage, and enormous commander-level creatures? Domains were most likely the deciding factor for magicians. Those without a domain could only follow the same routine when casting their spells, regardless of their level. However, those who had awakened their domain would be able to utilize their magic as they wished. The spells would merge perfectly with their thoughts, allowing them to cast the spells in the form they wished. Even when they were experiencing great pressure, they would still be able to cast spells to defend themselves. Mo Fan's view toward Mochizuki Chihaya had changed, considering how she was trying her best to guide him in grasping his domain. The truth was, not every advanced magician would awaken their domain. There were many who had not even realized what domains were. His cultivation was still too weak to directly awaken it, he had only probed it because of his synchronization with Little Flame Bell, granting him a better control over the fire element. In other words, it was mainly because of Little Flame Bell's ability. In terms of control, nothing had better control over the fire element than a spirit that was born in a fire calamity. Little Flame Bell, we've just probed our domain, let's keep it up. Mo Fan told his beloved daughter. Little Flame Bell was extremely focused. Mo Fan was quite touched by her dedication to improve after they had escaped death in the space of death at the ancient capital. She had seriously placed her playful heart down and focused on improving her strength. The talents granted by her noble lineage was absolutely stunning. She had almost awakened her domain just from putting in some effort. According to what she said, we should try our best to accumulate the fire particles within a kilometer from us, said Mo Fan to Little Flame Bell. Both Mo Fan and Little Flame Bell had to work together in the process. If they succeeded, they would be able to form the domain. If they failed, the heavens knew how long they would have to wait to receive another opportunity. The fire particles could be treated like fire fairies lingering in the space. A high elemental compatibility was a must if they were to move closer to the magician voluntarily. The fighting spirit that Mo Fan had displayed in his duel against Mochizuki Chihaya was something that the fire fairies were quite fond of. Chapter 790. Having an intimate talk with knees together. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Damn, what are they doing? Why are they still standing there when the duel is already finished? Don't tell me they are falling for one another. Zhao Manyang wondered aloud impatiently. No one would purposely sense the distribution of element particles in their surroundings in the middle of a duel. Besides, a special device was necessary to accurately determine the distribution of element particles in an area most of the time. It does look that way, maybe they are already exchanging their contacts in WeChat. Idiot, Japanese doesn't use WeChat. It's fine to exchange numbers then, judging from how long they are taking, maybe they have already decided on the room number for tonight, Li Kaifeng smiled. He turned around and saw Nanyu staring at the men who were having lewd thoughts with an unfriendly expression. He quickly withdrew his smile and shut his mouth. The two finally separated after some time. By separating, it meant Mochizuki Chihaya returned to her seat. She gave her mentor, Fujikata Tegami, an apologetic bow, apologizing for losing the duel. You did well, but you underestimated your opponent, said Fujikata Tegami. Chihaya, were you giving him guidance? I can sense the fire particles in the area behaving abnormally. Mochizuki Ken was indeed an experienced magician. He soon realized something was out of place. Yes. Does that mean Mochizuki Ken was stunned? He quickly fixed his eyes on Mo Fan. Someone on the Chinese team had already probed their domain. China really had lots of talents. A random kid who was acting like a thug had already achieved such an impressive cultivation level. He could not help but wonder if their national team would stand a chance against the Chinese team at Venice. The representatives of the Japanese team were stronger than the students appointed as the gatekeepers of the National Training Hall. However, it was difficult to tell if anyone on the team had probed their domain. You shouldn't have done that, he might become a strong opponent for us, whispered the Japanese commander when he saw Mochizuki Chihaya returning to her seat. They were clearly aware of the significance of a magician that had awakened their domain. Someone with a domain was always one of the best candidates in the World College Tournament. I've only done what a teacher should be doing, replied Mochizuki Chihaya. Up on the stage, Mo Fan finally opened his eyes. Fiery sparkles flickered behind his brown pupils, soon hidden behind his confident gaze. It was a pity that he had failed to awaken the domain right away. That being said, Mo Fan knew things like this were unpredictable. At the very least, he had taken the first step that many advanced magicians were clueless about. He believed if he continued to fight strong opponents like today, helping him discover his hidden potential, it would only be a matter of time until he awakened his domain. When that happened, he would surely master the ability. Domains were incredible, and even though he was only under its effects for a short period of time, Mo Fan clearly remembered the feeling of being able to control the fire element as he wished. It felt like his spells were no longer confined to the fixed star orbits, star patterns or star constellations, and he was able to cast magic purely with his mind. What spell did you use? How did you set yourself on fire? Guan Yu asked when Mo Fan came off the stage. Do you think I'm going to tell you? I have lots of other tricks under my sleeves, so I suggest you not annoy me for your own sake, answered Mo Fan haughtily. Well done, Mo Fan. You've made an instructor concede in a duel. That's unbelievable. Jiang Yu came up to Mo Fan and patted him heavily on the shoulder. What instructor? Mo Fan raised his brows. That Japanese woman was an instructor instead of a student. You were having a duel with a teacher, said Zhao Manyang. Holy crap, are you serious? Mo Fan gaped. You bet I am. Otherwise, do you really think a Japanese student would be as strong as her? Mo Fan looked at Ari Zhangtu, who nodded slightly and told him, that instructor is even stronger than me, and I think she was still holding back in the duel. F***K me, Japan has lots of strange people indeed. That woman looks very young, how is she an instructor, said Mo Fan. On second thought, Mochizuki Chihaya was indeed too strong to be a student. The way she used her advanced spells and her control of the basic and intermediate spells clearly indicated that she was on a different level. Luckily, he had been hiding some trump cards up his sleeves. Otherwise, he would surely have suffered a great loss. Why was she helping him with the domain? Mo Fan soon came back to the question. It went without saying that the woman would have a grudge against him. She had no reason to help him. However, Mo Fan had a different view of her because of that. She was indeed a great teacher if she was willing to teach someone regardless of their nationality. Without her guidance, Mo Fan would have no clue what a domain was. He would have missed the opportunity to take the first step in awakening a domain. Speaking of domain, Mo Fan immediately thought of Mu Ningxue and went up to her. Mu Ningxue had a bad feeling when she saw Mo Fan sneaking up to her. Luckily, Mo Fan did have some serious questions to ask instead of his usual annoying flirting. Mo Fan dragged Mu Ningxue into a corner and lowered his voice, I believe you're the only one with a domain on this team. Mu Ningxue nodded. The fact that she had awakened her domain was not really a secret in their country. Let's find a night to visit a small bar and have an intimate talk with our knees together. I think I've just probed a domain during the duel. Mo Fan blinked his eyes, as if he was having some lewd thoughts instead of discussing some serious matter. There's nothing to discuss, I was born with the domain, replied Mu Ningxue calmly. Despite the rejection, Mu Ningxue was surprised to learn of Mo Fan's improvement, especially when he told her that he had probed the domain. How did he train himself? Even some of the old magicians had trouble probing a domain. They usually needed the help of soul-grade seeds to awaken their domain. Mo Fan's cultivation was not particularly outstanding. He only had spirit-grade seeds too, and considering the number of elements he had, he would have trouble improving them all simultaneously, yet his fire element had achieved such a remarkable level. It just did not make any sense. You would still know a thing or two even if you're born with it, Mo Fan did not give up. I have nothing to teach you. You surely have something. You can try asking your Japanese teacher, retorted Mu Ningxue. It wasn't anything like that, Mo Fan's expression was awkward. Chapter 791. There's a beast in the sea. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The next duel was between Jiang Xiaoshu and Koike Shoko. Without any surprise, there was no chance that a psychic magician would lose in a one-on-one duel. The continuous psychic impact simply gave her opponent no chance to cast a single spell. Mo Fan had already experienced how disgusting it was to fight a psychic magician at Pearl Institute. He would have been crushed by Ding Yamian if it weren't for his focus necklace. Koike Shoko was not weak, yet Jiang Xiaoshu's psychic element gave her a great advantage. Koike Shoko suffered a humiliating defeat pretty soon. Jiang Xiaoshu lifted her proud gaze after the duel and said to her opponent, "This is the difference between a representative on the national team and a gatekeeper. It's unwise to judge us by the standard of the countries that lost against you." They had won all three of the duels. They did not disappoint themselves, considering how confident they were at the start. As the duels came to an end, everyone went back to their rooms to rest up. The strength of the Chinese national team had indeed surprised the people of the West Guardian Tower. Late at night, the Japanese commander slowly walked back and forth on the balcony holding a phone in his hand. He was talking cautiously to the person on the other end. "We've recorded the duels. We'll send the information we collected over tonight." Unfortunately, they only sent 3 representatives to fight the duels. "If we can collect more information, it will be of great help to us," said the Japanese commander. "Commander Takogi, the students of your West Guardian Tower are quite disappointing. I've already learned the details of the duels from my other subordinate. Your students lost the duels before they could gather any useful information," said the slightly blurred voice on the other end. "That isn't the case. I believe you'll be surprised if you watch the second duel. The representative from China was fighting against Mochizuki Chihaya, but he managed to stay in the duel for quite a long time. His fire element is extraordinary. I've already watched the recording, and if I'm not mistaken, the Chinese student is most likely a summoner who has a rare fire elemental beast. His rather unique contracted beast granted him the astonishing power of the fire element," said Commander Takogi. "Oh, I did hear something about it. Let's discuss it later. That goddamn Dewata is still not telling us," asked the man with the blurred voice. "It doesn't seem like it," replied Commander Takogi. "Then he will be staying longer in the East Guardian Tower. I would like to see if he is tougher than the punishment he will receive in the East Guardian Tower. What if he's still not willing to tell us? Do you seriously think he'll trade his life just to keep the secret?" "I think, Chihaya, why are you still awake at this time?" blurted out Commander Takogi in the middle of his sentence when he suddenly discovered Mochizuki Chihaya. Mochizuki Chihaya was standing on the balcony. Commander Takogi did not notice her at first, as she was hidden by the shadows. Mochizuki Chihaya turned around. She was wearing a kimono with a ribbon around her waist. Her outstanding physique was rather alluring under the moonlight, even though she was trying to hide her sexiness. "It's very late now. Who are you talking to on the phone?" asked Mochizuki Chihaya, smiling when she realized Commander Takogi's phone was lit up. Oh, just a silly subordinate. I'm scolding him for some mistake he has made. Matsumoto, you better hand in the report I want early in the morning tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll allocate you to some guard duty on the islands," Commander Takogi said into the phone with a stern voice. The aged commander standing on the walls along the maritime battlefield in Tokyo immediately had a dark expression, yet he had no choice but to put up an act. He lowered his voice and said, "All right, Commander Takogi, I'll fix the report overnight." "That's all." Commander Takogi hung up the call impatiently and shoved it into his pocket. He looked at Mochizuki Chihaya with a gentle smile. Commander Takogi was around 40 years old. He was not tall, and the lines on his face were sagging. His eyes curled into a line whenever he smiled, making it difficult to see his thoughts. "Having trouble sleeping? Why don't you come and have some drinks in my room? An old friend in Tokyo just brought me some nice wine. I know you're a fan of it." Commander Takogi walked closer to Mochizuki Chihaya and invited her with a gesture. "I'm feeling a bit sleepy," replied Mochizuki Chihaya. "Oh, go get some rest then," conceded Commander Takogi calmly. "It is time for the guards in the East Guardian Tower to exchange their shifts. Aren't you supposed to be there, Commander Takogi?" Mochizuki Chihaya glanced at the mountain on the other side. "I'll be there after I retrieve something. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry for what happened to your brother Iwata. We've sent many people out to find him, but we haven't found any clues yet," said Commander Takogi. Mochizuki Chihaya stood there in silence. Commander Takogi slowly walked forward. He looked at Mochizuki Chihaya's back with a side glance as he walked past the woman and grinned with an evil flicker in his eyes. Mochizuki Chihaya remained in her spot after Commander Takogi left. She only told the man she was tired just so he would not bother her further. She lifted her gaze and looked at the East Guardian Tower on the other mountain with a complicated expression. "Are you really in there?" "Why did they lock you up?" murmured Mochizuki Chihaya. A red glow suddenly descended from the top floor of the tower, followed by the ringing of an alarm, breaking the silence of the night. Mochizuki Chihaya immediately jumped to the top floor and asked the guard, "What's going on?" The people asleep in the West Guardian Tower were immediately woken up by the alarm, with guards running up and down the stairs and balconies as they proceeded to their positions. The West Guardian Tower was basically a fortress on a mountain. The sea to the east was considered the territory of the demon creatures outside of Osaka's boundary. "There's something in the ocean," replied a guard on duty. "What is it?" "Did you take a close look at it?" who asked Mochizuki Chihaya. "It's in the water, but I didn't see what it was." "More than 100 sensors in the water were destroyed," said the guard. "More than 100? Is a pack of demon creatures invading us?" "No, I think there's only one." Mochizuki Chihaya's eyes were immediately filled with astonishment and terror when she heard the words. Chapter 792. A gigantic creature in the ocean. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. What the heck? Why can't I enjoy a good sleep? Mo Fan yawned and rose from his bed. He was still wearing white sleepwear. The others were woken up by the alarm, too. They all went to the balconies outside their rooms. Mo Fan could see a red light flickering. It was similar to the light of a blood alert. His expression immediately darkened as he mumbled to himself, "Are you serious? Are you telling me that every city I go to will have some kind of disaster?" Mo Fan took a closer look and realized the light was different from a blood alert. It was only a signal for the guards in the West Guardian Tower. The guards were busy patrolling around the tower. Many of them were heading up the stairs to the top floor. Mo Fan immediately blended into the guards and followed them to the top floor. He was curious to find out what was happening. Commander Tokogi and Mochizuki Ken were standing at the top of the tower, with Japanese soldiers lined up behind them. They were all looking at the area on the sea around 6 kilometers away from the tower. The sea was some distance away from the West Guardian Tower. The bright moon reflected off the surface of the ocean, and it was obvious that something there was producing irregular waves that were splashing onto the rocks nearby. The disturbance had come from that area, yet no one saw anything suspicious, apart from the irregular waves. "What exactly is it?" asked Mochizuki Ken in a surprised tone. "We're not sure yet," replied Commander Tokogi in a deep voice. The people of the West Guardian Tower had placed lots of buoys in the ocean close to Osaka's boundary. The sensors would only respond when they detected the presence of living creatures. Occasionally, some creatures would trigger the buoys, but it was rare to see more than 100 sensors being triggered simultaneously. Most importantly, they had discovered that the buoys were all triggered by a single creature. Each buoy was around 4 meters apart. In other words, the creature that triggered the sensors was a gigantic sea creature. "Commander Tokogi, the creature seems to have withdrawn deep into the ocean," reported a captain as he landed on the tower and withdrew his wind wings. "It fled." Commander Tokogi was puzzled. If a gigantic creature had triggered the sensors, it was most likely that the creature was up to something. Commander Tokogi was just about to have the soldiers prepare for a huge battle, but the situation was resolved just like that. "Maybe it accidentally came into our territory," said Mochizuki Ken. "I don't think so. Such a high-level creature must have a certain level of intelligence. There's no way it doesn't know this area belongs to us humans." Commander Tokogi stared into the distance and said after a slight hesitation, "I should go and check, just in case." Commander Tokogi summoned an enormous beast. It had a head like tiger, with grey wings on its back. The wings were 8 meters long when they were extended, even more majestic than the wings of a giant eagle. The creature carried Commander Tokogi as it soared into the sky. It flew a few hundred meters away by just beating its wings a few times. It gradually shrank into a tiny dot as it proceeded toward the area where the sensors were. "That's Commander Tokogi's Sky Ridge beast. I'm so jealous," sighed a captain. "I heard that his contracted beast strength is almost on par with the ruler-level creatures. If he's lucky enough to help the creature evolve, Commander Tokogi is going to become the strongest summoner in Osaka," said another captain. "Yeah, Commander Tokogi has been stationed here at the West Guardian Tower for quite some time, but normally people with his capabilities would be appointed to the Maritime battlefield in Tokyo." "Hey, who are you? You're not supposed to be here." The captain's expression darkened when he suddenly saw an uninvited guest. Mochizuki Ken turned around and saw the person was a young man in his sleepwear. The young man was still rubbing his eyes as if he had not fully woken up yet. "Mo-fan, this isn't somewhere you should be," said Mochizuki Ken. "Oh, I only came to take a look and see if there's anything I can help with." "It seems like the whole West Guardian Tower is in a panic," Mo-fan replied curiously. "A gigantic sea creature has appeared, but it seems like it has run away," replied Mochizuki Ken. The alarm slowly faded. As an important fortress protecting Osaka's shoreline, the security of the West Guardian Tower was fairly tight. The guards were on alert 24 hours. It was not rare for the alarm to go off. "A gigantic creature? How gigantic?" asked Mo-fan. "We aren't too sure either. Our men didn't really see the creature. We only detected it through the sensors, but it has now left," said Mochizuki Ken. "Yeah, it even triggered more than 100 boys. I almost thought a pack of demon creatures is invading Osaka. Luckily, it was only a creature that mistakenly trespassed into our territory." Mo-fan glanced at the area with a suspicious look. The ocean reflecting the silver glow of the moon was now calm. The crescent and stars could be seen from the surface of the ocean, a soothing scenery. "If nothing actually happened, I guess I'll head back to sleep," said Mo-fan. Go ahead, the West Guardian Tower can handle the situation if anything happened," said Mochizuki Ken. "That's good to hear. Kid, don't come up here again." "Cough cough, I'll be going." "Xiaozhe, escort him back." Mochizuki Ken called a soldier over to bring Mo-fan down. "You sound like you're scared that I'm going to run off to somewhere else again," said Mo-fan. The soldier called Xiaozhe followed Mo-fan closely, making sure that he would not go somewhere else again. They happened to pass by the drawbridge on their way down. Mo-fan glanced at the drawbridge that was lowered and asked Xiaozhe curiously, "Why is the drawbridge lowered? I thought that place is a prohibited area." "It's time for the guards to change shifts." "You don't think the guards will be staying in there for days, right?" answered Xiaozhe. "Speaking of which, what exactly is the East Guardian Tower used for? Why is everyone being so mysterious about it?" asked Mo-fan. "It's none of your..." Before Xiaozhe could finish sentence, thick lightning bolts descended from the sky. From their position, it felt like the energy of the magic formation was going to tear the night sky apart, and the lightning bolts were about to travel across the drawbridge and strike the West Guardian Tower. Chapter 793. Scattered Ashes and Dispersed Smoke. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-fan was given a great scare by the incredible power of the magic formation, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. The black mountain opposite the one he was standing on was brightly lit, especially the East Guardian Tower at the peak. The grey-white walls were shrouded by the yellow light of death. It was like the whole building would be turned into scattered ashes and dispersed smoke in any second. Is this some kind of daily routine too? Mo-fan looked at Xiaozhe beside him with a stunned expression. Xiaozhe too was dumbfounded. He was about to answer when someone's voice, talking in Japanese, came from the drawbridge. Judging from the voice, the guards in the East Guardian Tower were in a panic. They were yelling at the West Guardian Tower. It turned out that most of the guards were moved to the south because of the strange incident of the sea creature. The East Guardian Tower did not have as many guards as it should have. "You should go back to the middle floor at once." "I must go sound the alarm." Xiaozhe immediately headed for the guard tower after hearing the shout. Xiaozhe had already run into the distance before Mo-fan could ask any questions. He was left alone on one end of the drawbridge. Glancing at the lightning bolts dancing wildly on the other mountain, Mo-fan immediately felt a great urge to check the situation out. "No one is bringing me, so it's easy for me to lose my way, so I should go to the other side to ask for directions." Sounds about right," Mo-fan mumbled to himself before slowing heading to the other side across the drawbridge. Zhao Manyan's long-lost brother had mentioned that the magic formation would only target those trying to trespass into the area. It would not pose any threat to Mo-fan as long as he was standing on the drawbridge. Mo-fan slowly stepped forward on the drawbridge. he realized that he was standing above the abyss between the two mountains. He walked to the edge and peeked down. The strong snapping glare of the formation was lighting the place up. However, he could only see the cliffs of the mountains, not the bottom of the abyss. Half of the drawbridge was out of range of the magic formation. Mo Fan had traveled a third of the way across. He could see the yellow lightning bolts dancing wildly in the sky by glancing up. There were a dozen lightning bolts close to the drawbridge, in addition to the number surrounding the East Guardian Tower. There were simply too many. Mo Fan firmly believed that his tiny body would be torn into pieces within half a second if he was tossed into the air. What are these Japanese up to? Mo Fan frowned. He glanced across the drawbridge. Amid the lightning flashes, Mo Fan vaguely saw a few magicians in uniform running towards him. They seemed to be in a pinch. Before they could reach the middle of the drawbridge, several demonic branches appeared from below the bridge and quickly wrapped around the magicians. Before Mo Fan could react, the guards were flung away from the drawbridge. The area away from the drawbridge was completely covered by the magic formation. Mo Fan immediately saw the three guards being shredded into ashes by the lightning bolts. Mo Fan was stunned by the scene. It took him a few seconds to recover. Mo Fan, what are you doing here? Mochizuki Ken's loud voice came from behind him. Mo Fan was terrified. He immediately went back to the other side. I told you not to go anywhere else, snapped Mochizuki Ken furiously. I just saw, argued Mo Fan. We'll handle the situation ourselves. You will return to your room at once. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind punishing you according to our rules here, said Mochizuki Ken. I saw a few guards being killed. Whatever you saw was none of your business, Xiaozhe, bring him away, said Mochizuki Ken with a firm voice. Xiaozhe immediately walked up to Mo Fan with a dark expression. Mo Fan had no idea what to say. He had no choice but to leave the drawbridge. Can you stop going to places you're not supposed to? The upper floor is already off limits to you, the drawbridge and the East Guardian Tower are prohibited areas too. Luckily, it was Mr. Mochizuki who found you. He has always been kind to everyone. If it was Commander Tokogi, he wouldn't let you go so easily, said Xiaozhe cautiously. The lightning bolts finally disappeared after they arrived on the middle floor. Mo Fan was still full of questions. He immediately asked Xiaozhe, I saw demon branches tossing a few guards off the bridge, killing them instantly. Nonsense, Mochizuki Chihaya is the only advanced plant magician in both the West and East Guardian Towers. You must have seen it wrong, said Xiaozhe angrily. Why are you panicking? I never said it was Mochizuki Chihaya, complained Mo Fan. How am I panicking? I just think that you shouldn't slander Miss Chihaya like that. Don't say anything like that again, especially not in front of Commander Tokogi, said Xiaozhe hurriedly. Do you have feelings for Mochizuki Chihaya, wondered Mo Fan. Of course not, what the heck are you saying? Xiaozhe started to panic again. He even blushed. Oh, maybe I did see it wrong. The light of the magic formation is very bright after all. By the way, is that Mochizuki Chihaya's room? I believe we had some misunderstandings before. However, she was still willing to put her grudge aside to give me some advice. I would like to apologize to her tomorrow, said Mo Fan. Xiaozhe immediately answered as if he was trying to cover something up. Yeah, her room is at the end of the corridor. Miss Chihaya is a very nice person, she's the most loyal to the West Guardian Tower. I'll be fine, I'm heading back to sleep. Mo Fan went into his room and locked the door behind him. Xiaozhe was a responsible soldier too. He decided to stand in front of Mo Fan's door, just so the man would not run away again. Inside the room, Mo Fan found himself amused by Xiaozhe's reaction. He opened the window and sneaked out of the room in a lump of shadow. He easily made his way down the corridor without attracting Xiaozhe's attention. Mo Fan moved sneakily in the dark. He flowed over a fake hill just a second ago before he appeared in the corridor he walked past before, where Mochizuki Chihaya's room was. Mo Fan was smacked around by Mochizuki Chihaya's demon branches after dinner. He was confident that the demon branches that tossed the guards into the air were extremely similar to those that Mochizuki Chihaya had summoned. If Mochizuki Chihaya was from the West Guardian Tower, there was no reason she would kill the guards. It was shocking how 3 human lives were erased from the world just like that, yet everyone was reacting oddly, as if the secret in the East Guardian Tower was more important than the deaths of the guards. Chapter 794. Settle the Peep in Private. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The door into the room was locked. However, it was nowhere enough to stop someone like Mo Fan, who was already an expert at sneaking into women's rooms at late night. He could easily break in as long as the room had a window. A clear human shadow stuck to the corner before it silently sneaked into the room through the half-covered window. The window's style was somewhat retro. Its curtains made it troublesome for Mo Fan to sneak in, yet he easily handled the problem. Humph, she's not in her room, as I thought. Mo Fan checked his surroundings and discovered that the room was empty, although the light was on. The room was decorated in a mix of retro and modern styles. It was extremely clean, and everything was placed tidily. Even the bed was perfect, without a single wrinkle. The dressing table had bottles of perfumes, hand lotions, hair cream, and a stand with all kinds of decorations, ribbons, and hairpins. A kimono was hung on the clothes stand. The kimono looked familiar. It seemed like the one she was wearing today. It still had an alluring fragrance. Mo Fan took a sniff, his mind instantly filled with the image of Mochizuki Chihaya's outstanding physique under her kimono. Such fragrance, why does the room smell so nice even when she's not here? Mo Fan soon captured a different fragrance. It seemed to be coming from the bathroom. Suddenly, the door to the bathroom sprang open. A smooth, glossy leg stepped through the door. Mo Fan immediately experienced an adrenaline rush when he saw the leg. Mo Fan was looking down at the start. He subconsciously lifted his gaze along the sexy leg. A purple bath towel happened to be covering the most important part. However, the bath towel was not wrapped around her body. It was dangling in front of the woman as she was drying her hair. Mo Fan could even see her smooth, skinny pelvis. Mo Fan gulped down and lifted his gaze further. As he thought, the little bath towel was nowhere enough to cover her spectacular breasts. Such bounciness despite their size, the jade-white gloss, and the perfect shape. Baka! Mochizuki Chihaya was drying herself with the towel. She totally did not expect someone to be in her room. She quickly reacted by wrapping herself with the towel and controlled a magic vine to grab the kimono off the clothes stand. She quickly draped the kimono over herself, flinging her wet hair in the air. The whole process only took less than a second. Mo Fan did not even have a chance to enjoy the sight of her alluring body. You have 5 seconds to explain yourself. You'll die. Your reason is not good enough to convince me. Mochizuki Chihaya's face blushed, yet her eyes were extremely cold. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't know you were in. 2 seconds, snapped Mochizuki Chihaya coldly. Holy crap, calm down. 3 seconds. Mochizuki Chihaya's gaze sharpened. Black demon branches were growing out of the room, sealing off the exit. In other words, if Mo Fan did not give her a convincing explanation, she would not let him leave in one piece. Demon tree. I saw a demon tree similar to yours on the drawbridge to the East Guardian Tower. I thought it was you, so I came here to prove my speculation. I didn't expect you to be in your room, or to be taking a shower. I'm not the kind of person you think I am, blurted out Mo Fan. 7 seconds, said Mochizuki Chihaya when Mo Fan finished speaking. Trust me, I just came from the upper floor. I really saw a demon tree that's the same as yours. Otherwise, why would I come to your room for no reason? I'm really not that kind of a person, said Mo Fan. Mochizuki Chihaya stared at the man coldly. Her eyes flickered murderously. Her wet hair was dangling down on her back. Drops of water pattered to the floor. The atmosphere in the room was extremely weird. Did you say that you saw the same demon tree that I summon? Asked Mochizuki Chihaya, one word at a time. Exactly. Your demon tree is grey-blue because of your soul seed, with the shape of a Chinese bellflower. I saw the same demon tree in the East Guardian Tower. It grabbed 3 of the guards and tossed them off the bridge. The lightning bolts immediately shredded them into ashes, exclaimed Mo Fan. Tell me everything right from the start, said Mochizuki Chihaya expressionlessly. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh, sensing that the tension has eased. However, before he could relax, 2 stalks of grey-blue Chinese bellflower appeared behind the woman. Sharp thorns extended from the petals toward Mo Fan's face. If you dare lie to me, HMPH, declared Mochizuki Chihaya. Mo Fan was soaked in cold sweat. They always said that curiosity killed the cat. He had only come to confirm his speculation, yet he happened to sneak into the woman's room when she was taking a shower. Didn't he come at a perfect time? The woman's body was pretty hot, his blood was boiling just from the sight. Mo Fan did not dare to imagine further. He quickly told her the series of events. Mochizuki Chihaya already knew about the gigantic sea creature. On top of that, Mo Fan's description of the upper level, the soldier Xiaozhe, and the guards protecting the drawbridge was accurate, too. She had no choice but to believe that Mo Fan was telling the truth. I wasn't lying to you, the demon tree killed the 3 guards in an instant. I also heard cries of agony asking for help when I was on the drawbridge. Someone must be massacring the people in the East Guardian Tower, but Mochizuki Ken chased me away instead, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan simply could not understand what the East Guardian Tower was trying to hide. The sight of the 3 guards being shredded by the magic formation was still stuck in Mo Fan's mind, sending chills down his spine. Mochizuki Chihaya lowered her head with a clearly complicated expression. The room fell silent. The fragrance from the woman coming out of the shower assailed Mo Fan's nose. He secretly took a peek at Mochizuki Chihaya. The death of the 3 guards in his mind was immediately replaced by some evil thoughts. The blood in his body started boiling again. Even if you're telling the truth, it's also a fact that you've sneaked into my room and saw my naked body. I'll let someone deal with you. You won't be able to participate in the World College Tournament anymore. You will soon be sent back to your country, waiting to be punished. Mochizuki Chihaya promised coldly. Sister. I really didn't mean it, can we settle it among ourselves? Mo Fan immediately had a headache. We can. Mo Fan was startled. Damn, did she really have to respond so decisively? Is she seriously willing to settle it privately? That being said, Mo Fan would never think that Mochizuki Chihaya was someone who would settle a dispute so easily. Maybe she was planning to demand something even worse from him. Chapter 795. Sneaking into the East Guardian Tower at night. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. As Mo Fan recalled it, he believed that he would have trouble grabbing the woman's boobs with a single hand. If he dug his face into them, he would most likely suffocate. As for her lower body, the curves of her waist and pelvic were extraordinarily elegant. The tenderness and gloss of her skin made her visually exhilarating. The excitement simply surged through his cells, as if they were going to raise their flags and revolt, just so they could all move onto her body. However, honestly speaking, if Mo Fan knew he would be dangling on a tree by the edge of a cliff, with a magic formation above him that could easily shred him into ashes, he would be more than willing to give up on the alluring encounter. Damn it, he knew the woman was not something he could handle easily. Say, do we really have to sneak in through here? Aren't you a member of the Mochizuki clan that protects the Twin Guardian Towers? Why do we have to climb the cliff instead of taking the drawbridge? I can feel my legs weakening. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and looked at Mochizuki Chihaya, who was standing on the top of the pine tree. Mochizuki Chihaya's legs were right above Mo Fan. Luckily, she was not wearing her kimono. Otherwise, Mo Fan would have seen it all from his angle. Mochizuki Chihaya was wearing a black outfit. The soft cloth was wrapping her figure tightly. Her body ratios, which could only be found on characters in an anime, were even more alluring. Mo Fan believed that it was a waste for her to become a magician. She should learn from the great teacher Solar Aoi and service the millions of disciples of the right-hand religion, benefiting mankind. The fact that I'm a member of the Mochizuki clan is exactly why this is the only way for us to sneak into the East Guardian Tower, answered Mochizuki Chihaya. Do we really have to go in there? Asked Mo Fan. There's no other way. Just let me apologize. I know it's my bad sneaking into your room like that. Don't you ever mention it again. Mochizuki Chihaya's tone was murderous. Mo Fan immediately shut his mouth. That's right, Mochizuki Chihaya was settling the dispute by asking Mo Fan's help to sneak into the East Guardian Tower. Even though Mo Fan had no clue what was happening inside the East Guardian Tower, he was sure that Mochizuki Chihaya was very concerned about the person who had the same soul seed as hers. The security of the East Guardian Tower was extremely tight, not to mention the terrifying magic formation protecting it. Mo Fan never thought he would be dragged into this mess just because he was curious once. Forget it, he had already seen the woman naked. It would not hurt to go on a crazy adventure with her. Otherwise, how would he possibly survive the night? Since we're sneaking in, aren't you going to tell me something? Like who the person that uses the same demon tree as yours is? Why did he kill the guards? Why is the East Guardian Tower off limit, like they were doing some secret experiment in there, said Mo Fan. Mochizuki Chihaya did not answer. She stood on the tree with her eyes closed. She was using a spell to control the vines growing along the cliff. The vine served as a ladder for them to climb. The whole mountain was protected by the invisible magic formation. A bird that stopped on a rock poking out from the wall would be scorched within an instant. If it weren't for the fact that Mochizuki Chihaya was extremely familiar with the magic formation, there was no way they could sneak into the East Guardian Tower. When you cross that spot, stick closely to the rocks, Mochizuki Chihaya specifically reminded Mo Fan, who was climbing up the vines behind her. Why aren't you sticking to the rocks? Asked Mo Fan. I'm skinnier, answered Mochizuki Chihaya unpleasantly. But your boobs and ass are huge. What did you say? I said, you should be more careful too. Mo Fan stuck closely to the jagged rocks. He felt like the world's greatest thief trying to avoid the infrared sensors inside a museum. He had witnessed how terrifying the magic formation was in person, so he was particularly cautious when climbing up the vines. Even though the alluring buttocks were right within reach of his arms, he did not dare to lose focus. After all, he had to stick right along the cliff as he moved up. If he kept staring at her derriere, he would have difficulty sticking close to the rocks, since his size was around 18 centimeters. The East Guardian Tower was shrouded in darkness. Not a single light was on. It was so dark that the structure almost blended into the darkness. Even the light of the stars and the moon could not reach it. The two climbed up the steep rocks along the cliff behind the East Guardian Tower. They could already see the base of the tower. The walls of the tower are protected by magic formations, too. They would burn my plants instantly if they made contact with the walls. I sensed the shadow element when you snuck into my room. You can cast Fleeing Shadow, which is why I didn't notice you at first, correct, said Mochizuki Chihaya. Well, Mo Fan did not want too many people to know that he had more elements than he should. I'm not interested in other people's secrets, but you'll need to use Fleeing Shadow to move into that spot and throw a rope down for me to climb up, said Mochizuki Chihaya. Mo Fan had no choice but to follow her order. He let go of the vines. His shadow immediately stuck closely to the walls of the tower and glided upwards. The wall of the tower was quite tall, like a huge dam. A human was tiny like a fly compared to it. The shadow moved closer to a spot above the base of the tower. It was a gutter facing the cliff with nowhere to stand. Mo Fan had to fix the end of the rope into a hole to barely make it possible for someone to grab onto it. The night breeze swept past. The perfectly straight cliff looked eerily spooky. A rope was dropped down from the back of the tower to the rocks. Mochizuki Chihaya grabbed the rope and swiftly climbed up. She soon reached the gutter where Mo Fan was. There's a vent above us. We can climb into the East Guardian Tower from there, said Mochizuki Chihaya. I've already helped you to reach here, I'll leave the rest to you, just put down that demon tree, fine, I'll follow you inside. What's with all the nonsense? The vent was extremely narrow. Luckily, Mo Fan was able to cast Fleeing Shadow, or he would be stuck inside the vent. Meanwhile, Mochizuki Chihaya had no problem climbing in since she was skinnier. Can you now tell me what exactly is in this East Guardian Tower? Asked Mo Fan. You really want to know? Asked Mochizuki Chihaya in return. Are you kidding? I've already snuck inside it. It's Japan's S-class prison. A prison. Mo Fan almost dropped his jaws to the ground. A place where all the world-infamous criminals are kept. Criminals like murderers and drug vendors. Mochizuki Chihaya shook her head and said, everyone in here is an evil magician who has killed more than 100 magicians on average. Chapter 796. One stem, two flowers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The death penalty was a rather complicated punishment. It did not simply mean taking the lives of the people who had committed serious offenses. For someone with unforgivable crimes and misdeeds, killing them was not the best punishment. The pain inflicted on the others for the people they killed and their evil deeds would last for years or even tens of years. If they were simply put on electrical chairs or finished off with guns, it would free the criminals instead. A real, scary punishment did not only consist of a bullet, since that would only inflict a swift pain and eradicate them. It was keeping them alive while taking away their freedom. It was imprisoning them for life inside a pitch-black, cold cage, where they would never see the sunlight or any other human being. Japan's enforcement union had already cancelled the death sentence. The criminals who had committed serious offenses were imprisoned for life instead. However, since most of the criminals had incredible capabilities and strong cultivation, a normal prison would not be able to hold these evil magicians. The East Guardian Tower was specifically built to imprison these magicians. Basically, the worst criminals that Japan ever had were all kept in the East Guardian Tower, including magicians who were strong enough to wipe out an entire city, and evil magicians who were indulged in practicing black magic. The common evil magicians were not worthy to be kept here, meaning that those who were kept here were the real devils. Mochizuki Chihaya's clan had long supervised the high-class prison. The way the twin Guardian Towers was constructed basically guaranteed that criminals who were imprisoned here had no chance of escaping. The only way out was the drawbridge to the other side, but that place was basically a military fortress. Mo Fan subconsciously shivered after learning the truth. The West Guardian Tower looked like a unique place that seemed to be the combination of a fortress, an academy, and a training hall, yet the tower on the other side turned out to be a prison imprisoning the worst murderers of mankind. As a woman, wouldn't she feel uncomfortable sleeping every night? The evil magicians of other countries are kept here too. It's known as the highest class prison for magicians in Asia, added Mochizuki Chihaya. If all the devilish magicians are kept here, aren't you guys worried that they would team up and tear the East Guardian Tower down? I don't believe they would have trouble destroying a small tower, considering the evil deeds they have done, said Mo Fan. As long as the formations are active, they are just a bunch of normal people. Their souls are stamped with criminal seals. If they try to use magic, the formations will attack them instantly. Besides, the East Guardian Tower has been under a curse for a very long time. Anyone who stays in there for a long time will have their energy and souls drained slowly. The cultivation of a super magician will degrade to the basic level in 10 years, explained Mochizuki Chihaya. Doesn't that mean we're under the effect of the curse, too? Blurted out Mo Fan. The short duration won't bring any harm to us. Come with me, don't fall behind. The place is constructed with a shadow formation, too. The whole structure is like a maze. There's no way you will be able to tell the directions without a certain trick, reminded Mochizuki Chihaya. She only took a few steps when Mo Fan bumped into her from behind. She glared at him and snapped, "There's no need to stay so close to me. Let's go back, this place feels very weird." Mo Fan had the urge to run away. "Are you scared?" "I was worried about your safety," Think about it, it has been years since the criminals in here have seen a woman, and considering your body, forget what I said. The walkways inside the East Guardian Tower were extremely narrow. Mo Fan did not understand the layout inside the structure. Judging from the narrow paths, stairs, and corridors, it felt like 80% of the space inside the tower was taken up by walls. I have to tell you something, as a friendly reminder, the duels between your team and the gatekeepers were all recorded. I believe they're going to send the recordings to the national team. Mochizuki Chihaya was a righteous person. It seemed like she could not accept some of the things that they did. It was proper to ask the Chinese team for permission if they wanted to record the duels. It's not a big deal. Mo Fan was not too bothered by it. After all, he had yet to use his full strength. There was no need to be concerned about the little tricks that the Japanese used. The place was deadly quiet. Mo Fan was not a fan of silence. He remembered the alarm from before and asked, what was the gigantic creature from before? Is it related to the incident here in the East Guardian Tower? I have no idea, but I don't think a creature of that level would be controlled so easily. Mochizuki Chihaya fell into deep thought. You haven't told me who the person that uses the same soul seed as yours is. Why did he kill the guards? Asked Mo Fan. I have a half-brother that grew up together with me, but he suddenly went missing last year, and we still haven't found him. Mochizuki Chihaya hesitated for a moment, but she still decided to spill the beans. So you're here to look for him? Asked Mo Fan curiously. The plant seeds we have are called stems. They have 2 flowers on a stem, so both my brother and I took one, said Mochizuki Chihaya. So you're saying that the person who killed the guards is most likely your elder brother, Iwata? No wonder the soul seed was the same as yours, a grey-blue Chinese bellflower. Then again, this prison is full of evil criminals. Why is your brother Iwata here? Wondered Mo Fan. That's something I'm trying to find out too. Commander Takogi is responsible for the criminals in here. If my brother is secretly imprisoned here, he would definitely know something about it. My brother might not have the surname Mochizuki, but he's loyal to the West Guardian Tower too. He would never commit any criminal offense. I have to find out the truth, said Mochizuki Chihaya firmly. But he killed 3 guards, interjected Mo Fan. Mochizuki Chihaya glared at him and said defensively, he was left with no choice. Let's just find him first. Do you know where they are keeping him? If he's the one that stirred up the mess, they would surely bring him to that place, Mochizuki Chihaya said confidently. Chapter 797. The Nightmare Cell. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. In most prisons, the criminals who had done something wrong would be kept in a dark room to repent on their deeds. Normally, the room was so tiny that even the flow of air was obstructed. Time felt extraordinarily long in the darkness, and most of the time, the criminals would go insane in the confined darkness. Similarly, in the East Guardian Tower, the criminals who stirred up troubles would be kept in a cell under a strong curse, known as the Nightmare Cell. The Nightmare Cell would make the criminal drowsy, and they would experience nightmares after falling asleep. The person would be trapped in the nightmares, and when they woke up, they would realize that they were still in a deep nightmare. Their mental state would suffer greatly. It was the punishment given by the East Guardian Tower to the criminals who tried to cause trouble. Even these devilish criminals had something that they were scared of deep inside their hearts. The Nightmare Cell would dig out their deepest secrets and use them in their dreams. No one would want to experience it a second time. Mochizuki Chihaya was sure that if her brother did kill the 3 guards, he would definitely be locked in the Nightmare Cell. She would be able to learn the truth by heading there. Mo Fan had no choice but to risk his life for the beautiful woman, considering what he had done to her. As they continued along the narrow path, Mo Fan did not see a single cell or a door throughout the walk. The tower felt incredibly strange to him. Are there people guarding the Nightmare Cell? Asked Mo Fan. Why do you think I asked you to come with me? Said Mochizuki Chihaya. Damn, you want me to handle the guards. Mo Fan's expression darkened. Don't worry, the guards are easy for you. Besides, your shadow element is perfect in this tower, said Mochizuki Chihaya. Mo Fan was left with no choice. He began to wonder if Mochizuki Chihaya already knew he had snuck into her room, and had purposely shown him her naked body, just to drag him into this mess. Candles on both sides dimly lit up the path. The light projected their two suspicious shadows on the walls. Their steps were already extremely light, yet it felt like the sound of their footsteps was echoing far away. The path ahead ended with a spiral staircase, obviously leading them to the lower floors. The place gradually turned more spacious as they ventured further. Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya were hiding behind a corner. Mochizuki Chihaya slowly poked her head out and observed the hall ahead. The hall was like the shape of a vase. Currently, Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya were at the narrow spot at the mouth of the vase. For men in indigo blue outfits were standing in positions at the other end. From their auras, they were most likely intermediate magicians. Criminals in the East Guardian Tower have lost their ability to fight due to the magic formations. Therefore, intermediate magicians are more than capable of keeping an eye on them, whispered Mochizuki Chihaya to Mo Fan. Mo Fan inspected the positions of the 4 guards and said to her, I can deal with 3 of them, but you'll need to take out the last one. Not a problem, I'll deal with the one standing the furthest away. The only sources of light in the hall were the dim candles along the walls. The people in charge of the tower were obviously not confident in the security provided by technology. There was basically no electronic equipment in the tower. However, such an antique environment provided Mo Fan with an advantage. The fleeing shadow was perfect in a dimly lit environment. He could easily move wherever he wanted. Mo Fan turned into a shadow and approached the 3 guards along the ceiling, watching them carefully. He took his time approaching, just in case there was a light magician among them. Light magicians were specifically sensitive to moving shadows. They would easily detect his presence from 100 meters away. Mo Fan was trying to probe their reactions at that range, to see if they had the urge to look at the ceiling. According to Mochizuki Chihaya, Mo Fan had to subdue the guards in an instant. Each of them had a certain device. If they pressed the button on the device 3 times at a certain rate, it would immediately send a signal to the people outside. As such, Mo Fan was feeling quite nervous. Mo Fan slowly moved forward when he was 100 meters away from the guards. Damn, how unlucky am I, Mo Fan cursed inside, seeing the guard in the middle suddenly lift his gaze and look in his direction. Mo Fan did not dare to move, shrouded by the darkness. He did not even dare to move his gaze around. Yamaji, what are you looking at? Asked a guard in a rather slack tone. Somehow, it feels like the presence of the darkness is a bit stronger, replied the guard called Yamaji. The whole tower is placed under a formation of darkness. It's common for its energy to pulsate at times. Stop trying to scare yourself just because some people were killed tonight. The person who caused the mess is having a pleasant dream in the cell behind us, said the first guard. I still think we should take a look, said Yamaji. Is it because one of the candles died, said the slacking guard, pointing at one of the candles. Oh, that must be it. Ha ha ha, I was nervous like you when I was first assigned here, stop trying to scare yourself. Hang on, another candle just died. Let me check, another one died again, something isn't right. The 4 guards were startled when they discovered that a few of the candles on the walls had gone out. As they stepped forward to take a closer look into the darkness, 6 eerie flickers came from the ceiling, and 6 shadowy thorns silently dashed forward and nailed the shadows of 3 of the guards precisely. The first spike sealed off their movement, and the second spike sealed off their minds. Mo Fan's move was precise and clean. He made his move as soon as the guards were distracted, sealing off their movements and their thoughts. Not only were they unable to move, they had no chance to cast a spell too. Ambush! The guard who was the furthest away was alerted. He shrieked and immediately took out his alarm device. He was just about to press the button when a grey-blue demon branch sprang out from the wall and snatched the device away from him before he could press the button a second time. The guard yelled, but the demon branch was extremely fast. It quickly wrapped around the guard's legs, waist, and covered his mouth. The guard was cocooned in just a few seconds, although its size was nothing like the one that had trapped Mo Fan in the duel. However, it still subdued the guard. He could not even move a single finger. Chapter 798. The Evil Essence Orb. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. You too, the guard called Yamaji was a light magician, after all. The others had trouble moving their eyeballs, but he could still speak. Yamaji tried to catch a glimpse of Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya as they appeared, but Mo Fan was not foolish enough to expose his face. He had already covered his handsome face, that no one could possibly forget after catching a glimpse of, with a black mist. Take a nap. Mo Fan walked up to the light magician and knocked him unconscious. The whole tower was covered in a strong aura of darkness, which significantly increased the effects of Mo Fan's giant shadow spikes. The other two guards were covered by a black aura, saving him the need to knock them unconscious. They had no chance of breaking free for a short period of time. Time to hurry, said Mo Fan, glancing at Mochizuki Chihaya behind him. Mochizuki Chihaya looked at Mo Fan. Her eyes flickered gently as she spoke, you have my thanks. It's nothing, I'm a fan of exhilarating adventures, replied Mo Fan. He was not lying, he always liked excitement, for example sneaking into a Japanese teacher's room to see her naked. That was King insane. Mochizuki Chihaya quickly walked to the narrow door. She was well aware that the guards did not have the key to unlock the door. She leaned against the heavy door and spoke to the person inside. Mochizuki Chihaya was speaking Japanese, so Mo Fan was unable to understand her. Some time later, Mochizuki Chihaya turned around and looked at Mo Fan. He could easily tell that the person locked inside the cell was truly her brother Iwata just from the expression in her eyes. Why did they lock you here? Aren't you one of the guards? Mochizuki Chihaya's emotion was slightly unstable. Her eyes were already bloodshot. Iwata had been missing for a long time. She almost thought her brother had simply vanished from the world. To her surprise, he had been kept in the tower just a drawbridge away all this time. As someone from the West Guardian Tower, it went without saying that Mochizuki Chihaya knew clearly how terrifying the prison was. I found an essence orb. I was going to report the finding to Osaka's government, but I was intercepted by Commander Tokogi. He was planning to keep the orb to himself, so he locked me up. I did not tell him where the orb is, so he imprisoned me here. The voice inside the cell was extremely weak. It sounded like the person had suffered greatly. Let's talk later, how can I save you? I can't let you die here, interrupted Mochizuki Chihaya. The two chatted for quite a long time. Mo Fan purposely gave the guards a few more shadow spikes. Is there a way to open up the nightmare cell? Asked Mo Fan. Mochizuki Chihaya shook her head with a lost expression. It seemed like what Iwata had told her had given her quite a huge blow. What exactly is going on? Asked Mo Fan. Apart from the formation of darkness, the East Guardian Tower also has a huge curse, which will draw away the energy of human souls from criminals. I initially thought that was the only effect of the curse, yet it turns out that it does not only draw away the energy of human souls, but it also stores the energy inside an orb, said Mochizuki Chihaya. An orb that stores the energy of human souls collected from these criminals? That's going to be remarkable, said Mo Fan. Exactly, that asshole Tokogi has gone so far just so his Sky Ridge beast can evolve to the ruler level, bringing harm to people's lives just for his personal gain, despite his identity as the commander in charge of the West Guardian Tower. How detestable, snapped Mochizuki Chihaya furiously. The orb is seriously able to raise a summoned beast to the ruler level? Anyone with the slightest selfish desire would surely go for it. I always felt something fishy about that Commander Tokogi. He looks like the kind that would pursue power more than anyone else. I bet he's tired of his role as the warden of the prison, but he discovered the treasure, and will do anything just to secure it, analyzed Mo Fan. It was common for people to be greedy, especially those with high positions. We'll be taking the essence orb. Otherwise, if Commander Tokogi found it, he will surely kill my brother to silence him, said Mochizuki Chihaya. You're right. Considering how evil the thing is, maybe I should be the one keeping it. I wouldn't want the twin guardian towers to be involved in a disaster, said Mo Fan. Judging from Mochizuki Chihiya's description, the essence orb was clearly useful for powering up the soul of a beast. It would be extremely useful for his summoned beast. Mo Fan knew that refining the soul was an important requirement for a summoned beast to evolve. Only with a stronger soul would the beast be able to surpass its limits and grow stronger. Frankly speaking, Mo Fan was interested in the orb. His Swift Star Wolf had been stuck at the current level for quite some time, and it was most likely due to the level of his soul. If he could help the creature refine a stronger soul, perhaps the Swift Star Wolf could improve to a higher level. A piece of treasure that could level a commander-level creature in the advancing period to a ruler-level creature. He was definitely not asking too much if he was planning to use it so the warrior-level Swift Star Wolf could level up to the commander level, right? You better not think about trying to keep it to yourself. Mochizuki Chihiya's eyes chilled. Hee, I was just saying, Mo Fan shrugged. Following Iwata's instructions, Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihiya headed deeper into the East Guardian Tower. It seemed like the essence orb was hidden on the bottom floor of the tower. Since the structure of the tower was rather complicated, it was almost impossible to locate the place where the energy collected from the criminal's soul was stored without guidance. Luckily, Iwata had told Mochizuki Chihiya the directions through the maze of darkness. Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihiya successfully arrived at the spot that Iwata mentioned. The place did not have any guards. It was most likely that Iwata had found the place coincidentally, and so discovered the existence of the essence orb. Iwata was quite an honest man. Most people would simply keep the orb to themselves in secret, yet the man insisted on writing a report to his superior, and was found out by someone who was harboring evil intentions, ending up placing himself in great danger. If Mo Fan was in his shoes, he would surely have taken it, and even if the orb was useless to him, he would have sold it instead. The eye of the formation was inside an insignificant spot, surrounded by walls. The only entrance was a little gap above the place. There was nothing else in the room. It looked just like an ordinary underground storeroom, but a gleaming orb with a weak, evil presence was floating in the center. In Mo Fan's eyes, the orb was not attractive at all. It simply looked like an eyeball floating in the air, which actually looked rather scary. This thing is rather evil. Mo Fan kept on his toes. Chapter 799. Big Trouble. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. I think it's fine. Either way, we should bring it out immediately, said Mochizuki Chihiya. The thing would be convincing proof. Mochizuki Chihiya could report it to her superior and accuse Commander Tokogi of his selfish act to free her brother Iwata. Chihiya, you better think twice about it, said Mo Fan sternly. What do you mean? Mochizuki Chihiya looked at Mo Fan in confusion. Her eyes flickered alertly. She was still not too familiar with Mo Fan's character, and it was normal for anyone to be interested in the orb. She was worried that Mo Fan was blinded by greed too. Don't look at me like that. I do admit that I was quite intrigued before seeing the essence orb, since I also have a summoned beast. However, I no longer have the thought after I saw it. I wouldn't even take it for free, said Mo Fan. What are you trying to say? Mochizuki Chihiya did not understand. I already told you, this thing is too evil, said Mo Fan. I'm not planning to keep it, I'm just going to hand it to Osaka's Magic Association, or the government, as long as my brother will no longer suffer in the East Guardian Tower. Mochizuki Chihiya sounded quite agitated. She had been extremely close to her brother since they were young. On top of that, they shared flowers of the same stem, which further deepened the bond between them. She was more familiar with what kind of a place the East Guardian Tower was than anyone else. How could she possibly let her brother Iwata suffer for such a long time here? I'm only keeping you company until you've confirmed that your brother is imprisoned here. As for the orb, take it if you want, I won't stop you, but don't drag me into the mess, said Mo Fan. Either way, I'm grateful for your help. It means a lot, thank you. Mo Fan did not respond. He saw Mochizuki Chihaya stow the orb away with an expressionless face. It was not difficult to leave the East Guardian Tower. There were not many guards inside, and it was impossible for outsiders to come in. Considering how security was established, the unconscious guards would only be discovered when the guards for the next shift arrived. Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya were able to return the same way they came. They parted ways at the bottom of the mountain. Mo Fan was still feeling uncomfortable seeing Mochizuki Chihaya hurrying toward Osaka. "Little Loach, something is seriously wrong about that thing, right?" mumbled Mo Fan as he glanced at his chest. The Little Loach pendant had acute senses. If the essence orb was useful, the Little Loach pendant would have eaten it in a single bite to grow stronger. However, when Mo Fan approached the essence orb, he felt a strong disgust rising from the Little Loach pendant, directed at the orb. Therefore, Mo Fan was convinced that the orb was extremely dangerous. It was normal for humans to be greedy. Mo Fan admitted that he was the kind who would pounce on a treasure as soon as he spotted one. However, it was necessary to be smart when being greedy, too. Mo Fan somehow felt that the essence orb was like Pandora's box. The uneasy feeling grew stronger when he looked in the direction Mochizuki Chihaya was disappearing into and captured a glimpse of a shadowy aura surrounding her. "Little Loach, do you think Daddy has made a huge mistake?" Mo Fan started murmuring again. The light of the moon was blocked by the clouds. The night was pitch black, and even the brilliance of the stars had disappeared. The modern city of Osaka was brightly lit up, even though it was now late at night. However, the neon lights in the city did not light up the night sky as usual, but seemed to be absorbed by the thick darkness. Tall buildings, cars whooshing past, a group of drunk young adults with dyed hair were stirring up a great scene on the street. The pedestrians immediately avoided them. "Since when have I been sad for a bitch? How ridiculous, look at the pretty girls on the street, they are my prey now, ha ha ha," a golden-haired man slurred as he staggered along. His friends tried to give him support, yet he simply pushed them aside. "I don't need you meddling in my business, I can walk myself, not only can I walk, I'm going to scold the hell out of that bitch." "Oh, there she is, bitch, I'm not someone you can dump so easily. Come here." Chao Gang pointed at a woman in a tight, black outfit. The woman continued forward without giving Chao Gang any attention. The woman's cold temperament infuriated the man, as the woman who made him drunk also had the same temperament. Chao Gang immediately went up to the woman and yelled, "Don't you run away from me. Piss off." Mochizuki Chihaya's eyes chilled. A demon branch as thick as an adult's waist suddenly appeared by her foot. The demon tree lashed forward at Chao Gang, who was blocking her path. Chao Gang was just an ordinary human. The hit immediately sent him flying onto the road. A huge truck was passing by. The driver panicked when he saw someone flying onto the road. Luckily, he was an experienced driver and subconsciously stepped hard on the brake. Chao Gang's friends were stunned. One of the women screamed at the top of her lungs. The truck quickly slowed down in front of Chao Gang, yet it still drove over one of his legs. The agonized cry of the drunk man immediately filled the street. The great pain instantly sobered him up. Mochizuki Chihaya did not bother looking at Chao Gang. She headed straight toward one of the buildings. The path had flowers and plants along it, yet when the woman walked past them, the flowers immediately wilted and the plants dried up. The street lamps were strangely dim, as if the light was being sucked away by something, making it difficult for the light to travel further. The modern street was covered in an eerie, black aura. "Someone call an ambulance. That woman is out of her mind. She's a magician. Even if she's a magician, she has no right to hurt someone like that. The enforcement union will punish an evil magician like her." The pedestrians cried out. Some that were righteous followed closely behind Mochizuki Chihaya. They were in Osaka, a city with a legal system. Even magicians had to be punished after committing criminal offenses. Mochizuki Chihaya continued to walk forward and stood in front of the building. She seemed to be aware of the people following behind her and pointing at her. She quickly turned around and stared at the people menacingly. Someone noticed that the reflection of the woman on the French windows of the building was completely different than her look. It was a terrifying black figure with tentacles covered in a red glow. The figure standing on the street was a woman, yet the reflection on the windows was a terrifying demon. The pedestrian screamed out in panic after witnessing the unbelievable sight. Chapter 800. A Parasitic Evil Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The black figure only had a body without a head. Its arms were wriggling on both sides, like those of a centipede, strong and muscular. Most terrifyingly, the demon's chest was fully covered in crimson-red eyes. The eyes were all pupils and wriggling as they stared at the pedestrians on the street, full of icy hate. Mochizuki Chihaya turned around. Her face was replaced by a ghastly mask, which immediately sent the people stumbling away in fear. Even the motorists were so terrified that they could not hold their steering wheels properly. Our Mochizuki clan is stationed on the mountain, to watch out for the demon creatures in the ocean. We're ready to sacrifice our lives to protect the city at all times, but you people only know how to enjoy yourselves and getting drunk in the city. You're nothing but a bunch of parasites. Mochizuki Chihaya's voice was now utterly weird. Her actual voice was supposed to be clean and elegant, but a different voice was stacked on top of hers. The cement of the pavement cracked all of a sudden. Black branches grew along the windows of the building like vines and swiftly covered the walls. Demonic vines and branches were also growing out from the cracks on the pavement. The plants were like living tentacles, chasing after the pedestrians who were fleeing in all directions, including Chao Gang's friends and the people who had demanded justice be served to the magician who had harmed him. They were all tied up by the demon branches and vines. More demon branches and trees showed up and spread around Mochizuki Chihaya. At the start, only a dozen people were held captive, but soon 30 people were caught by the demonic plants. The black branches and vines crawled into the bodies of the pedestrians like worms through their ears, noses, throats, and even their paws were penetrated by extremely thin branches. The people bound by the plants did not even have the chance to scream. Their skin turned bloated all of a sudden, as new branches sprouted on their bodies. More flowers, branches, and vines were growing out of their skin. The living humans were turned into half-human, half-tree monsters, a horrible sight. "Stop it!" a voice shouted from above. Mochizuki Chihaya raised her head and saw a man standing on the roof of a shop nearby. His black-brown eyes were extraordinarily bright in the darkness looming over the street. "It's you?" Mochizuki Chihaya looked at the man. Her gaze was rather unfriendly. "I couldn't stop worrying, so I decided to follow you." "As I thought, look what you're doing," shouted Mo-fan, while staying a certain distance away from her. Mochizuki Chihaya still retained her own consciousness. She looked at her surroundings and saw people running away, teenage girls screaming and kids bursting into tears in fear because of her. Everyone was looking at her like she was a monster. When she saw the pedestrians that she had turned into plants, she immediately took a few steps back. The demon branches and vines on the street were withdrawn quickly. Mochizuki Chihaya swiftly summoned them back. The walls of the building nearby returned to normal too. Mochizuki Chihaya turned around and looked at her reflection in the window in disbelief. The essence orb on her hand fell to the ground. Mochizuki Chihaya acted as if she had just seen a devil. She quickly moved away from the orb, not daring to touch it again. "This thing is real evil, you better not touch it again. You might not like this, but I'm afraid your brother Iwata was controlled by the orb, too. He's putting your life in danger by asking you to bring Essence Orb away." Mo-fan walked up to Mochizuki Chihaya and observed the orb that was unleashing a black aura. Mo-fan was not brave enough to touch the orb, either. It was scarier than he had imagined. Luckily, Mochizuki Chihaya's mental strength was fairly high, and the time she was controlled by the black aura was not long. Otherwise, it was likely that Mochizuki Chihaya would have turned into a terrifying demon. The demon creature reflected in the window with multiple limbs and eyes was most likely the parasitic form of the essence orb. Mo-fan had seen quite a lot of demon creatures, yet he was still shocked when he saw the reflection on the window. It was fortunate that he had made it in time. Otherwise, if Mochizuki Chihaya was fully controlled by the essence orb, she would have caused a great disaster. I've already notified Mochizuki Ken, he's on his way here. It's better not to touch it before he arrives, said Mo Fan to Mochizuki Chihaya. Mochizuki Chihaya was still in a trance. She was leaning against Mo Fan with a blank expression. The innocent people that she was controlling before had all fallen to the ground. Their bodies gradually returned to normal. However, none of them had the courage to stay around after experiencing the incredible pain from the demon plants occupying their bodies. They immediately ran away in panic. Thank you, I never thought my brother would trick me by not telling me the truth, said Mochizuki Chihaya. He was the first person to discover the essence orb, thus he was surely the most influenced by it. Perhaps he isn't your brother now, said Mo Fan. Mo Fan strongly believed that Iwata was not a kind person after what he saw at the drawbridge. The 3 innocent guards were tossed off the bridge without mercy and were instantly blown into ashes. How could a person who killed the guards in such a cruel manner not harbor any evil intentions? That being said, the evil essence orb was the main problem. Mo Fan had been feeling uneasy since he first saw it. Luckily, he was cautious enough to follow Mochizuki Chihaya and witness how the orb had taken control of her. He immediately knew the orb was truly a demon. It would take over anyone that touched it. The reflection on the window was its true appearance. If the creature was set free, the heavens knew what kind of terrifying disaster it would bring. The police arrived fairly quickly. They immediately sealed off the area. After them came the city hunters of Osaka. They surrounded Mo Fan and Mochizuki Chihaya cautiously, but they were too scared to come any closer. Mo Fan tried to communicate with them, to prevent them from coming any closer. Mochizuki Chihaya finally came to her senses. After revealing her identity, she quickly explained the situation to the city hunters in Japanese and convinced them to stay where they were.